Chapter 301 The Clash of Cat and Goo. In the empty Transfiguration classroom, Minerva McGonagall turned into a tabby cat and squatted quietly on the podium as usual, waiting for the Hufflepuff and Slytherin first-year students to enter the classroom. Start their first transformation lesson. Transfiguration is a very complex and rigorous course, and it is also recognized as one of the most difficult and vast types of magic in the magic world. It requires strong magic control and the ability to respond to accidental casting errors in a timely manner. Therefore, almost every professor of transformation at Hogwarts is an outstanding wizard and witch with exceptional strength. For example, Dumbledore has served as a professor of transformation for a long time. As a Dumbledore once for the successor of the course, Minerva McGonagall was under considerable psychological pressure during the initial period of time. But it didn't take long before she found her own way of coping. Although Professor McGonagall may be far inferior to Albus Dumbledore in terms of magical power, she still has a unique feature that Dumbledore does not possess. The 7 officially registered in the 20th century animagus is one of the very few legal animagus that can be changed into an animal in public at will. As one of the most profound branch magics of polymorphism, animagus is undoubtedly a kind of magic that is very suitable for guiding the little wizards to awe and interest in polymorphism in terms of visual effects. Of course, Minerva McGonagall will tirelessly adopt this extremely visually impactful way of appearance in the first transformation class of each freshman's entrance. While reaping the students' awe, they will be introduced into the magic in a leisurely manner and the interesting world of transfiguration in the long teaching time of these decades. There has never been an accident. However, today, please keep quiet, don't make loud noises and whisper to each other. After entering the classroom, first greet Professor McGonagall on the podium. Eyes, that's the tabby cat with spectacle frames around the eyes. This is animagus. This is a very advanced form of transformation that can turn a wizard into a certain non-magical creature. According to records, only 7 wizards have completed this magic in this century, and the respected May Professor is one of them. Elena stood at the door of the transformation classroom, like a loyal doorman, tirelessly explaining to every little wizard who entered the classroom, with a serious tone. As an excellent witch, Elena is very clear about the coping methods that should be chosen in different situations. Undoubtedly, choosing to content head nor make trouble in class is simply the most stupid way. A certain older cat lady is holding back some bad tricks if she can tell, waiting for her to bump into her heedlessly. With Elena's prestige among the first-grade little wizards, almost no one would question and resist her instructions. Even the relatively proud little Slytherin wizards obediently obeyed the arrangement, walked to the podium one by one, and respectfully greeted the tabby cat squatting on the podium. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." "Good morning, dear Professor McGonagall." "Hello, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall. Outrageous. She has never seen such a student in decades. Accompanied by the greetings from the students, and the dev-like voice at the door, repeated instructions over and over again, the body of the tabby cat squatting on the podium began to tremble slightly, and the pores closed in the mat. Subconsciously it pops up, printing a few inconspicuous scratches on the wooden podium. Professor McGonagall in the form of a cat squinted his eyes and stared at the white hairy ball at the door for a few seconds. His eyes flashed with a chilling chill, and the cat hairs all over his body began to blow up unconsciously. With the passage of time, McGonagall could clearly feel that intense curiosity with the little expectant eyes gathered on herself from all corners of the classroom, which was completely different from what she had previously imagined. The students should feel the wonder of magic in surprise, instead of being informed of the results in advance like this, preparing to watch the performance enthusiastically. And the culprit of all this at this time, further actions have begun. Listen. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell in your Hogwarts course. Anyone who wants to be naughty in Professor McGonagall's class will be sent out mercilessly by the professor, and he will never be allowed in again. I warned you. Seemingly tired of the constant explanation work, Elena began to intersperse some extra classroom notes in the process of explanation. What's even more unfortunate is that this passage, which coincides with the opening remarks that Professor McGonagall originally prepared, reached nearly 90% of the repetition level. If Snape's lines were snatched, Elena would still be in her heart. It is a kind of enjoyment for Elena to snatch Professor McGonagall's lines if it produces such a shameful guilt. Elena Castellana. Enough. The unbearable Professor McGonagall cat form leapt down from the podium, and a tall, black-haired witch with her lips pressed tightly appeared in front of the podium, speaking stiffly. "Thank you for your explanation. I am the professor of this course. Now, please, stand, engrave, and come back to your seat." As Professor McGonagall appeared in the classroom, although he had some psychological preparations in advance, most of the little wizards still had shocked expressions on their faces, and the entire classroom seemed to be quiet for a moment. Almost everyone looked at Professor McGonagall blankly, holding their breath subconsciously. Pop, pop, pop. At this moment, a sudden applause interrupted the silence in the classroom. "It's amazing, Professor McGonagall. He can freely complete the transformation of Animagus without the aid of a magic wand. He is indeed one of the greatest transformation masters of this century. I can learn in your class. We are so lucky." Elena clapped vigorously, praised sincerely, with a hint of exaggerated admiration in her tone, and then looked around the rest of the little guys in the classroom and let out a nice nasal sound. What are you doing in a daze, huh?" Unprepared to get applause, Professor McGonagall frowned, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. Professor McGonagall raised his palm, opened his mouth subconsciously, and was about to say something to bring back the mysterious and profound atmosphere she was familiar with. "Wait for me." Bang 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 bang. Happiness, happiness. The next moment, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause in the classroom, and the little wizards shouted with excitement, their small faces flushed, and their palms slapped frantically, as if they had completed this series of transformations. "Oh my God! I have never seen such a magic." Hilarious Scroix's research ability gleamed. As expected of Professor McGonagall, "That's amazing." Ernie Macmillan couldn't help whistling. "Cool." Justin took a deep breath. "It's amazing." "Oh, can we do this too?" Susan Burns' eyes widened. "I can't believe it." Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows and whispered, "It's amazing." Elizabeth Sharon nodded. Rue Chapter 1. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Full of 500 chapters. The plan to continue to open. Chapter 293, Chapter 294, Chapter 300 are more memorable. Can't grumble. Don't forget, currently owes more than 3. Fat Chicken will work hard to make up. P.S. Continue to collect dishes. If you have any dishes you like, you can send it to the book review area, preferably with the method. If the Fat Chicken tastes good by yourself, you will like it as much as possible depending on the situation. What you eat is written in the book. PS2, everyone, remember to receive rewards and red envelopes for all subscriptions. At least 3,000 or 4,000 RMB will be issued every month. PS3, don't forget the collar to say rewards, and remember to compare your heart. The group number is in Chapter 28. Jinjialong is not a gold coin. In the text, the smart fat chicken will definitely find it. Chapter 302. This time it's the first hand of the table. Transfiguration is a rather unscientific magic. Well, although all magic is so magical, this is why they are called magic. Elena knew in her heart how pale her little knowledge was in the face of unreasonable magic. Any attempt to interpret magic with the results of rigid mole research is undoubtedly a stupid attempt to ask for trouble. And when such a thing happens to a witch, the level of humor may be doubled. Perhaps for most of the little wizards, a cat becomes a human, or a human becomes a cat. It is just another magical magic, isn't it? A matter of course that a wizard has the ability to transform. But for Elena, she completely agrees with Professor McGonagall that transfiguration is undoubtedly the most mysterious and advanced subject in the entire magical world because it seriously violates the conservation of energy. There is no magical equivalent, and the definition on both sides of the equation, it is based on subjective will rather than objective physical existence. Conservation of energy. This is not an arbitrary law. It comes from the deduction result of the quantum Hamiltonian function, which is a mathematical law based on the unity of mathematics, rather than a physical law based on repeated experiments and observations. You must know that breaking the conservation of energy means generating superluminal communication, which means negating the inevitability of entropy increase, and means that some of the most basic mathematical laws used to explain the existence of the universe have major fallacies. When everything a person believes is falsified by facts, it is actually a very unacceptable emotion. There are actually only three options left in front of Elena: forget the past completely and reaccept the reality like a piece of white paper, fall into autism and put reality in a cage like Don Quixote. And the last one, we try to find a balance between the two. Okay, thank you for your comments. Maybe we should start returning our attention to class. After a brief astonishment, Professor McGonagall grumbled and said calmly and quickly, as a professor who has been teaching at Hogwarts for 35 years, Minerva McGonagall can always find the most correct way to deal with no matter what accidents happen in the classroom. She is not because of this. I was disrupted by a small accident. In fact, after listening to the explanation given by Elena just now at the door, Professor McGonagall discovered that the learning ability of this white-haired dumpling and the degree of difficulty may be much higher than she had expected. Even students in the 7th grade may not be able to accurately explain and distinguish the current situation of animagus like Elena, even if part of the reason may come from being in Lomond 2 months ago. She once appeared in the form of animagus in the hut by the lake, but she was still amazing. More importantly, putting aside personal emotions, although Elena seems to have accidentally said the opening remarks just now, I have to admit that this little witch does have a high level of knowledge about the transformation class. The fit. It seems that she is not the same as those problem students Professor McGonagall thought. Glancing complicatedly at Elena, who was sitting obediently in the front row, she drew out her magic wand and gently tapped on the desk beside her. It seemed that the wooden desk for some years immediately shook and made a strange hum. The next moment, the desk turned into a white and fat Yorkshire pig, standing beside Professor McGonagall shaking his head. Wow! This pig looks so fragrant, I want to learn this. Eleanor's eyes lit up, she swallowed subconsciously, and whispered in a low voice, Yorkshire pigs, also known as British Great White Pigs, have more litters, fast growth, high feed utilization, high lean meat ratio, darker color than ordinary pork, fat distribution and good mouthfeel moistness. Whether it is used to make cured meat or braised pork, it is a pretty good choice. As Eleanor's voice came, Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows slightly and waved his wand again. Roar! The big white pig, who was sniffing and arching his nose in place, leapt forward and turned into a majestic lion with a deafening roar. Intentionally or unconsciously, the lion fell on Irene. In front of Na, facing the terrifying behemoth, most of the little wizards sitting in the first row screamed and shrank back. Elena felt Hannah's hands grip her arm tightly, as if she was holding a life-saving straw. The short nails on the girl's fingers pierced her arm slightly, and there was a faint feeling of pain. Almost without hesitation for half a second, Elena narrowed her eyes and snarled in response with a milky voice. Then she raised the desk in front of her, rotated a graceful arc in the air, and hit the lion in front of her! Before everyone could react, the heavy wooden desk made a whistling sound in the air, and hit the lion's open blood basin with a big mouth, making a sore muffled noise. The lion that was still flaunting its might the moment before was hit by a galloping druckhead. Its huge body flew sideways, and under the gaze of all the teachers and students, it drew an irregular arc, and finally landed on the corner on the right side of the classroom. Boom! As the lion's body fell heavily on the ground, the golden hair and huge body quickly faded, and it changed back to the original appearance of the lectern. Well, to be precise, it was the remains of the lectern. Click, click. Wow! The lecture desk, which seemed to have decades of history, uttered a final cry, and then scattered into a pile of pieces of wood, quietly piled up in a corner of the classroom. Guru! Suddenly, There was a low swallowing sound in the classroom, and then immediately fell into a strange silence. That seems to be a little too hard. Looking at the pile of wooden debris on the side of the classroom, and at Professor McGonagall with a sullen face, Elena blinked, and stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Conditioned reflex, conditioned reflex. This time really it's not intentional. Ha ha. The magic wand in Minerva McGonagall's hand froze in midair, staring at the desk still held in Elena's hand, and nodding stiffly like a robot. It was the first time she had met since teaching for so many years. In this case, she was a little confused for a while. Noting Professor McGonagall's gaze, Elena quickly put down the desk in her hand, scratched her cheek, looked around the classmates who were also in a sluggish state in the classroom, and said in a nonchalant manner, "You can all testify to me, this is definitely the podium first. Anyway, throw the pot out first. This time it was really legitimate defense, and she didn't want to be kicked out of the classroom as soon as she started." Hannah Abbott, Professor McGonagall, all the classmates. Rue. The first chapter of today. No goo. No goo. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass full of 500 chapters. The plan to continue to open. Chapter 293, Chapter 294, Chapter 300 are more memorable. Can't grumble. Don't forget, currently owes more than 3. Fat Chicken will work hard to make up. P.S. Everyone, remember to enter the full subscription group leader badge and say rewards and daily red envelopes. There will be prizes drawn at the end of the month. At least 3 or 4,000 RMB will be issued every month. The group number is in Chapter 28. Gingy Arlong is not a gold coin. In the text, the smart fat chicken will definitely find it. Chapter 303 Transfiguration Part 1. Relax, Minerva. This is just a very ordinary introductory class in Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and tried to calm his chaotic thoughts again. There will be some accidents every year, which is normal, and it is not surprising that the little wizards can't control their magic power. After all, Transfiguration is so complicated and dangerous. She has long been mentally prepared to deal with all emergencies. Thinking about it, this is at least better than some idiots who turn her hair into coriander. Moreover, Elena Caslana is nothing more than a normal reaction of a witch at her age after being frightened. Blame it. Degrees opening parenthesis. Professor McGonagall's gaze swept across the pile of wooden debris in the corner, the slightly sunken wall, and the severely deformed desk in front of Elena, and the corner of her eyes twitched violently. Two thoughts came to her mind. What kind of little monster did Hogwarts Castle recruit into the school this year? And fortunately, when she was on the shore of Loch Lomond, she used magic and potions instead of savage mole methods. Cough cough cough. Before you start waving your wands, I think there is one more point that needs to be emphasized. McGonagall cleared his throat. His sharp eyes swept across the faintly disturbed classroom, and landed on a certain white-haired dumpling who was still pretending to be innocent, and said quickly and solemnly, "Magic, this is the innate ability of each of you. The purpose of your coming to Hogwarts to study is to learn how to control magic. Everyone, I believe that there are outstanding magic talents hidden in your bodies. Before entering school, you all used your own way to show magic. Of course, you are all wizards, even if you don't go to school." Having said that, Professor McGonagall paused and looked around the classroom. "Professor," feeling the seriousness in Professor McGonagall's tone, Elena swallowed anxiously. "Undoubtedly, it takes more courage to protect your friends and yourself than to run away." Professor McGonagall's gaze fell back to Elena again. His gaze rested on the nervous-faced Hannah's hands beside her. His eyes were slightly softer, his tone was slightly softened, and he continued, "Ms. Caslana, I believe that your previous actions were unintentional and let your magic lose control. You are not the first and will not be the last, but I hope that after learning magic for a while, you will learn to use some smarter and correct spell-resolving methods to deal with problems." When Professor McGonagall finished speaking, he turned his wrist and pointed his magic wand lightly at the pile of wooden debris. "Restore as before, Reparo." Just like going back in time, The fragments of the desk that were originally scattered on the ground were dragged by an invisible force and refloated and assembled in less than 10 seconds. They quickly changed back to the old-looking oak lecture table. As Professor McGonagall is proud of, she has considerable experience in dealing with accidents. Transfiguration. As I said before, this may be the most magical, complex, harsh, and dangerous kind of magic you have learned at Hogwarts. Before swinging the wand enthusiastically to transform it, I hope you can maintain sufficient vigilance and focus, and avoid destroying its essence as much as possible. Just like Severus Snape, Professor McGonagall also has the deterrent power to keep the classroom in order without any effort. In fact, as the vice principal, her straight-faced appearance is more expressionless than her expressionless face. Snape was much more majestic. With the unhurried voice of the witch, the entire classroom quickly became quiet. Incomplete transfiguration is usually accompanied by terrible consequences. For example, the fiver-legged monsters living on the northernmost island of Daria in Scotland are a very cruel example. They have lost their shape and reason, and can only serve as one. A high-risk magical animal is confined to the island for a lifetime. About the fiver-legged monster, comment click to view. And if you look back further, the abuse of polymorphism and failed magic has created a lot of deformities, including some highly offensive creations, such as the Banshee siren born in ancient Greece. Believe me, magic when out of control, sometimes death is not the worst result. Therefore, I need to emphasize the Hogwarts school rules once before the class. Unless it is related to the content of the course, no one is allowed to cast a transformation spell on classmates before this. Regardless of success or failure, as long as we are once found, Hogwarts will immediately confiscate your wand and expel it directly, and you will never be allowed to enter this castle again. After talking about the serious consequences of a dozen or so transgender failures in one breath, the classroom became more and more quiet, and a touch of dignity appeared on the faces of all the students, and even the sound of breathing was subconsciously suppressed. Once again, I reiterated the discipline of the Transfiguration class and the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry written in the first few rules. McGonagall lowered his head slightly, his sharp gaze swept across the faces of the little wizards, his expression extremely serious. Do you understand? I hope, forever, forever. And don't let such things appear among you. At this moment, a white and tender arm was raised. Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "Is there any problem, Ms. Castellana?" Professor McGonagall, then, what exactly is transfiguration? Elena stood up quickly and took a peek at the desk next to the wall. After a few seconds of hesitation, she looked at Professor McGonagall seriously, leaned respectfully, her eyes shining brightly. "I'm very curious. Is it an illusion that deceives perception, or that we do change the existence of things? After all, according to the case you mentioned before, it is obvious that the essential changes have taken place. This seems to be different from what I learned in the basic Transfiguration Guide and the magical effect you just showed. The first chapter of today. There must be more later, there must be more. I can double update today. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass full of 500 chapters. The plan to continue to open. P.S. Everyone, remember to enter the full subscription group leader badge and say rewards and daily red envelopes. There will be prizes drawn at the end of the month. At least 3 or 4,000 RMB will be issued every month. The group number is in Chapter 28. Jinjialong is not a gold coin. In the text, the smart fat chicken will definitely find it. Chapter 304 Transfiguration Part 2. What is the nature of transfiguration? This is a very important question. This is not only related to the construction of the foundation of the universe, but also related to whether transfiguration can meet the increasing material and cultural needs of human society, especially the yearning for delicious food. Regarding this issue, Elena actually had quite a lot of speculation before that. For example, a certain kind of advanced phantom magic, similar to the legendary pseudonym who is proficient in makeup and false voices, can deceive the five senses of the magical blindfold. Another example is the goddess Ilse, who has an insight into the essence of things, dances around and understands the matter. Separation and reorganization, the real creation change, or short-term material replacement, just like the substitute technique in Naruto. Regardless of the explanation, an exact answer will cause divergent guesses to begin to collapse to a certain result. More importantly, once some of the guesses have been verified, Elena can do much more than most wizards. This point has been initially verified in terms of the power of the explosive spell. Grindelwald admits that her explosive curse has risen to an art rather than a mere spell. If conditions permit, Elena can even try to explore and complement some of the century-old problems that have long plagued most of the top physicists in the non-magical world. A good question. My answer is that it's spot off course. It's not the same as your guess. Professor McGonagall nodded in surprise, and replied after a little thought. Strictly speaking, transfiguration can be divided into three categories: ordinary transformation, semi-permanent transformation and permanent transformation. But usually we will not mention the latter two, because only a very small number of people can hold this power, especially permanent transformation. This kind of situation that completely changes the nature of things. Most of them happen in failure cases. If you can still choose polymorphism after entering the 6th grade, then you can easily get the answer in the Advanced Polymorphism Guide, because from then on, we will talk a little more about the essence thinking. The effects of many spells cast by the young little wizard will not last long. Even the simplest spell will last for a few days at most, and in most cases, it will automatically disappear after a few hours. Not to mention the complex magic similar to transfiguration. The duration of their spells may not be enough to cook a bowl of instant noodles. But obviously, Elena is not too satisfied with Professor McGonagall's answer. Professor, I mean, what happened when we cast the spell? According to Eleanor's understanding, at the micro level, the magical world's cognition of the world is still in a relatively blank field. Therefore, it is difficult for them to imagine how many puzzling and curious problems will arise when transfiguration involves the core composition of matter. For example, if uranium-238 becomes uranium-235, and then uranium-235 becomes, what will happen to krypton and barium? Of course, Professor McGonagall cannot answer this kind of question. However, if you change to some simpler questions, it should be easier to answer. While talking, Elena pointed to the slightly deformed desk in front of her, and added another sentence. For example, if I turn this table into air, or water vapor or mist. According to Eleanor's understanding, at the micro level, the magical world's cognition of the world is still in a relatively blank field. Therefore, it is difficult for them to imagine how many puzzling and curious problems will arise when transfiguration involves the core composition of matter. For example, if uranium-238 becomes uranium-235, and then uranium-235 becomes, what happens to krypton and barium? However, if you change to some simpler questions, it should be easier to answer. That is the vanishing curse, one of the derivative branches of transfiguration. We will learn this spell in the 5th grade class. Then what if I light a candle in the air at this time? Elena blinked and whispered thoughtfully, I mean, I consumed part of the air and replaced it with another gas. I'm sorry, Ms. Caslana, I don't quite understand the meaning of your last sentence. Professor McGonagall noticed a touch of confusion on his face and shook his head, but I can tell you, at least for a long period of time, you only need to remember one thing: we won't change the nature of things. Just like it's like that poor desk, everything you do may eventually reflect on the original object. Will it not change the essential deformation? In other words, even if it looks like a lion, it is essentially an inedible piece of wood. Hearing this explanation from Professor McGonagall for the second time today, Elena frowned and tapped her finger on the tabletop. So, can I understand that the product obtained through transformation has an invisible capacity upper limit? In addition to understanding the curse, the force beyond its essence can withstand may lead to magic directly invalid. It's like I accidentally knocked the wooden lion back to its original shape. In a sense, you can understand that. Glancing at the desk still in the corner, Professor McGonagall's face became stiff, and he nodded reluctantly. In this way, the 5 major exceptions mentioned in Gamp's basic law of defamation are actually part of the reason for this. For example, it is impossible for a wizard to conjure up delicious dishes out of thin air. Crushing and chewing are of course quite serious damage. Elena sighed with regret and curled her lips. In other words, as if Newton's law only applies to the scope of classical mechanics, the most accurate statement of Gamp's basic law of transformation should be that it is limited to the scope of classic transformation, that is, the scope of non-permanent transformation. There is no doubt that the big white pig that looked quite cute just now, that is, it looks like it can't be eaten, if it really bites it down, it may turn into a mouthful of wood skim. Even if you think about it carefully, no matter it's the past and present. When she was in elementary school, she secretly ate a few desks for various reasons. At that time, she thought about it. If it could make the desks and pen caps smell like mango, it would be great. Even if you can't eat it, it's a pleasure to lick it. As for permanent transformation, seeing Professor McGonagall's inexplicable appearance, if not surprising, she shouldn't have mastered it well. If Elena wants to change matter in a real sense, she may have to turn to the last professor of transfiguration. Albus Hart is so tired that she wants to retire Dumbledore. The question is, what kind of reason should be used? You know, because of some small campus interactions before, Professor Dumbledore's misunderstanding about her is too deep. Even a bit of relatively normal academic requirements may arouse all kinds of suspicious speculations by the elderly. Today's second chapter. 1 is owed. Only 2 chapters are currently owed. Gahahaha. Kujang said. Akridine. Kujang said, don't give me a monthly pass. Recommend a very good book. Apocalypse Forecast, an old author's work. The quality is quite guaranteed. The update is also very diligent. And Fat Chicken will follow up every day. Everyone, help me urge more Akridine. Chapter 305 Transfiguration Part 2 Gamp's Basic Law of Transformation. It seems that you have spent a lot of work on the preview of transformation. Noting the vocabulary mentioned in Elena's mouth, Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and looked at the little silver hodler lie in front of him meaningfully. She was surprised. Well, I learned a little bit before. The 5 major exceptions to Gamp's basic law of defamation are. Elena nodded happily, holding her fingers as she was about to explain them one by one. You know, whether it is to make food out of thin air, or to turn a bowl of rice into a table of sumptuous delicacies through magic, these wonderful ideas are extremely attractive to a foodie. And Elena will not be cold because of a sentence. It is impossible to give up the pursuit and thinking of dreams. Thank you. I know exactly what it is. Professor McGonagall raised his hand and interrupted Elena's answer. If there is anything more troublesome than problem students, then it is undoubtedly that after a student who has become a problem student, she will use all kinds of super-level content to support her point of view. Fortunately, in the face of this situation, Professor McGonagall, who has been teaching for many years, still has his own unique solution. However, this is the content of the 7th grade course, Miss Caslana. If you don't want to hand in a related essay assignment to me in the next class, I think maybe we should start with the simplest basic transformation. As the 2 quickly exchanged answers, the eyes of the rest of the students in the classroom have already begun to appear thickly confused. If it is a scene in an animation, it is undoubtedly all mosquito coil eyes. After all, for this group of little wizards who have just come into contact with magic, although they can understand every vocabulary, when they are combined, they have become indescribable sentences no less than the whispers of the ancient evil gods, except there is almost no positive effect outside of hypnosis. The experienced Professor McGonagall was obviously aware of this, so he did not hesitate to end the topic and return to the normal teaching field she was familiar with, instead of continuing to discuss advanced knowledge of transfiguration with Elena. Although to be honest, She was a little interested in the ideas that Elena said, but this class is not just for the personal tutoring of a certain white-haired dumpling. She needs to be responsible to all students. Actually, I think it's not impossible. Okay, Elena whispered a word, and then quickly closed her mouth in Professor McGonagall's gaze. That being said, Elena is not interested in adding an extra homework to herself in the already busy study life. With that spare time, she might as well go to the kitchen more. Improve the poor cooking at Hogwarts. Seeing Elena, who closed her mouth and sat down obediently, Minerva McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief in her heart for the first time. She finally understood why Snape looked so weird after class yesterday. However, as the questioning baby Elena stopped asking questions, the whole Transfiguration class finally returned to the familiar track of McGonagall. Of course, whether it is the temporary transformation between living things and dead things, or the transformation between humans and animals, you will not be exposed to the content for a long time. In the first lesson, we will start from some basics. Professor McGonagall cleared his throat, tapped his wand, moved the podium to his side, and continued. Next I will show you the magic of turning a match into a needle. At the beginning of the practice, I hope everyone can recite the spell accurately and clearly. Via Verto. Everyone does not lift up the magic wand and recite it with me. Via Verto. Very good, and then we will learn it again. Dispel the spell of transfiguration. After a brief introduction, Professor McGonagall stepped off the stage and handed out a few matches to each little wizard. Attention, it is important to wave the wand firmly and decisively when performing transformations. Don't swing or turn the wand when it is not necessary, otherwise the transformation will definitely fail. Before using the transformation spell, clearly describe what you want to become in your mind. Okay, let's get started. In fact, even setting aside the search for the essence of magic, transfiguration still plays a very important role in the magic world. There is no artist in the magical world. Just as Professor McGonagall said, the existence of transfiguration makes creation easier. Compared with sculpting technique and painter, whether there is a clear and artistic aesthetic is the most influential important factor. In other words, the degree of completion of ordinary polymorphism depends to a certain extent on the meticulousness of brain supplements. Via Verto. Elena took out her chopsticks, imagined the appearance of sewing needles, and lightly touched the match in front of her. In the next moment, the match immediately changed and became a perfectly shaped, pointed wooden needle. It's unbelievable that such a change occurred in the first attempt. On the podium, Professor McGonagall, who had been paying attention to Eleanor's eyes, slightly shrank, the serious expression on his face eased, and he clapped gently, and gave out her own reward without hesitation. At this point, it is fair as always. Good job, Ms. Castellana, congratulations on your 5 points for Hufflepuff. As Professor McGonagall had guessed in advance, Eleanor's magical talent was terribly high, and the descent of the mixed blood made her have almost no difficulty in controlling magic. The match is almost like a piece of plasticine in her hand, which can be easily pulled and shaped at will. With Professor McGonagall's voice, the eyes of all the classmates gathered on Elena, but most of them didn't have too many surprises. After all, this could illuminate Hog before the branch. Sister Elena Moonlight Castellana on Watts Mountain Road. If she couldn't even complete this basic transformation technique, it would be an incredible thing. However, compared to the envy in the eyes of the classmates and Professor McGonagall's encouragement, Eleanor's face suddenly became ugly, and she looked solemnly at the exquisite wooden needle in front of her. In terms of appearance, she did deform perfectly, but the wood is still wood. Rather than completing the transformation of magic, it is better to say that she has carried out a small-scale form reshaping on the scientific material level. For the real magic effect, it should be the conversion of wood fibers, which are organic matter, into AN or alloys. From a microscopic point of view, this is not just a matter of breaking chemical bonds, it even involves atomic sequences and electrons. Reorganize. Think about it carefully. The main constituent elements of wood fiber are carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Except for some carbon elements, Hydrogen and oxygen molecules need to break the original atomic nucleus and electronic structure to form iron with atomic number 26. Elena tried to recall the periodic table of the elements that seemed to have been memorized 10,000 times in her previous life, and she thoughtfully raised her wand and knocked on the wooden needle in front of her, and she whispered a spell via Virto. With the magical power gushing out, Elena felt that she seemed to have seen a microcosmic world she had never seen before. Her mental power and attention quickly shrank and shrank again, and countless atomic electrons unfolded before her eyes, as if nothing. The perspective of the gods that can't be the same. Oops. At this moment, a feeling of extreme pain spread throughout Elena, as if her bone marrow and soul had been drained. The strong sense of emptiness and unprecedented pain made her lose strength. Bang! The match suddenly exploded in the air and turned into strands of dust. Patter. Immediately afterwards, the black walnut wand that Elena never left her hand fell on the ground, and the silver-haired little witch's face turned pale in an instant. She closed her eyes and fell unconsciously on Hannah like an angry doll. Body. Today's third chapter. Amazing, amazing, swell. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass. Full of 500 chapters. The plan to continue to open. Chapter 293. Chapter 294 has been added and updated. At present, only the edition of chapter 300 is left. There is only one chapter left. Happy. P.S. Everyone, remember to enter the full subscription group leader badge and say rewards and daily red envelopes. There will be prizes drawn at the end of the month. At least 3,000 or 4,000 RMB will be issued every month. The group number is in chapter 28. Jinji Along is not a gold coin. In the text, the smart fat chicken will definitely find it. Chapter 306. Almost only one pit left. Elena seemed to have a long dream. She dreamed that she had entered Hogwarts, where old potatoes, old radishes, big bats, big cats lived. Yes, she became a real witch. With a colorful study career, she also met cute little iron girls and little beavers. And in the distance, there is also an immature little moon waiting anxiously for her reply. However, now the dream should wake up. Today's course seems to be the pseudo-conformal mapping and Teichmuller space that she has never understood. The professor is a foreign teacher from Russia, but he is quite fluent in Chinese with some unique accents. It is said that he once worked as an assistant analyst in a scientific research institute in the former Soviet Union. According to the Riemann mapping theorem, there is a conformal mapping that maps the area Q to the upper half plane U equals Z greater than 0 since Q is the Jordan area. The boundary of the conformal mapping takes a U to its own fractional linear transformation, keeps the vertices facing each other in turn, and then uses the Christoffel-Schwarz formula. The old foreign man with white temples in front knocked hard on the blackboard. The bright Mediterranean made Elena narrowed her eyes unconsciously. It was difficult to read the writing on the blackboard, and the old man's excited voice was faintly heard in her ear. Classmates, cheer up, pay attention. I'm going to start to deform. The next moment, a bright light shines into the classroom. The face covered with old age spots gradually became hazy, and a pale golden thing flickered before her eyes. Elena blinked her eyes hard, seeming to be a pair of familiar glasses. After studying a lot of mathematical theories, people can still become glasses. No, I have to wake up, or I will definitely be dismissed at the end of the semester. Strange. Why? She vaguely felt a bad feeling of having read the makeup exam questions, which was really frustrating. The girl blinked vigorously again. The blurry classroom and light gradually dissipated, and Albus Dumbledore's smiling face and the half-moon-shaped pale gold glasses gradually emerged in front of them. Good noon, Elena, Dumbledore said with a smile, seemingly relieved. Elena stared at Dumbledore for a few seconds, her eyes slowly moving around the room. This was a ward with excellent lighting, with rows of curtains hanging around the white and soft hospital bed. Not far away, Grindelwald was talking softly with Miss Pomfrey. Noticing the noise here, the two stopped talking at the same time, and quickly walked towards Eleanor's bed. There is no doubt that this is the school infirmary at Hogwarts Castle. This is the second time this semester. I remember, I was in a transformation class just now. Elena frowned, slowly raised her hand to rub her temples, and said dully. She felt as if she had just run 3 kilometers, her body was full of fatigue and sorrow, and there was a tingling sensation in her mind, and every cell in her body seemed to be screaming hunger and exhaustion. Yes, but it was more than an hour ago, Dumbledore said, looking up at the wall clock on the wall. Get out of class has been over for a while, so you don't have to worry about Professor McGonagall caught it back. What's wrong with me, Professor? I just remember that I was casting polymorphism in the end. That's just what you think. Well, talk about this later. Dumbledore shook his head with a serious face, and turned to look at Miss Pomfrey who had walked next to them. Poppy, so there is nothing wrong with this child now. Fortunately, Hogwarts. I feel relieved that you are here. No thanks. In fact, I didn't do anything. This kid is just getting out of strength. Madame Pomfrey shrugged, with a confused look on her face, glanced at Elena, and said unceremoniously, "But, I think Dumbledore, you need to figure out what spell the kid was casting before. Just turning a match into a needle, and it won't drain all the magic of a wizard, let alone, well, you know. When Elena was sent over by Hannah and Professor McGonagall, that pale face and loss of life frightened Madame Pomfrey. In her impression, in addition to the war years when he frequently casts spells, such overdrafts are only possible when certain upper-grade little wizards try their power over the taboo spells. Generally speaking, the magic power contained in a wizard's body is much higher than what she can display. What limits her ability to cast spells is more only the understanding and emotions of the spell. Similar to this spontaneously entering a protective coma state, most wizards may never encounter it once in their lives. Normally, it won't, but if it's some special transformations, it's possible. I think that the bloodline in Miss Castellana's body determines that there may be something unusual in her transformations. Different changes. Before Dumbledore could answer, Grindelwald stroked his chin, and explained to Madame Pomfrey with an old-fashioned tone. Perhaps you young people haven't come into contact with Vespers. Pureblood Vespers have natural transformation ability and can become swans, horses, eagles, snakes or wolves. And mixed-blood Vespers also inherited this talent. Transformation and spells are much stronger and more dexterous than ordinary wizards. There is no doubt that in the face of Miss Pomfrey, a senior therapist, the identity of Eleanor's mixed-blood Ver can't be concealed at all. Just a closer look at the girl's physical condition will reveal that it is hidden in AI, the magical blood in Eleanor's body. Therefore, Grindelwald has no worries about this. As for the tone, there is nothing wrong with it. You must know that his current disguised identity is the legendary Paracelsus, even if Dumbledore is just a child in front of him. Really? That's how it is. Having seen the ancient healing demon with my own eyes, and with Dumbledore's guarantee, Poppy Pomfrey didn't doubt Grindelwald's identity. Since this elder said so, she didn't. There are too many places to be questioned. Madame Pomfrey raised her eyebrows, turned her head to look at Dumbledore, with a trace of condemnation in her eyes. Then, Professor Dumbledore, you should take this into consideration before she enters school, instead of waiting for the child to enter after leaving the infirmary. Oh, ma'am, you don't have to blame Albus for this. After all, he is only 100 years old. He doesn't know much about the characteristics of the children born after the combination of a wizard and a Veela. Grindelwald waved his hand with a smile, and the smile on his face became thicker. Leave the rest to me and Albus to take care of it. We still have something to ask Miss Castellana. Just to avoid similar situations in the future. You go to the auditorium for dinner first. Elena has us here. Well, that's okay. Poppy Pomfrey glanced at the two old wizards in the ward, an ancestor-level healer who refined the Sage's Stone and lived for hundreds of years, and is recognized by the magical world as the best in this century. Great wizard, she really has nothing to worry about, and in terms of magic, these two are obviously much more professional than her. Watching Madame Pomfrey leave the ward, The unpredictable smile on Grindelwald's face instantly collapsed. The old man turned around, looked at Dumbledore seriously, and frowned. "Then, let's talk about it. Master Transfiguration. What happened to this white-haired ball?" Compared with other wizards, after the previous melee in Salzburg, Gellert Grindelwald has a fairly clear understanding of the limits of Elena's body. In theory, it can cast dozens of self-enhanced magic texts, plus hundreds of times to heal the magic texts of Elena, not to mention turning a match into a needle. Even if it directly releases some large-scale war magic, it will not appear like this. Serious situation. What the hell happened? Before answering this question, I need to ask a question first. Dumbledore groaned for a moment, and thought about taking out a small glass tube from his arms. The bottom of the glass tube contained a small amount of black dust-like objects, which shone faintly under the light. "Elena, first of all, can you tell me what these are? What do you think they should be?" Dumbledore looked at Elena with a solemn expression like never before. Shen asked. "These, the strange black dust left over after you cast the transformation charm on that match. I don't know if it was an illusion." Gellert Grindelwald seemed to vaguely hear a tremor and excitement in Dumbledore's voice, as if he was expecting something terrible or vague. This subtle emotion has almost only appeared 2 or 3 times in Grindelwald's impression. For example, in Godric Valley, the moment when the two established the phrase for the greater good that carried out their lifelong beliefs, or the last scene of the break between the two, when Dumbledore questioned him. "This is..." Elena blinked, hesitating. After some time buffering, her chaotic thoughts have gradually been sorted out. Recalling the scene before, in fact, she has almost guessed the reason why she fainted. If we say that the logic of traditional nuclear weapons is that through the form of nuclear fission, large and terrible mushrooms appear on the ground. So, the kind of behavior she did before is much more powerful than the so-called neutron stream hitting uranium-235. I don't know what kind of wind she smoked. She actually tried to convert the light atomic elements hydrogen, oxygen that make up the wood into heavy atomic elements. The iron element with the smallest average nucleus mass and the largest specific binding energy, through a small transformation technique, directly reach the end of the nuclear fusion reaction. From the perspective of energy and overall structure, according to the last scene she saw before the coma, she should briefly decompose all the elements that make up the match into simple substances, and then appear directly due to insufficient functions at the beginning of fusion. Physiologically automatic tripping phenomenon. Well, if you guessed it correctly, it should be graphite and a little diamond, that is, diamond particles. Elena stuck out her tongue, and said with some fear, "The hydrogen and oxygen element naturally becomes a gas and dissipates in the air at the first time, and the substance that the carbon element can form is conventionally graphite with a flat hexagonal stable state, and diamond with a 3-dimensional network structure may appear. Taking into account the division of energy levels, the more stable graphite naturally occupies the vast majority. Fortunately, just stayed at the level of breaking the chemical bond, otherwise there may be only one pit left at Hogwarts today. Today there is only one chapter. But it's a big chapter! Counters Chapter 1.5. Therefore, the addition of Chapter 293 and Chapter 294 is completed. At present, only half of the addition of Chapter 300 is completed, and only half a chapter is left behind. It is confident, reasonable. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass full of 500 chapters. The plan to continue to open. There is an event link below. Goo makes a straightforward voice. The next plot will speed up. Campus time always flies quickly. Ask for leave to sort it out. The O is more 1, and the current O should be Chapter 1.5. That's right. Fat chicken math is good. Woo. Chapter 307 Black Magic Transfiguration. Hogwarts School Infirmary. Following Elena's answer, Dumbledore tapped his finger lightly on the glass test tube. That pinch of shiny black dust slowly hovered up, and a little bit of crystal brilliance floated on the uppermost layer. It was diamond particles mixed in graphite dust. You know, the convenience of magic lies in the fact that as long as the conclusion is clearly determined, it often only requires an idea to verify it. There is no doubt that Eleanor's guess is not wrong. Because of her previous incomplete deformation technique, the original chemical bonds of the wood fibers that make up the main body of the match were completely broken, and the remaining solid dust was mainly graphite crystals and diamond particles with relatively high stability. Thank you for your frankness, Ms. Caslano. It's a pretty color. Looking at the diamond particles up and down in the test tube, as if confirming some thought, Dumbledore took a deep breath. The folds on his face outlined in the noon sun, like totem-like shadows. It's amazing, quite amazing. There are not many wizards that can achieve this level in the magical world today. Dumbledore looked at Elena with his azure blue eyes, and said softly, "But it is also the most terrifying and dangerous way. Ms. Caslana, I think, about this, you should feel it already, right?" "Yes, it's terrible, Professor." Elena slowly rubbed her temples, showing a wry smile. "You must know that in her previous life, she was just an ordinary master in quantitative economics, neither in the Department of Physics nor in the Department of Mathematics. Although quantitative economics will be exposed to a certain level of mathematics courses, if it is strictly classified according to the strict classification of economics majors, it belongs to the category of Master of Arts, compared with the terrible Master of Science, or even the Department of Mathematics and Physics, which has almost become another species. She has no concept of some basic physics and mathematical phenomena. So sensitive. This is like when studying Newton's creation of human beings, who would consider what kind of experience it is to pinch two nuclei together. Transfiguration is indeed a very complex and dangerous magic. Obviously, I should be more cautious and start from the most basic field first, instead of jumping from the beginning to the end at once. Elena, who was gradually reminiscing about it, said with a frightened face, "This may be the weakest time in her life." Although her body's self-protection allowed her to interrupt the subsequent magical process in time, whether it was to forcibly break the chemical bonds and begin to try to modify the substance at the microscopic level, it caused a very serious load on Eleanor's body. Even if she had rested for a while and drank the strange potion brought by Madame Pomfrey again, she still felt a sense of powerless emptiness all over her body, as if all the cells were left with empty shells. Even moving the fingers seems to be moving in the mud. Be cautious, but don't be too scared. In fact, I am not against your exploration of magic and attempts, but not now. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, slender fingers crossed his knees. His expression on his face rather complicated. As an educator, when facing students who are so outstanding that people can't help but admire, there is always a subtle feeling that you should retire, and this is especially obvious when facing Elena. I have to say, you are the most talented wizard I have ever seen. As far as I know, there has never been a witch in the history of Hogwarts who can do such a thing in the first transformation class. It's just that, all this is too early for you now. You are not ready to enter this field yet. Don't worry, I'm not a masochist. One such uncomfortable experience is enough. Elena moved her wrists, glanced at the old man sitting on the next hospital bed with a serious face, and curled her lips. Cough cough cough. Interrupt. At this moment, Grindelwald cleared his throat, who was standing aside, spreading out his hands somewhat displeased. "Excuse me, can you explain it a little bit? But it's just a failed transfiguration. In my opinion, with Eleanor's ability, it is nothing strange even if the desk is blown to dust. I don't believe it." "Albus, you didn't accidentally blow up the teaching props during your studies, when you were baking bread back then, you are, must you?" "What does that mean?" Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and looked at the black dust that Dumbledore had fallen in his hands. "This is the wreck left on the table after Elena cast a spell on the match." Dumbledore patiently poured the last bit of graphite dust in the middle of Grindelwald's palm, flicked his fingers on the outer wall of the glass test tube, shrugged and said softly, "So, do you think that with your ability, you can turn it back into a match. Wrong transfiguration can cause irreversible and random magic effects. If you want me to cast a spell, you should at least give me a product of transfiguration that still carries the magic mark, instead of such a bunch of people who don't know how to make the magic embers. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, didn't even bother to pull out his wand, and replied slightly mockingly. Although polymorphism is not Grindelwald's strong point, he still knows some basic magic concepts quite well. The reason why polymorphism is so dangerous is that, unlike other spells, it may produce some irreversible permanent deformation when it fails to cast. Generally speaking, this kind of reverse spell is almost impossible to do, because every mistake they are all different. Who told you that Elena is casting a transformation technique? Dumbledore shook his head, pointed his wand at the wooden decoration placed on the bedside table. His lips squirmed slightly, and he seemed to mutter a curse in a low voice. The next moment, the wooden sculpture carved into the shape of a flower bouquet made a soft puff sound, quickly disintegrated into powder, and piled up on the cabinet silently. Apart from the difference in quantity, it was the same as the one in Grindelwald's hands. A pinch of graphite dust is almost exactly the same. Mr. Otto, you are one of the oldest alchemists in the world. You should know that a long time ago, alchemy and polymorphism actually meant the same thing. Dumbledore took a meaningful look at Elena, whose pupils were slightly widened, and then returned to Grindelwald. This time, he did not sell anything, and directly exposed the final answer. In the ancient high-level alchemy, the most basic link used to turn objects into the most basic composition of dust dissociation curse. Because it has no cursor-releasing and irreversible reasons, it is uniformly defined by the Ministry of Magic of various countries as black magic is sealed. Having said that, Dumbledore glanced at Elena helplessly, his voice a little tired. Obviously, the Ministry of Magic can only prohibit people from using and learning, but it can't stop someone from recreating it. The first chapter of today. After that, the current amount owed, 2.5, is one chapter of yesterday's leave. Chapter 306 of chapter 500 says to add more, and the remaining amount of chapter 300 is 0.5 plus more. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass full of 500 chapters. The plan to continue to open. Click on the activity link below. Chapter 308 The Real Big Plan. Black Magic? What a good reason. Grindelwald snorted and patted the graphite dust in his palm on the bedside table. He pulled a stool and sat down beside the two of them. He nodded with his arms, and said sarcastically, "Yes, any spells that seem to be a little more dangerous, or cannot be restored in a short time, or magic that cannot be solved, are all labeled as black magic, and then locked in the dust of history. Really a convenient and quick way to deal with it. I finally know why the magical world has become more and more mediocre over the years. As the original Dark Lord, Grindelwald is no stranger to this kind of response. After all, the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry he once attended was famous for studying dark arts. And the reason why he was expelled from the school was because he had gone too far on this road and caused too many disturbances. The school had to react. In fact, he had learned a little bit in the past few days, and most of the spells he researched were included in the category of black magic. Albus, why was your spellcasting so easy just now? It's not that you despise you, but the forbidden black magic that can make this little guy so embarrassed doesn't seem to be as simple as what you showed. Grindelwald paused, stroked his chin thoughtfully with his right hand, and asked implicitly and caringly about the real reason for Elena's fainting. The magic in this mixed blood little at least not weak. You as a normal little wizard of 16 or 17, knowledge, experience and magic. Dumbledore smiled slightly, placed his fingers on his knees, and answered calmly, "Perhaps you should check out the literature on ancient alchemy in my room. Discovering, understanding, separation. This is the basic way wizards studied alchemy and transformation magic a long time ago. Therefore, this spell is named Solution. Lee Curse." While talking, Dumbledore twirled his fingers in the dust and drew a circle that converges inward. It's like a wonderful loop. The more you explore things in depth, the clearer you will understand the essence of things, and the more clearly you understand the essence of things, the easier the process of discovering and obtaining results will be. The power of knowledge, but it's not scientific or magic at all. Well, it's quite philosophical. Elena couldn't help but muttered a little, and curled her lips with emotion. Magic, or occultism, has always been complementary to science, and this is an undeniable historical source even in modern science. In fact, the time when the term science really appeared was around the 18th century, when the magical world and the non-magical world were officially separated. Before that, people had a unified name for the behavior of studying nature and the laws of the universe: natural philosophy. Now the so-called PhD actually comes from the meaning of Doctor of Natural Philosophy in Latin. For example, Newton's masterpiece is called The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, not the Mathematical Principles of Science. In Elena's view, natural philosophy is like a mixture of science and magic, trying to find a balance between explaining the world in two dimensions, and Dumbledore's display of popular science and magic undoubtedly proves that she has always conjecture since. Undoubtedly, the exploration of the world by mankind will not change because of whether it has magical power. What you did just now was very reckless and dangerous, you know. Dumbledore's azure blue eyes looked at Elena quietly through his half-moon glasses, and said in a deep voice, "The reason why the Ministry of Magic has set the dissociation spell as black magic is not just because of the destructive power it may produce, but more unguided private practice, which is too dangerous for wizards. Try this before magic. You must complete a lot of learning and memory in books and textbooks." "Well, I already know." The little dull hair on Eleanor's head shook listlessly. This feeling of being obediently listening is really bad. For Elena, Albus Dumbledore's words are not difficult to understand. It is true that magic is a very convenient existence. Most of the time, it only needs to clearly determine the result, and it can find a way to achieve the ultimate goal through some wonderful mechanism, bypassing the intermediate process. But it is like a long jump and like wormhole traversal. The blank length of the intermediate process determines the difficulty of a magic realization to a certain extent. Exploring the origin of deformed matter is neither your duty nor necessary. No wizard can complete the cornerstone of the entire alchemy, even Nickleam and Paracelsus as well. It's not that they can't do this. Dumbledore glanced disgustingly at the old wizard sitting on the stool next to him, paused, and continued to look at Elena with a smile. "I think you should understand what you lack and the knowledge you need to learn. If you are really interested, I would actually be happy to give you a little help." In the long history, countless wizards who have studied alchemy have accumulated quite rich records. Hitting the wood with the dissociation spell will produce a lot of graphite, a small amount of diamonds, and may cause flames and explosions. This is the knowledge recorded in elementary alchemy. Undoubtedly, in Dumbledore's opinion, the reason for Elena's fainting was simple: to analyze the origin of the match recklessly. Although she was lucky enough to get the result of magic feedback, she was temporarily out of power due to excessive consumption. Yes. Elena nodded seriously, and sat upright in the smile that Dumbledore admired. For a long time, Elena has always been proud of her identity as a prophet of a traverser. It was only at this moment that she soberly realized that if we look at the entire long history, she is really too immature. You know, the technological level of the previous life just touched the edge of light nuclear fusion. The so-called refusion is nothing more than scientific hypotheses and goals derived from observing the activities of stars. It counts on the shortcut of magic to complete the fusion trajectory of 26 steps from hydrogen to iron in one go. It is too greedy. Only my personal strength is too capricious and arrogant. We need a team, or more than one team, to analyze and research all this, and complete the most basic theoretical foreshadowing. Oh my goodness, why didn't I think of this? Elena slammed the palm of the hammer hard and licked her lips excitedly, her eyes shining brightly. With the sudden fall of Maux's sun, The most precious wealth left in the world is not just the plunder of the cold value of the currency numbers. People, especially the top geniuses, are the most precious treasure that bears stay in this world. The day's dream just now gave her the most important reminder now. A group of the world's top nuclear physicists, mathematicians, and chemists are about to face unemployment. But, fortunately, only she and Dumbledore have seen this in advance. Professor Dumbledore, thanks for your help and tips. I understand, Elena said eagerly, her whole body full of motivation for a moment. There are still 3 months left, enough to prepare all the human and financial resources, as well as the pre-arrangement of the top scientific research personnel. There is no doubt that we can compare to any non-magical country in terms of economic or material conditions. All have to be generous, not to mention, the olive branch from the magical world should be very few people who can refuse, right? Very well, I will prepare some alchemy later. Dumbledore smiled, and was about to continue speaking according to his previous logic. He suddenly got stuck and stared blankly at the white-haired ball in front of him that suddenly fell into a state of excitement. In his impression, on this appearance was once after she mortgaged Hogwarts. The old man looked at Elena, who was excited, and began to explain the new plan. His lips pursed. It turns out that Gringotts is only one part of it. The purpose is to make the magic world back down a bit. The scientists who are not in the magic world, is this Albus your attempt to merge the two worlds? It's really unexpected. But it is in line with your character. If I had the courage of you at that time, maybe we would have succeeded. Grindelwald's face flashed with a suddenly realized look. He patted his thigh, and said with a look of admiration, after so many years, the social conditions of the non-magical world and the magical world have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to a few decades ago. Both the destructive power and the social structure have risen several steps. Before this, Grindelwald had been worried that one day the magic world would completely die out, and the wizard lurking in the shadow would one day be like a mouse in the ditch. For some reason, it was unexpectedly exposed to the vision of the non-magic world. And then go to experience a war with little chance of winning. Magic will not die, but the magical world may disappear. Don't worry, my old friends will fully participate in this plan. After so many years, it's time for everyone to move around while we are all able to wave our wands and use the remaining heat. Grindelwald grinned, every fold on his face showed a happy expression, and his tone was full of eagerness. Dumbledore blinked. The expression on his face was slightly stiff, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at Grindelwald. These two people, in the end. It makes sense. If necessary, a certain amount of force is really needed as support. Elena nodded earnestly, and touched her flat belly. Let's go to the kitchen and get something to eat. He'll do it, and then say while eating, Albus, don't be in a daze. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. This little guy's cooking skills are very good. Grindelwald patted Dumbledore's shoulder, who was still talking, interrupting the old man's unorganized language. He grinned and said, let's go. I don't know how to get to the Hogwarts kitchen. Today's chapter 2, and it's still a 3,000 word chapter. At present, the amount owed, 1 chapter yesterday's leave. The 500 chapter of chapter 306 says to add more, and the remaining 0.5 chapter of the 300 chapter plus more has been paid back. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass. Chapter 309 Unforgivable Things. 12:30 noon is the busiest time of the day in Hogwarts kitchen. The little wizards who completed the morning course gathered in the auditorium above the kitchen, enjoying the lunch they had been looking forward to in the morning. The meal time for lunch is only 1 hour. After half an hour, they will return to their respective dormitories to rest for a while, and then greet the afternoon class with energy. As always, the industrious house elves prepared nutritious and rich food for the students. Bread slices, bread rolls, pancakes, mushrooms, grilled steak, steak kidney pudding, mashed potato meat pie, patty, smoked bacon, grilled sausage, mashed potato, beef smorgasbord. Undoubtedly, just like Hogwarts Castle that has been passed down for thousands of years, today's dining table still continues these timeless classic dishes: rich starch in bread and potatoes, and plenty of protein in meat. Enough to meet all the nutritional needs of the little wizards who are in the developmental stage. In order to ensure that nearly 1,000 students can eat steaming food, the house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen are under tremendous pressure every day. They not only need to ensure that new food is properly filled in the blank space of the plate before each meal is consumed, but also to replace the presentation order of various foods according to the schedule, so that the entire meal process can proceed smoothly. However, today's Hogwarts kitchen seems to have encountered some new troubles. Really, it's disappointing. Elena stood at the door of the kitchen, frowning and shook her head. She originally thought that after the morning changes, the house elves would show some surprise attempts during the next lunch. However, it turns out that today's lunch has once again returned to that boring way of cooking. More importantly, Elena saw something in the kitchen that made her especially angry. On the table in the corner of the kitchen, a large amount of food removed from the dining table is piled up, most of which only took a few bites, or more than half is left. No doubt, the wasteful tradition of the buffet is restoring the meal. The specifications are fully reflected in the Hogwarts. Before Dumbledore could react, Elena looked around the kitchen, waved, and said coldly, "Mr. Burleigh, turn off the fire and let everyone stop their work." But the mealtime is not over yet. Burleigh, the house elf, glanced at the old man standing behind Elena, and only quietly explained, "I say, turn off the heat." "Stop." Elena frowned, raised her volume, and repeated it word by word. The girl's blue eyes stared at the bitter-faced house elf in front of her, and her wrist was cut across the air like a sharp kitchen knife. "Ms. Castellana, if you interrupt the kitchen work, maybe I need to send you out of the kitchen." Dumbledore, who finally realized what had happened, coughed slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said solemnly, "You know, this is not a place where you can make trouble at will, and there are nearly 1,000 students waiting." According to Albus Dumbledore's original idea, the most is to get some food back to the infirmary. The sudden situation in front of him is beyond his expectation. Fortunately, the Hogwarts kitchen at least does not obey. "That's it, turn off the kitchen, I don't want to repeat it a fourth time." Ignoring Dumbledore's words, Elena glanced over the elves in the kitchen, and gave a milky growl. "Yes, chef. Yes, chef." "Understood." Facing the angry white-haired dumpling, the house elves glanced at each other and stopped their work one after another. Well, the look on Elena's face was slightly better. She nodded, and glanced at Dumbledore behind her. "So, I'll explain to you now, why turn off the kitchen." While talking, Elena raised her hand and pointed to the debris piled up in the corner of the kitchen. "Keep your eyes open and take a good look at the wasted food. I have no doubt that even if the number of people at Hogwarts doubles, it's completely enough. It's simply unforgivable." Wasting food, in Elena's view, there may be no more sinful sin in this world. Not to mention the obsession from the depths of the soul of the previous life, over the years, in order to find a way to feed a child in an orphanage. Elena's search and development of surrounding food has almost reached an extreme. Whether it is a passing fat chicken with a round face or a strong lake fish, whether it is a slimy snail, or a pig and cow innards abandoned by a slaughterhouse, whether it is mixed with bran and wheat germ bread, or even pigs don't like it. The purslane to eat as long as it is enough to eat. She and the children in the orphanage will not refuse to come. Following Elena's fingers, Dumbledore cast his gaze on the pile of leftovers that seemed to be as high as a small hill, and his pupils shrank slightly. "These are all the food that the students did not finish eating every day?" The old wizard frowned and asked incredulously. "Ha, Albus, done. The thing this little guy hates most is this scene. Grindelwald gleefully blew his whistle and leaned his arms against the door frame. Grindelwald had already seen Eleanor's utilization and obsession with ingredients when he was in the castle of Numungard. So much so that Grindelwald must eat extra clean food every day, otherwise he will be nagged for a whole day. Of course, thanks to Eleanor's cooking skills, waste is actually a more difficult thing. However, at this time Dumbledore was obviously not in the mood to pay attention to Grindelwald's ridicule. Dumbledore looked silently at the hills piled up in the corners, his face gradually becoming difficult to look. The waste at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry far exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. Bite off the edge of the bread, the steak that was spit out after a few bites, the dough with the stuffing eaten, only half of the grilled sausage, and only 2 or 3 spoons of mashed potatoes that seemed to have moved. This is the first time in his life I intuitively felt what terrible waste this school of nearly 1,000 people was doing every day. After all, no one had ever visited Hogwarts kitchen during mealtime before. Even Dumbledore, who has lived in this castle for most of his life, can't be so boring to learn about the leftovers in the kitchen every day. Actually, today is slightly less than usual. Burly, the house elf, shrank his head and gestured slightly in the air. Everyone seems to have a good appetite at noon today, so relatively speaking, as if feeling the stagnation of the atmosphere, a house elf standing behind Burly stood up, twisted his napkin, looked at the pale-faced Dumbledore, and stammered, added, "Deng, Mr. Dumbledore, and you can rest assured that these foods will not be thrown away completely. Everyone in the Hogwarts kitchen will eat them as much as possible." "I understand." Dumbledore took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. "Elena, the kitchen is over to you. I'll take a rest. We'll discuss the follow-up later." Goo. The first chapter of today, there is still tonight. The number of change is currently 3 chapters. The 300 and 308 chapters say that it reaches 500 plus the change, and 1 chapter asks for leave. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass. P.S. This month's full subscription lottery is about to begin. In addition to the daily red envelope of 100 yuan, now a lucky little fat chicken is drawn every month to give out 1,000 yuan prize, or the official HP Hermione Hand 1. The full subscription group enters the group mode, and the general group contact the administrator for verification. The entrance to Puke is in Chapter 28 of the main text. Jinjialong is not a gold coin. Chapter 310 Two small changes. As the same great man once said, his biggest mistake is to feed some young people too much. Regarding the authenticity of this sentence, in this era when hybrid rice technology has not yet been fully popularized, it is temporarily unproven. But it is undoubtedly the most appropriate to describe the thoughts of Elena and the professors present at this time. Yes, professors. As the entire Hogwarts kitchen stopped, the lunch supply in the upper auditorium hall was also interrupted. Due to Dumbledore's temporary absence, Professor McGonagall, as the vice president, naturally came to the kitchen, wanting to inquire and check what happened. But with Professor McGonagall's absence, including Professor Snape naturally, the deans of the other 3 colleges also came to the kitchen one after another. "It's too shameful. I never thought that such a thing would happen." After a long silence, Professor Sprout, who had always been gentle and friendly, trembled all over, tried to control his emotions, gritted his teeth and said, as if there was a volcano about to erupt hidden in his voice, "The vegetable garden at Hogwarts is not a unique spiritual place. All plants still have to follow the most basic growth process: rooting, sprouting, branching, flowering, and bearing fruit before they can grow into a Hogwarts kitchen. Vegetables and food in. If the only difference from the non-magical world is that Professor Sprout, who is in charge of the vegetable garden, occasionally uses some wonderful magic and fertilizer to speed up the progress of this process to ensure that the little wizards are weakly you can eat fresh ingredients. Pomona, calm down. At least we are aware of it now." Professor Flitwick stood on tiptoe, patted Professor Sprout on the shoulder, looked at the pile of food wasted by the students, His face was also quite ugly, and took a deep breath. But it's really unbelievable. It's obviously something that happens before our eyes every day, but it's ignored by each of us. Perhaps we should think about it and return to the dining standard of the previous week. Severus Snape raised his eyebrows and said slowly and softly, "I think at that time, the food on every table seemed to be eaten clean, without any waste. What then? One day we will recover again. At that time, I think the counterattack may be stronger. By the way, I think the core now is not the delicacy of the food, but the issue of our educational perspective." Professor McGonagall grimaced, shook his head slowly, and turned his face to look at Albus Dumbledore, who was standing by the door with Mr. Otter since he briefly introduced the whole story. The old man: "I have never expressed my opinion again. Anyway, Professor Dumbledore, do you have any good suggestions?" Regarding this matter, I think maybe we can refer to Miss Castellana's thoughts." Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and he blinked dexterously. Without hesitation, he directed everyone's attention to the little witch standing in the middle of the kitchen, and said with a smile, "After all, Elena will be the head chef of Hogwarts kitchen from now on, and she will be responsible for the main menu arrangements." "Chef? This joke is not funny. She is only a first-year student." Minerva McGonagall raised her eyebrows, her lips tucked tightly. Her eagle-like sharp eyes fell on Dumbledore's face, as if she wanted to recognize whether he was joking. "In fact, I don't have much opinion on this point." At this moment, Professor Sprout on the side suddenly said, "Minerva, you have also tasted today's breakfast. I think Miss Castellana is the chef of Hogwarts. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. The right place as long as it doesn't affect her study. I think this is a pretty good decision." For Professor Sprout, it is difficult for Hufflepuff College to find a little wizard with a gift for food. She is not willing to let the food quality that has been improved so hard to return to the original point again. "I think so too. Today's breakfast was really good." Professor Flitwick touched his moustache and nodded in agreement. "You guys, maybe we should first listen to what this little guy thinks. As for whether or not to be a chef, this doesn't seem to be a question we need to discuss now." Snape narrowed his eyes and glanced at Elena standing in the middle of the kitchen. I don't know why. Every time he saw this little witch, Snape always had a very strange feeling, full of danger and a little close, especially after serving as his assistant teacher. This feeling became more obvious. It's very simple. In fact, I think the main problem lies in two aspects: not understanding the value of food, and disrespect for the chef's labor. Elena looked around at the professors in the kitchen, and said unhurriedly, "Standing in the Hogwarts kitchen is like Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, with unique home blessings effect. The first point is easy to solve. Of course, I don't know how to cherish the food that I did not get through my own labor and sweat. So I suggest that maybe you can go to the Hogwarts vegetable garden in your free time every day to cultivate and learn about it." Exactly. If I remember correctly, don't our school's vegetable garden have an expansion plan? There is no doubt that the magic world has a unique advantage in planting. Even Hagrid, who dropped out of school, knew how to use magic to quickly ripen pumpkins in his field, not to mention the little wizards who had experienced complete magic education. According to Elena's advance plan, the international rescue and refugee reception activities that are full of humanistic glory 3 months later require more than just the food reserves that can be afforded by today's 3 acres of land facing a huge bear that collapsed suddenly. The manpower and land resources she needed to prepare could never reach the level of saturation. There is no problem with this. In fact, I wanted to let the children experience the fun of planting more early on. Professor Sprout did not hesitate, nodded, and directly agreed. Each grade has 3 herbal medicine classes every week. It is a very meaningful thing to take a class time to participate in the maintenance and care of the vegetable garden. Too little, plus the weekend, I suggest. Professor McGonagall glanced at the mountain of food debris. A terrifying cold light flashed on the lens, thought for a while, and added, "According to the 4 colleges, the morning and afternoon are divided into 2 days on weekends, as practical lessons. Everyone, What do you think? The 6th and 7th grades have fewer courses, and I usually have a lot of free time in school, and my body and magic are relatively stronger. I think the upper grades can set a good example for the younger wizards. Professor Flitwick pushed his glasses and said softly, faced with this serious problem that has never attracted attention before, almost all professors have formed a united front. In addition to the previous example of military training, a set of practical Hogwarts pastoral practice was developed in a few words, and the basic time arrangement was completed, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and pleasant. Stand up. What then? This is just the first point. Respect the chef. Students don't salute the house elves. Severus Snape held his arms, curled his lips, and whispered slightly mockingly. If you think so, I suggest you dispel this idea as soon as possible. It is impossible for a wizard to. Of course not. In fact, the logic is the same as before. It is also good for everyone to participate and experience this process. Elena waved her hand, glanced at Snape, and said sweetly with an innocent smile on her face. So, respecting the chef's labor results, naturally I still need Snape to teach you. I refuse. Don't even think about it, Snape said stiffly. Sure enough, still as arrogant and indifferent. Elena, who touched the nail, did not have the slightest frustration. She slowly looked around at the professors around her, her mouth was slightly tilted, and she showed a cute smile like a little devil. It's a pity. The right time and the right place, it's all with her. Now it. Grindelwald, who had been leaning on the doorframe after receiving Elena's eyes for help, gave a light cough and spoke first. Ahem, Professor Snape, or let me say something. Today's chapter 2. There may be more tonight, right? At present, there are 2 chapters, and only 300 and 308 chapters are left. It is said that it will reach 500 plus more. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass. P.S. This month's full subscription lottery is about to begin. In addition to the daily red envelope of 100 yuan, now a lucky little fat chicken is drawn every month to give out 1,000 yuan prize, or the official HP Hermione Hand 1. The full subscription group enters the group mode, and the general group contact the administrator for verification. The entrance to Puke is in chapter 28 of the main text. Jinjialong is not a gold coin. PS2, you absolutely forgot to give the lovely Elena refill again. Fat chicken paws. Chapter 311. One semester, only this semester. Severus Snape raised his eyebrows and compromised indifferently, his expression looking rather annoyed. This is not surprising. After all, anyone who is used to coax a child by a few 100-year-olds, chattering and chatting for more than half an hour, will find it difficult to maintain good health. Mentality. Now, can you let me go? I have another afternoon class. Snape squinted his eyes, looked at the sleeve of the robe pulled by Grindelwald, and said stiffly, I don't know why. There is always a feeling of déjà vu in this scene except for the age and identity. It is exactly the same as Elena Castellana, annoying and helpless Rogora. The rest of the professors have already left the kitchen and returned to the auditorium to announce the end of the meal, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is about to launch a large-scale student farmer education. Even Dumbledore found a reason to slip away in advance. Get out. Facing the language offensive of 2 Dark Lords at the same time, Dumbledore thought that even if he was himself, he might not be able to resist it. After all, he was old, and being able to trade with a Dark Lord was already his limit. In the huge Hogwarts kitchen, apart from Snape and Grindelwald, there are only a group of onlookers who dare not speak, and there are tumbling beef bone broth on the workbench, comfortably Elena with thin slices of beef. The air was faintly filled with an intoxicating aroma of beef broth. Professor, why don't you come and taste it together? Although you face the potion crucible all the time, you should not have experienced this way of shabu-shabu. I'm still in the afternoon class, so just let it go. I can save it. As Elena was talking, She skillfully used 2 black walnut ones to pick up the beef slices and put them in the broth. The sliced Scottish Angus beef was quickly cooked and curled up. The material dishes rolled lightly and stuffed into the mouth. Hey, it's delicious. This is life, compared with the normal dining chopsticks of 7 inches and 6 points. The 12-inch wand chopsticks are undoubtedly more suitable for hot pot and shabu shabu. They can not only ensure that they will not be hot, but also take into account the advantages of flexibility and stability. Too much influence on eating. Of course, in addition to the quality of the beef, the most important thing is a dish of dipping sauce that suits its own taste. It has to be said that the Hogwarts Kitchen's condiment reserve is quite abundant. Although it lacks the finishing touch of the spicy millet, it relies on chopped chili peppers and sesame oil to enhance the flavor, plus a handful of refined sea salt, to create a small dish of extremely delicious dipping sauce. No, I'm not interested in this kind of kids' playful eating. Snape cast a blank expression at Elena not far away, and after staying on the girl's pair of wands moving up and down for a few seconds, he said in his cold, sarcasm tone, Ms. Castellana, let me make a statement in advance. If I find out your class time and use the potions cauldron to cook meat, I swear that you will definitely be locked up for a week of confinement. Pop. Don't always be so serious, young man. Grindelwald stood up, patted Severus Snape Jr. in a big way, and pushed and half pulled the wizard to the front of Elena's tumbling soup pot, and said with a smile, as someone who comes here, I have to give you a piece of advice. It is definitely not a bad thing to try more food when the appetite is good. After all, no one can guarantee that we will suddenly never eat these delicious foods again. It's Elena, little classmate, in trouble. No problem, keeping it to your satisfaction. Elena smiled triumphantly, and silently gave a thumbs up to Mr. Grindelwald, who was in harmony with him, and involuntarily forked a piece of hot beef, dipped it in the sauce dish, and stuffed the fork into Snape's hands. The red and plump minced peppers, paired with the thin slices of beef like cicada wings, presents a magnificent and delicious scene. The aroma of stone-ground sesame oil, along with the wild scent of Scottish Angus beef, kept irritating Snape's nasal cavity. Snape swallowed calmly, looked at the beef shabu in his hand, and nodded slightly. Only this time, and then in the afternoon, please be honest with me in class. I have to say that, whether it is presentation or smell, this original and crude cuisine is more than one grade higher than the food on the table at lunch. Because he rushed from the main hall of the auditorium to the kitchen to check the situation before, Snape did not eat too much. Plus, after more than half an hour of talking with Mr. Otto Apocalypse, he is indeed a little hungry. Of course, Burley, bring 2 more colanders and cutlery. Seeing a hesitant look on Professor Snape's face, Eleanor's eyes lit up, turned around and snapped her fingers, and quickly ordered, no doubt, this man had already been defeated. Well, that's right. And the order of the dipping sauce I just made, you should have remembered it. Make 2 portions as they are, and show them to Mr. Apocalypse and Professor Snape. I don't want the slightest regret. Okay, chef. That house elf, cut 3 more Angus beef, which is not enough for the 3 of us. Grindelwald grinned, waved and beckoned a chair to sit down, adding, in the magic world, the potion master is a very rare and precious existence. Therefore, being able to make good friends with a young potion master is a pleasant thing in itself, not to mention, when the potion master may also have the talent of a chef. After half an hour in the hallway outside the Hogwarts kitchen. How so spicy? Snape wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and his pale and yellow face showed a hint of blood from the chili, which looked healthier and rosier than before. Relatively speaking, Grindelwald's performance is obviously better than normal. In fact, for Grindelwald from Germany, this kind of clear soup shabu shabu is really too light. As for Elena, she is even more of a little monster that is not hot and unhappy. The easiest place to draw feelings between people is this kind of small-scale co-dining. After such a brief shabu shabu, even Snape, who has always been 1,000 miles away, could not continue to face Elena and Grindelwald with a cold face and tone. What I want to say is that the way the house elves deal with meat is still a bit rough. As if to conceal his embarrassment of not being able to eat spicy food, Snape pondered for a while. Whether it is the cut part or the thickness of the meat slice, it can be further optimized. The simple kitchen process is still too flawed. From what you mean, is it possible that you can do better? If Elena asked softly, she was already full of curiosity about the legendary Shinfingu knife technique. You know, there has always been such a saying in the cooking world: 3-point spoon work, 7-point knife work. It's true that Snape's superhero Uing could not be able to move at will for the time being, but it can be large or small. But it is undeniable that the potential of this magical cutting ability is definitely not only used for as narrow as attack magic. Of course, maybe I can teach you later. Snape nodded proudly, narrowed his eyes, and changed the subject. Okay, kid. Hurry up to the dormitory to rest for a while. After you finish class in the afternoon, don't forget to report to the potions classroom. It is good. Elena, who received the promise of the Half-Blood Prince, nodded, and the little dull hair on her head writhed happily. The time for a meal can bring so many relationships closer, which has made her quite satisfied. What about you guys? ? Of course I am going back to the office. Snape raised his eyebrows, and was interrupted by a light cough before he could finish speaking. Ahem, Professor Snape. One thing to trouble you. You see, I have just arrived at Hogwarts for a day, and I am not very familiar with all parts of the castle. Can you take me to the principal's office? Elena, slight contempt in the eyes. Grindelwald cleared his throat, clearing, particularly confidently he said, Today's third chapter. I am great. Swell. Goo. In this way, you only owe one chapter and you can pay it back. Ha 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 ha. Well, there is only the chapter 08 that says to reach 500 plus more. Plus plan to continue to open. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Don't give me a monthly pass. P.S. This month's full subscription lottery is about to begin. In addition to the daily red envelope of 100 yuan, now a lucky little fat chicken is drawn every month to give out 1,000 yuan prize, or the official HP Hermione Hand 1. The full subscription group enters the group mode, and the general group contact the administrator for verification. The entrance to Puke is in chapter 28 of the main text. Jinjialong is not a gold coin. PS2, you absolutely forgot to give the lovely Elena refill again. Ha. Fat chicken pause. Chapter 312 Prayer before the curse lesson. Human energy is limited, especially the devil who are ambitious, purposeful, ambitious, and planned, and will not waste their attention on such boring things as remembering the way. This is quite convincing logic. There is no doubt that whether it is Grindelwald, Voldemort, King Sledgehammer, or Elena, they are quite in agreement on this point. However, this kind of subtle pleasure of laughing in 100 steps and 50 steps did not last long on Elena. Elena, where did you go just now? Before Elena walked out of the corridor and stepped into the Hufflepuff common room, Hannah, I was very angry. The voice of Ibo appeared in her ears. Even if it was a sound of reproach, it was still a kind of the soft tone that makes people want to bully. Elena covered the little dumb hair on her head with a vigilant face, and she faltered to make up some excuses. Considering Elena's identity as a first-year student, regarding the formulation and implementation of the Hogwarts follow-up study and agriculture project, the professors did not involve Elena too much, and she would naturally not be stupid. Take the initiative to carry this big and black iron pot, but in this way, how to explain the reason for the disappearance is more troublesome. You know, even in well-intentioned situations, Elena tries to avoid lying. After all, lies are inertial. Once you get used to covering up, it is difficult to return to that refreshing reality. I'm hungry, so I want to find something to eat. After thinking for a few seconds, Elena blinked and explained. Then a little accident happened, so the reason for the delay until now and returning to the common room. In a sense, she is telling the truth. I guess so. You are in the infirmary by yourself. You must be starving. Hannah nodded, took Elena to the round table by the fireplace and sat down, and pointed triumphantly at a small bulging package on the table. The color of grease and spices in the fire faintly leaked out. "Fortunately, I secretly brought you some food from the auditorium." While talking, little Tainu bent down slightly to pick up the package, and carefully opened the small bag temporarily wrapped with the dining cloth, carefully introducing the various foods inside. "Look, there are grilled steaks, grilled sausages, beef offal pie, pan-fried cod, potato wedges, Yorkshire pudding. Although it may be a bit cold, it should be your favorite meat." "Hannah, okay? I really like you so much." "Mew. Yeah, don't jump over suddenly, you are so heavy." The regular cooking of Hogwarts kitchen is just lack of novelty, but it is definitely not unpalatable. As for food that seems slightly colder due to time, this is not a problem at all in the Hufflepuff common room where the fire is swaying. Everything can be grilled, just rescue the meat on the spit, put it in the fireplace and turn it back and forth a few times, accompanied by the seductive sound of sizzling. That warm and full meaty fragrance, once again diffused out. Under this primitive temptation, let alone Elena who hasn't eaten too much, even the little Hannah Iron girl who has been yelling and can't eat at first, will let go of her restraint after a few minutes and actively join in the process of fighting for food. But this time, Elena and Hannah didn't have much time to enjoy the food, because the afternoon spell class will begin soon. The curse classroom is located in the corridor on the left-hand side of the 4th floor of the castle, just next to the prize showroom at Hogwarts. The trapdoor leading to the Sorcerer's Stone, guarded by the three-headed dog Luai, is at the end of the corridor on the right-hand side of this floor. If you want to sort all the courses in Hogwarts, the spell course is undoubtedly the most important course. After all, in today's era, most of the magical abilities of wizards need to be demonstrated. Many extreme magicians even directly equate learning spells with learning magic. All wizards who are unable to use spells proficiently are unified into the category of crappy wizards. Therefore, almost all the little wizards came to the curse classroom early, waiting with excitement to learn Magic, except for two little Lori who almost missed class time because of gluttony. Boom! With the sound of the class bell of Hogwarts Castle, the closed wooden door of the curse classroom was suddenly knocked open. "Ha! So risky, so risky, I was almost late." Glancing at the classroom that has not yet started, Elena let out a long sigh of relief and patted her violently undulating chest. Vomit. And Hannah, little Lolita behind her, is obviously going to be more embarrassed. Her light blonde hair clings to her cheeks messily, her cute little face pale, trying to cover her mouth to avoid accidentally throwing up something she just ate. "Come out, Elena, next time you, Sai Juan, don't drag me vomit." There is no doubt that as a normal human, Hannah still can't compare with a certain perverted mixed blood feeler. She swears that no matter how seduced Elena is in the future, she will never eat another bite between lunch and dinner. "Okay, don't be angry. Big deal next time I hold you and run." Elena turned sideways, patted Hannah's back lightly, and said in a childlike tone, "On her head." Xiao Damao shook his head in favor. "HMPH, you white-haired dumpling is a liar. You said it once yesterday morning when." Hannah wrinkled her nose, rolled her eyes, and murmured dissatisfiedly, "I." Elena blinked and was about to explain a few words when she heard a cough in the direction of the desk. "Ahem, girls, please find a seat as soon as possible. We are about to start class." Professor Flitwick glanced at the two little girls who were panting, cleared their throats, and reminded with a smile, "I have to say that among the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the least pretentious is probably the tiny Professor Flitwick. In this case, if you change to another professor, even if you won't lose points, you will still be unavoidable if you have a reprimand." "Sorry, Professor." Elena stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, closed her mouth obediently, and led Hannah Lolita towards the back of the classroom. Unlike other courses, the popularity of the curse class is obviously much higher. The first few rows have long been occupied by little wizards full of curiosity. However, this is not a big problem, because the structure of the spell classroom is different from most classrooms in Hogwarts. To be precise, it is more like the distortion of a university lecture hall familiar to Elena in her previous life. The front of the classroom is Professor Flitwick's desk, and directly in front of the desk is a flat semicircular area for the demonstration of some complex spells. From the circular area, the left and right sides of the classroom are separated, and the desks are arranged from low to high, ensuring that every little wizard can easily see Professor Flitwick's demonstration. However, in Elena's view, this is mainly to take care of their curse class professors so that he can observe the casting of each little wizard at any time. After all, for Professor Flitwick, who is only 1.07 meters high, the podium at Hogwarts was so high that he had to stand on a pile of books during lectures to barely reach the table. The curse. Elena reluctantly opened Standard Spell Middle. Elementary and glanced at the front list with a bitter expression. I hope that the practical operation part of the final exam will not involve a spell like unlocking Curse Arrow Cave opening. Otherwise, you may only have to pray that the high-level explosive spell cast in advance will get extra points. Today's first chapter is sent, the maybe in the evening, right? Currently Owdmore, 3 chapters? Oh, are you demons? Why are you all so active all of a sudden? It really makes Fat Chicken both tangled and happy. Ask Jang to say. It doesn't matter what the monthly pass is, it shouldn't be the first one. P.S. This month's full subscription lottery is about to begin. In addition to the daily red envelope of 100 yuan, now a lucky little Fat Chicken is drawn every month to give out 1,000 yuan prize, or the official HP Hermione Hand 1. The full subscription group enters the group mode, and the general group contact the administrator for verification. The entrance to Puke is in chapter 28 of the main text. Jin Jialong is not a gold coin. PS2, you absolutely forgot to give the lovely Elena refill again. Ha. Fat Chicken pause. Chapter 313 Elena's favorite course. If it is said that in terms of comprehensive magic power, Professor Dumbledore is recognized as the first person in the magic world today, then in the field of spells, Felius Fulvi, who is a professor of spells, may be the only one in the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it is thought that it may surpass Dumbledore's wizards. Strictly speaking, Professor Flitwick is not a purebred human wizard. After getting drunk on Halloween one year, the professor frankly admitted that he does have a part of the goblin bloodline, which is why his height is always only that. A little bit. However, what the goblin bloodline brought to Professor Fulvi was more than just a disadvantage in height. Like Elena, who is a mixed blood Via, Professor Fulvi, who is also a mixed blood wizard, is obviously more talented in magic than ordinary wizards. When he was young, he had been in the position for quite a long time. Wizard Duel Champion. What needs to be explained in advance is that in the magical world, this is not a boastful low-level title. Many times this title is in a temporarily vacant position after all. Before this, the last recognized Wizard Duel Champion, the name is Gellet Grindelwald. Although as the age grows, Professor Flitwick's strength in frontal battles may decline slightly, but his attainments in spells may have reached a level that most wizards can only look up to. Degree. Regarding this point, in fact, it can be seen from many places in the original book. For example, in the 5th part, Facing the Swamp left by the Weasley brothers, Umbridge and Filch used hundreds of methods to solve it, but Professor Fulvi cleared it in 3 seconds, and even left it. A small piece came down as a souvenir. As the Deputy Minister of Magic, Umbridge's magical strength is definitely not weak. She is a powerful wizard who can blow up the House of Responsiveness. For another example, the curse cast by Professor Flitwick can actually have an activating effect on the Iron Armor curse cast by Snape. Together with Professor McGonagall, who also doesn't know the truth, he drove poor Professor Snape out of the school. Go. For another example, in the final Hogwarts decisive battle in the 7th part, he showed his skillful duel ability for the first time. In a near-known situation, he defeated the Death Eater who killed Lupin and Tonks. To Antonin Dolokhov, Why not just kill this bastard? Fat Chicken's favorite moon face. Therefore, for Elena, among the entire Hogwarts, the most suitable for her to study in reference is actually Professor Felius Flivi. Whether it is about the study of spells or how to use them effectively and safely, those magical powers hidden in the other half's blood, he can provide Elena with a lot of guidance. In fact, less than 5 minutes after the start of the curse class, Professor Flivi's favorability in Elena's heart has already risen 2 or 3 major levels in one breath, directly from reaching more than friendly degree. Just like Professor McGonagall's great change of life, Professor Binns's wall art, Professor Trelawney's death announcement, Professor Snape's Prince talk show. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, there is an unwritten convention that all professors will prepare an ingenious class ceremony or opening remarks to mobilize the children when they face the first class of the Little Wizards. The enthusiasm for the next study Professor Flitwick is no exception. After simply naming the names and introducing himself, the little professor standing at the front of the classroom raised his magic wand. Like an outstanding performer, his wrist drew a series of elegant arcs in the air. Immediately afterwards, from the big box in front of the desk, one by one pineapples danced a tap dance, and actively walked to the desks of the little wizards, twisted their bodies, and began to take the initiative to remove the skin and fall on their bodies. Thorn. And after the pineapple, the cookies baked into golden brown also grew legs, and landed on the table of each little wizard one by one. They were together in 2s and 3s, dancing funny ballroom dancing. Spell. This is something that every wizard will inevitably come into contact with. Professor Flitwick smiled, and the wand continued to direct the dance of the pineapple and the biscuit in the air, while screaming. Behind every spell, there is the wisdom of countless outstanding wizards and witches. I hope everyone will always keep in mind when learning the spell, the existence of the spell is not to fight for power, but to make people live a better life. Click to eat, click to eat, click to eat. The professor is too right. This is the real purpose of magic. Facing the fresh pineapples that took the initiative to deliver to the door and handled them well as the lively cute little cookies, Elena, as a senior foodie, has no resistance at all. Without any hesitation, the white-haired dumpling with gleaming eyes stretched out his hand swiftly, responding vaguely to Professor Flivi's words, and gratefully sent these little cuties to a warm and comfortable place. Elena never expected that the regret left in the morning transformation class would be realized immediately in the spell class. With Professor Flivi's shocking curse, Elena decided that even if she stayed up all night, she must completely master the curse. Think about it, just lightly wave her magic wand, countless the food will automatically take care of itself and deliver it to your mouth obediently. This is simply a top curse tailored for all foodies and lazy people. Not to mention, afterwards, whether it is to learn and improve the Shinfinguing knife method from Professor Snape, or the blue concentrator from Grindelwald. Of course, there is also the food ingredients shown by Professor Flivi. Self-processing mantras require a fairly deep foundation of mantras as a support. However, compared to the rest of the professors, Professor Flivi, the Dean of Ravenclaw College, made Elena feel a little bit helpless. After all, according to the situation in the original book, the only way to be favored by Professor Flitwick is to follow the example of Hermione and be a smart, diligent and good student. Perhaps, I should take some time to secretly go to Ravenclaw to update some question banks for Eaglering, then pretend to be inadvertent, and give some hints to Professor Flitwick and some of the little eagles trapped on the floor outside Ravenclaw Tower. While Elena was still thinking about how to get on the line with Professor Flivi, she suddenly heard her name coming from the front. Today we first learn a very basic curse, the light curse. Miss Elena Caslana, please come to the front of the podium. Today's second chapter is here. Good night. So the current amount owed equals 2 chapters. Oh, are you demons? Why are you all so active all of a sudden? It really makes Fat Chicken both tangled and happy. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. It doesn't matter what the monthly pass is, it shouldn't be the first one. Hey hey. Question mark dot. P.S. You absolutely forgot to give the lovely Elena the refill again. Ha. Fat Chicken Paws. Chapter 314, 10 years are too long, sees the day. Undoubtedly, no matter what age, form and genre of wizards, light curse, or lighting is an indispensable basic skill, and its principle is the simplest and rude existence: just release energy. Up. Lumos fluorescence blink. Elena took out her wand and read it softly, and a little white light appeared on the tip of her wand. After honed and familiar with the castle of Newmangate, she no longer needs to use a wand to assist in casting spells like a beginner. The soft spot of light escaped the wand silently and hovered in the classroom like an elf. Quite wonderful spell control skills. Hufflepuff adds 5 points. Professor Flitwick applauded lightly, staring at the light spot flying over the classroom, and nodded in surprise. I have to say, Ms. Castellana, your understanding of the curse is deeper than I thought. You know, according to his original idea, he just wants Elena to cast a spell step by step to increase the self-confidence and motivation of the other little wizards, and then give the girl a few biscuits as a reward. However, since Elena showed the spell manipulation skills that won't be involved until Hogwarts 5th grade, then Professor Flitwick will naturally not be stingy with such a trivial score from the rest of the little guys in the classroom. Judging from the expression on the above, the effect was obviously better than what he expected. Actually, it's just a very basic operation. Elena waved her hand modestly, and replied lightly. However, unlike the calmness she expressed in her words, the little dumb hair on the girl's head stood up with a sound of boo and dangled proudly, obviously very happy. In many cases, the foundation is precisely the most difficult and important part, especially in the study of spells. All shortcuts and laziness will cause you to suffer bitter results at some time in the future. Professor Flitwick shook his head slightly. His eyes swept across the excited and immature faces in the classroom. His tone was solemn, and he said solemnly, "Therefore, rather than blindly pursuing the number of spells, I hope you can, like Miss Castellana, consciously slow down in the early stages of learning, and master every lesson learned in class." Spell. Now, let's go back to the most basic gestures and pronunciation, and start practicing. What can I do in the first spell class? It is nothing more than some of the most basic precautions, spell syllables, and practice of wand swing gestures. For example, at least let the students know how to hold a magic wand gracefully, instead of using a troll or curly baboon to cast a spell by waving a stick. In other words, try not to point the tip of the wand when casting a spell. Classmates, or yourself, or rather, correct some little wizard's strange mouth addictions and tail sounds. After finishing the wonderful magic spell presentation, Professor Filthy spent at least half a class to explain this knowledge, and an ear to correct the mistakes of some little wizards. However, even so, in the subsequent practice of the magic spell, there are only a few little wizards who can fully release the fluorescent flicker, to be precise, except for Malfoy, Gore, and Carrot, who have opened a small stove in advance. Apart from the cloth, the only person who really mastered the class in class was Hannah Abbott. Most of the little wizards just flashed the tip of their wand slightly when they were off get out of class. If it is slightly better, it is estimated that it can flash for 1 or 2 seconds, but it can't be maintained continuously and steadily. Not to mention that it can flexibly control the light spot to fly around like Elena. As the get out of class was about to end, Professor Flitwick also specially comforted the little wizards who failed. Throughout the years of Hogwarts, especially compared to their seniors and sisters, they are in this class. It is already the highest overall strength. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and as time goes by, they will master the spell faster and faster. After the spell class is over, the afternoon class for the first year little wizards is over. Since there is still a curse class on Thursday, and this is the first class, Professor Filthy did not give too much homework. He just said that he will be in the next class. Take a rough look at the class mastery of fluorescence flicker. As a junior student who just entered school, from 3:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. if there are classes in the evening, It is a free time for them to arrange at will. With the ringing of the bell after class, almost all the little wizards showed a relaxed and cheerful expression on their faces, gathering in twos and threes to discuss the next schedule. But for Elena, there is no choice. As a potions assistant teacher, she has to hurry to the potions classroom on the ground floor of the castle under Hannah's guidance. "Sister Elena, I will help you get the book." At this moment, a familiar voice came from Elena's ear. Elena turned her head and saw that Draco Malfoy was also following her, and behind him were the two sturdy little chubby guys, Gore and Crabbe. Except for Elena, who is obviously above average, Draco Malfoy is undoubtedly the most dazzling little wizard in the spell class today. As a member of the Moonlight Eight, the fluorescence flashes for him naturally. There are no problems. In fact, as the second little wizard in the class who successfully released the fluorescent flicker, he also won valuable points for his academy. Although only 2 points, it is enough for him to establish himself in the first grade of Slytherin. Authoritative. And while enjoying the envy of the other little wizards, this made Draco Malfoy once again determined. As long as he followed the head of Sister Elena, he would seize a bright future. "Well, thank you." Since there is free labor, Elena will not be polite. By the way, he threw the textbook in Hannah's arms to the 3 boys, and then happily took Hannah's arm and walked towards the underground classroom. "By the way, Malfoy, did those seniors bully you afterwards?" As I walked, Elena suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "If I remember correctly, they robbed the fish I gave you last week, right?" "It's okay. They are seniors after all, so it's a big deal to avoid them." Draco Malfoy's face became stiff, and he smiled awkwardly. "Besides, I'm also from the Malfoy family anyway, and they dare not do too much on the bright side." So, Elena glanced at the expression on Malfoy's face and nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Find out where they are in class tonight." The ancients said, "It is not too late for a gentleman to avenge him in 10 years. However, for the careful Demon King, 10 years are too long, and the time is right. Here is no doubt that tonight is a very appropriate time. There is only 1 chapter today. Don't wait any longer." Suddenly I was a little bit sad and worried. Starting from the next chapter, I was about to push the timeline forward, a bit reluctant. "So the amount owed now, how come it has become 3 chapters again?" "Oh, are you demons? Why are you all so active all of a sudden?" It really makes Fat Chicken both tangled and happy, especially at this moment of adjusting the writing progress and timeline. "It's so sad, Cuckoo. Ask Jang to say. Jang said that the 500 plus more rules continue to open!" P.S. You absolutely forgot to give the lovely Elena the refill again. Remember, it's Elena Caslana, not a little dumb hare! You half-hearted fat chicken. Pause, look at it clearly and click again! Humphrey. PS2, join the group to receive benefits. The chapter below is about rewards. Remember to receive the award after chatting. Asking for a day off. A little uncomfortable. Just got off the plane. A little airsick. Today's update should be too late. Not surprisingly, today should have eaten too much. After all, fat chicken is always hard to refuse delicious food. A little statistics. I ordered a braised beef noodle, a spinach chicken rice, 2 snacks, 2 boxes of dried bamboo shoots, a small meal bag, 2 small bags of spicy dried radish, a cup of wangloji, a cup of orange juice, a cup of Kixi, a cup Hun. I feel uncomfortable. Chapter 315 Snape's Request. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the deep castle bell rang on time and quickly spread to all corners of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The last class of every afternoon was over. The students left the classroom in relief and walked towards the auditorium on the first floor of the castle in groups, waiting for the arrival of the sumptuous dinner. There is no doubt that the cold potions class underground classroom has never been a place to be nostalgic for. As Professor Snape finished his homework and announced the end of Get Out of Class, in less than 3 minutes, the classroom instantly became empty. leaving only Elena and Snape. Today's lesson is much easier than yesterday. It would be nice if it was like this every day. Elena straightened up, stretched her waist hard, and said with a sigh, compared with the hurried hands and feet that faced the third-grade Pippi Shrimp yesterday, the fifth-grade students have clearly mastered the way to survive in the potions class, except for one or two Lavin who accidentally cut their fingers because of distraction. Outside of the little wizard Crow, there is almost no place where Elena can heal her magic. HMPH, if they are in the 5th grade and they are still the same as the lower graders, then they don't need to have this year's L's. Rather than being embarrassed in front of the officials of the Ministry of Magic, it is better to just repeat all the grades and relearn. Snape snorted without turning his head, whispered in his usual indifference and mocking tone, while waving his wand to clean up the potion stains remaining on the table. Although theoretically speaking, the cleaning of the classrooms could be completely delegated to the house elves, but most of the professors, including Snape, still insist on personally controlling and in charge of their classrooms. That's right, I almost forgot. The 5th grade is a freshman, so speaking, they are really under a lot of pressure this year. Elena continued to sort out some messy potion material storage cabinets, and pointed out clearly, Hogwarts 5th grade is a fairly obvious watershed. If you compare it to the non-magical world, it is actually a bit similar to the 9-year compulsory education that Elena received in her previous life. At the end of the year, every student will face the assessment from the Wizarding Examination Administration of the Ministry of Magic Ordinary Wizarding Level Results, or LS for short. According to Professor McGonagall, if you want to find a decent job in the magical world in the future, the smartest way is to get an excellent O in the 5th grade. LS test as much as possible, because to some extent, this is also the only academic certificate in the magic world. It will show a full range of the learning situation of a wizard during school in addition to the 7 compulsory courses of potions, herbalism, spells, transformation, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, and astronomy. There are 5 an elective course. Note: click to expand. The exam after the 7th grade is actually closer to a kind of existence between a professional title certificate and a professional certificate. This exam has an important impact on future jobs. In order to pass the exam, 5th grade students must spend the year like a Knight Maroon. In today's magical world, where jobs are increasingly scarce, even if it is an operator and an operator from the Ministry of Magic, the front desk staff also need more than 6 good staff. Feeling pressure? It's because they don't work hard enough. If they can spend half of their energy on chatting, Quidditch, dating, these things, they can put half of their energy on the previous daily study. At least they can. It's more than twice as good as the current performance. While talking, Snape, who had already reorganized the potions classroom, turned around, walked to the podium, and drew out a few bottles of potions reagents made by the students in this lesson. Asked indifferently, "Speaking of, Elena, these days, I seem to have heard some rumors about me in school. It is said that some rumors about me are still spreading. Who have you heard about such things recently? Ever? A? Question mark, exclamation mark." Elena, who was facing Snape and squatting in front of the storage cabinet to sort out the potion materials, froze. The little dull hair on top of her head suddenly felt aroused. Her heart seemed to stop for a second, and her brain quickly started to revolve, trying to answer calmly. "Well, no, you know, I just went back to school yesterday." "These things are not very clear." "That's right, you were with Mr. Otto last week." Snape nodded disapprovingly, put the potion bottle in his hand back on the wooden shelf, exchanged another bottle for inspection, squinted his eyes to reveal a touch of coldness, and whispered to himself, "And as far as I know, it's still made up in a style. It seems that it should be the child of some old classmate." Over the past few days, Snape can clearly feel that many little wizards in the school, even the ghosts in the castle, and even some professors have seen some subtle changes in his eyes. And the most obvious thing is that whenever he passed by recently, the number of students who took the initiative to greet him began to increase. Before that, Except for the students of Slytherin, most of the students from the other three schools were in front of him. They are all like wooden people. Of course, under the trend of curiosity, Snape naturally paid attention to the gossip stories recently circulating on campus, and even used the majesty and privilege of the professor. Although he did not hear the full version, he still vaguely heard some of the most widely spread fragments. For example, something was bullied by bad students in Gryffindor when he was in school, so he was especially targeted at Gryffindor. In fact, he was the unsung hero who resisted the Dark Lord 10 years ago, so he was exceptionally appointed as the youngest dean of Hogwarts. Even Madame Pomfrey was knocking at the dining table and asked if he had ever had a curse on his face that made his expression control more rigid. And the most outrageous, and the most annoying to Snape, are the various versions circulating among the girls, but without exception, they all end in tragedy, about his various lingering and beautiful love stories. Elena, I know you are well known among students. Snape slowly put down the reagent bottle in his hand, and spoke slowly and softly. His voice seemed to be squeezed from between his teeth, with a touch of awkward friendliness. I know that you are a good boy with ideals and don't pay too much attention to these silly rumors. But, if you can, help me pay attention to who these rumors came from. But, Elena swallowed a little nervously, and the tension in her heart eased slightly. Undoubtedly, judging from the current conversation, Professor Snape should have just mentioned it casually, and did not fix the target of suspicion on her, but made some routine mistakes. This is not difficult to understand. After all, she is just a freshman who has just entered the non-magical world. It is impossible for those plausible old things to pass from her mouth. If I remember correctly, you should have a Slytherin college uniform now. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched, and he tried to ask in his softest voice, only to find that because he hadn't studied this tone for a long time, the effect he sent out was more like a threat. Yes, Professor. Elena paused, wondering what Snape meant. It belongs to you, keep it. And, from now on, you will have a bed of your own in the female dormitory of the Slytherin College common room, just like Gryffindor College. As the basic welfare of the teaching assistant in the potions class, this is my only right. Snape glanced at the little silver hoard witch in front of him who had been busy for the whole class, and almost finished the potion materials. The potion professor's eyes eased a little, shrugged, and said in a gentle voice as much as possible. At the same time, if you have any problems with potions, or if you want to make potions, or need some rare potion materials, you can come to my office to find me. I heard from Mr. Apocalypse. You seem to have many interesting ideas in potions. I have to say that with the help of this little guy, the potions class experience is indeed quite good. If there is a date or panel display, Elena may be able to see the whole class time. Snape's favorability has been silently +1, +1, +2, +1, +1, +3. Of course, Snape would never admit it. Part of the reason is that the noon soup shabu beef tastes really good, and compared to the deliciousness of the beef shabu, it is the strange aftertaste. Relaxed dining atmosphere. Since the cute, beautiful, kind, and gentle Lily got closer and closer to the arrogant, hateful, rich, powerful, arrogant, and stupid James Potter, more than 10 years have passed. Now, Snape hadn't experienced this kind of small-scale dinner party for a long time. The only flaw is that Elena's dipping sauce is a bit too spicy. Today's first chapter is a 3,000-word chapter, so please can it be a chapter 1.5? Are you all demons? Absolutely fat devil. Yesterday's leave slip can be filled with 500 chapters saying. So now the amount owed is 3 + 2 = 5. Is it 5 chapters? The pit I dug myself. I have to jump down with tears, and continue the code word Grey Hue. Ask Jang to say. Jang said that the 500+ more rules continue to open. P.S. You absolutely forgot to give the lovely Elena the refill again. Remember, It's Elena Caslana, not a little dumb hare! Exclamation mark. You half-hearted fat chicken. Pause, look at it clearly and click again! Exclamation mark. Humphrey. PS2, join the group to receive benefits. The chapter below is about rewards. Remember to receive the award after chatting. Chapter 316, Miss Justice. Today's dinner is destined to be longer than usual. Almost everyone looked at the dinner plate in front of them solemnly, with a sad expression as if they had just learned that Christmas had been cancelled. In fact, for most of the little wizards, it was almost the same, because just before the meal started, Professor Dumbledore and the deans of the 4 colleges jointly announced several new school regulations. 1. Starting today, all the little wizards with more than 1 kilogram of food left on the plate will receive 1 hour of Hogwarts vegetable field learning and farming activities. 2. Beginning this weekend, the Hogwarts vegetable garden will be divided into 4 areas, which will be managed and planted by students from the 4 colleges on weekends, and the vegetables grown will also be supplied to the tables of their respective colleges. 3. Starting from this semester, Professor Sprout and Professor Snape will spend part of the time in the classroom every week to train all students in daily life skills. The specific implementation will be based on the 2 professors' flexible adjustment of teaching plan. Undoubtedly, after witnessing the shocking waste in the Hogwarts kitchen at noon today, all the professors, including Dumbledore, aside from disappointment and indignation, unanimously made up their minds to treat the students. The bad habit of wasting food is corrected. In order to ensure the smooth development of the entire Hogwarts School of Agriculture activities, after leaving the kitchen, Albus Dumbledore even personally sent letters to the school board members one by one, informing them of what happened in the Hogwarts kitchen. In order to increase the persuasive power, he also adopted Eleanor's suggestion, and attached a magical picture as evidence in the letter. Of course, the effect is quite uniform and obvious. Even the most stubborn pureblood family has only one meaning in the reply to Dumbledore: take care. Rest assured and boldly teach these prodigal little guys, especially those children in their family. In fact, Eleanor's reminder is not wrong. It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. To the greenhouse flowers of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who have been habitually raised since childhood and have hardly done any work, whether it is a half-day deprivation of weekends or study farming activities, it seems to be torture. The same exists. Since the professors announced the new school rules, the entire auditorium has become like a large honeycomb. Are the professors crazy? What's the big deal about wasting some food? He'll write to my uncle tonight. At the long Slytherin table, a green grass boy knocked down the table hard, shook his knife and fork with a ding-dong, and exclaimed dissatisfiedly that his uncle was a member of the school board. Farming, that's all the work of inferior people and house elves. I won't go. Timur's ear hugged his arm and said with a look of disgust, glanced at the direction of the teacher's bench, and lowered his voice. Wait, tomorrow the owl will definitely overwhelm the teacher's bench. Unbelievable. Dumbledore is really old, as my dad always said. What's even harder is that the deans will let him go, and how is it possible? Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows, looked at most of the untouched food on the plate, hesitated a little, and calmly pushed one of the oi eater to the next plate. Gore, crab, you guys help me eat. Damn, I don't want to play mud just because I haven't finished my food. Not only the little wizards of Slytherin College with rich lives, even the children of certain wizard families who have worked experience, the expressions on their faces are not much better. Or to be precise, because I have been down to the ground, I understand the taste of hard work better. Oh, Harry. Trust me, vegetable growing and herbal medicine classes are completely two concepts. Ron sighed heavily, patted Harry, who was blank beside him with a bitter face, and said earnestly, there is a vegetable field in front of my house. My mother will grow some potatoes, carrots, cabbage and so on. Every holiday, except for Bill and Charlie, who are already working, all the other boys also run. If you don't lose it, you have to work on the ground. Boy, no, We are all poor house elves," Fred added with a grimace. "If you can't finish your work, no one is allowed to eat at the table," George said with lingering fear, imitating Mrs. Weasley's tone. "I think there is nothing wrong with what Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall said. Think about it. If the potatoes in front of you were all grown by your mother, and then your mother found out that you throw them away after one bite." Percy, who was sitting not far away, tapped the goblet with a spoon, and said in a serious tone, the prefect's emblem on her chest gleaming, "Percy, are you the devil?" "Oh, Percy, don't say such terrible things during dinner. Since you became a superior, you have become more and more boring." Imagining the scene for a moment, the other three boys in the Weasley family shuddered in unison, bowed their heads obediently, and each started struggling to wipe out the food on their plates. The same scene occurred in all corners of the entire auditorium. Almost all the little wizards were whispering and talking, and this situation even began to become more and more intense after the meal was over and after leaving the auditorium. However, at this time, no one noticed that Elena, who has always liked to talk, was unexpectedly quiet this time, as if she were a non-existent transparent person. Whether it was during the meal in the auditorium or the astronomy class that followed in the evening, with a profound smile, quietly holding his cheeks, listening to how the little wizards condemned and complained indignantly, and how to write a complaint to the family together. Astronomy class, in Eleanor's view, this may be the most boring class. The telescopes used in the magic world to observe the starry sky are mainly traditional naked eye observations. Even with the addition of various fancy magic enhancement effects, their essence still has not changed much. What they need to do in each class is to use the telescope to observe the starry sky under the leadership of Professor Aurora Sinister, and then learn the names of different constellations and the trajectories of the planets, such as the position of the North Star in different seasons and Orion in the starry sky. Which direction? In this discipline of observing objective stars, although Professor Sinister worked hard and dedicated his work, the magical world has fallen far behind the non-magical world. In the face of this gap in civilization levels, it is not based on experience and hard work alone. It can be made up. Therefore, Elena had to work hard to restrain the little foolish hair on her head, and act as an ignorant little wizard as much as possible, without questioning and supplementing the content of Professor Sinister's teaching. Perhaps one day, wizards will realize the paleness and simplicity of traditional astronomy in the magical world, but before that, Elena has not yet wanted to increase her burden and the difficulty of learning. The history of magic has no way to sleep, so you have to find one. Lessons are used to balance sleep time. After finally getting through the astronomy get out of class, Elena got up from the table, rubbed her eyes sleepily, and looked at a little wizard with pale blonde hair who was already approaching the door. "Draco, stop. What are you doing?" "Send a letter to complain." "Sister Elena, we have discussed it, and we are going to write letters to our homes." Seeing Elena walking slowly, Draco Malfoy proudly raised his chest and replied calmly. With the prestige among the first-year students these days, he felt that he could imitate Eleanor's and lead everyone in the first year to do something meaningful together, and this time it was an excellent boom. Elena slowly retracted her fist, and glanced at Malfoy, who was holding his head with a blank face. "For the sake of you being my cover, I will give you a compassionate advice. If you don't want to receive a yelling letter or be deducted pocket money later, it is best not to do so." Hogwarts messenger and letter-receiving logic have been rechanged, but all parents who write a question will receive an automatic reply with pictures and texts, which includes various close-up photos of their children's food wasting. Data. Regarding this point, whether it is Professor McGonagall, Professor Flyvey, Professor Dumbledore, or the house elves at Hogwarts, they are all fully prepared. Hundreds of house elves are on standby at any time to ensure let every parent or person in the magical world get a satisfactory answer. As for the response of the parents who received the reply, this is not within Eleanor's consideration. After all, this belongs to each student's own housework. and each family has its own way of educating children. Since you dare to waste food, you must be mentally prepared to pay the price. This is a fair thing. Anyway, writing or something is not your schedule tonight. Looking at the doubtful Malfoy, Elena didn't intend to explain too much. If Draco Malfoy insists on going to death, with his father Lucius Malfoy's stubborn businessman character, he will definitely teach this prodigal bear child a lesson he will never forget. Now, take me to find those Slytherin seniors who robbed you of your fish. Some things should be settled. Elena squeezed her fingers, made a rhythmic click, and narrowed her eyes. Bullying on campus is one of the things she hates most in her life. Listen, Draco. In the face of bullying and threats, blindly compromise will only make things worse. Never give up hope and struggle. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Tonight, I am justice. Rue. Today's second chapter is still a 3,000-word chapter! 1.5 plus 1.5 equals 3. In this way, Fat Chicken paid 2 chapters in one breath today. Right? Now, listen to my reasoning. The starting point is that one chapter can be sent out with a minimum of 1,000 words, so if you use the number of chapters to calculate the debt, it must be my cutest Fat Chickens. In order to ensure fairness, Fat Chicken adopts a fair value measurement method. That is to say, it is reasonable to use the current default 2K chapter as the standard for calculation. Draw out the wand. Oh, the soul is out of the body. So the current owed amount is 52 equals 3, and there are only 3 chapters left. Righteous. Ask Jang to say. Ask Jang to say. Jang said that the 500 plus more rules continue to open! Exclamation mark. P.S. Remember, it's okay to talk more in the book review area. Fat Chicken can't get benefits every day, so irritable. Irritable. PS2. Remember to enter the full subscription group to receive benefits. One group 862,074,819 almost full, the second group 833,088,074, and then the chapter says rewards after chatting. Remember to accept the rewards. PS3. Well, the chapter says that welfare is still available, until 2250. The chapter Go, ask for a day off. It's a bit uncomfortable. Chapter says 653. You are definitely the devil, right? Exclamation mark. Drop the table. Chapter 317 Provocation and Charm. In the evening, the second floor of Hogwarts, the History of Magic classroom. The 4th grade students who had finally made it to the end of Get Out of Class yawned and walked out of the classroom in 2s and 3s. The History of Magic is the most boring course on their curriculum. Except for Elena's 1st grade, almost no class of students can concentrate in the low and monotonous voice of Professor Binns. Hey, it's finally over, God. I can't wait to go back to sleep. Slytherin Quidditch batter Peregrine Drake stood up, yawned long, and picked up the textbook that hadn't been opened at all. Like a strong gorilla, shaking staggered towards the door. But speaking of it, buddy. Beside him, Lucian Ball, who also serves as a college batsman, moved a somewhat stiff neck and asked, roughly, "What are you going to do about the regulations announced by the professors in the auditorium tonight? Is there anything to think about?" Naturally, I followed the rules first. Anyway, nothing changed. Professor Dumbledore and the deans of the 4 colleges jointly announced that even those stupid Gryffindors would not choose to be positive. To provoke. That's right, it seems that every time we eat, we have to pay attention to the amount taken. No, I said nothing has changed. Before Bolt could finish speaking, Peregrine Drake grinned, smiled happily, and shook his fingers triumphantly. Just find a low-grade student and give him all the food left on the plate. What to take the weight, and what to go to the vegetable garden to grow, are all issues that the little guys need to consider and worry about. The little guy in the lower grade. Sure, I really have you. Lucian Bowl didn't react at once, but soon understood the way Derek wanted to express his response, and suddenly patted Derek on the back, showing the same happy smile. Undoubtedly, Every college at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry strives to give the little wizards a feeling of a big family. Almost all students who go out from Hogwarts regard the school as their other home. However, just as there is no exactly the same family in this world, the atmosphere and culture of each college is also quite different. After experiencing the Voldemort period more than 10 years ago, the survival rules of Slytherin College have inevitably undergone some subtle changes. The grace, shrewdness, nobility, leadership, and yearning power that were once admired gradually began to fade. It has changed into a cold jungle. Lord Strong is respected, and the upper and lower sides are distinct. Except for a handful of young wizards with outstanding talents and strong family powers, the lower grade students with weak physical and magical abilities are of course at the lowest end of the college's food chain. As a background board, the upper grade students can feel the power brought in advance, the charm and joy of coming. And as time goes by, when these lower grades enter the upper grades, without anyone's drive and teaching, they will naturally follow the example of those seniors, continue this deformed and cruel college atmosphere, and enjoy and exercise them with peace of mind. Their rights. The devil, the reason why he is called the devil, is not just because of the terrible things he has done. More importantly, the influence and imprint he caused usually lasts for a long time. This subtle habit and thought will not disappear immediately after the Demon King is defeated by a passionate hero, unless Tusk, you too, it's really shameless. And you don't have a long memory. Elena hugged her arms, leaned against the wall of the corridor outside the History of Magic classroom, glanced at the two senior Slytherin students who were stunned at the door of the classroom, and said slowly, "Yes, you are talking about these two stupid orangutans. They react so slowly. It seems that when you are playing Quidditch in the sky, you are often hit by the tail of the broomstick." "Sister, you." Draco Malfoy opened his eyes and looked at Elena in a panic. "This is different from what I said before." Elena's previous statement was to convince the two seniors in a reasonable way, and not, unexpectedly, "You dare to come to the door?" Derek sneered as he reacted, squeezed his knuckles creaking, gave Malfoy, who was standing behind Elena menacingly, and walked straight towards the two of them. "Very well, Malfoy. Do you really think any big sister in the first grade can support you? Or do you think that if you succeed in a fluke attack, you can really provoke the seniors? You know, since last week's battle between the two houses, he and Bol, who fell first, have almost become the laughingstock of the entire Slytherin College. There are various versions circulating in the school about how they were first graded. The story of Elena beating down alone. After coming out of the school hospital, the two of them had already suffocated their anger, wanting to teach Elena a lesson. It's just that Elena rarely acts alone, and Hufflepuff students are more united. They have been unable to find a suitable opportunity to regain their face, and can only vent their anger to the other first-year Slytherin wizard's body. "Don't mess around, this is the door of the classroom, there are so many people." Seeing the two menacing tall boys, Draco Malfoy swallowed and said calmly, following the confrontation of the four, many students who were about to leave the magic history classroom stopped subconsciously, and began to look around in a low voice. However, it was only limited to onlookers, and no one dared to come up to stop them. After all, apart from the Slytherin students, there were only the little wizards of Ravenclaw School who had always been bad at fighting. But even so, it was enough to make Derek sober. This was the second floor of the castle, and Professor McGonagall's office was not far upstairs. "HMPH, you are lucky today. I don't care about you." Peregrine Drake looked around, stopped reluctantly, waved his fist bitterly, and looked viciously at Malfoy, who was standing next to Elena. "Draco, if you have the ability, don't go back to the lounge today, otherwise—" "To scum." The girl's voice echoed in the corridor, especially clear. As if it was a slap, it slapped Derek and Bol on the faces heavily. "Okay?" Derek squinted dangerously and looked at Elena with a bad look. "You say it again and try again." "It's an interesting request, so I can say a few more words." Elena smiled slightly, pushed away Malfoy, who was in front of her, and walked in the direction of Derek and Bolan hurriedly. Dross. Maggots. Useless. Bullying and afraid of hard rubbish. Every time a word was uttered, Elena took a small step forward, and Peregrine Drake's face was ugly. Why, am I wrong? You guys, you only know the maggots that bully new students and make people sick. Elena raised her head, a dangerous look flashed in her eyes. The Lake Blue eyes watched Derek quietly, a layer of inconspicuous magic shimmer appeared on her delicate face. She whispered softly, "The magical talent derived from Va's blood is more than just an increase in favorability." "Shut up, asshole." Seeing Elena's face, Derek felt that the strained string in his mind suddenly broke, and he clenched his fist and smashed it towards the little guy in front of him, as if he had met the most hated person in his life. Same. Finally, can't help but take the initiative. Elena raised the corner of her mouth, calmly raised her petite palm, and patted it lightly in the direction of Derek's fists. When it's a pity that she is no longer the harmless little witch a week ago. There is only one chapter today, currently owed more quantity, 5 chapters. Important notice! Exclamation mark. Thanks for the reminder from a kind little fat chicken. Jang said that there is no upper limit, and this event has lost its fairness, so it will be suspended indefinitely from now on. Repeat it again. After 500 chapters, the add-on event has been temporarily cancelled, and the response time is yet to be determined. P.S. The add change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, plus 10 chapters the next month. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, 1 more chapter will be added. PS2, the previous O is still effective. The fat chicken speaks for words. Is it very cute? PS3, remember to enter the full booking group to receive the benefits. One group 8,620,774,319 almost full. The second group 833,088,074, and then the chapter says rewards after chatting. Remember to accept the rewards. Chapter 318. We still don't know what happened in the classroom that day. Within a few seconds, everything was over. When the onlookers reacted, Derek and Bol, who were still aggressive a few seconds ago, were already lying in the corner, holding their arms, and wailing in pain. In order to ensure that the defensive counter-attack can be triggered accurately, Elena deliberately aimed at the fists they waved over, perhaps for them. Fainting directly is an extremely happy thing. Be quiet. Can you be brave? Looking at the 2 big men shrunken in the corner of the wall, Elena rubbed her forehead with a headache. Looking at such a big guy, how could they not help thinking that when they were in Salzburg, the wizards of the Austrian Ministry of Magic, each of them suffered 3 enhanced attacks? Could it be said that over time and age, not only magic, but also the physical fitness of wizards will slightly improve? This is terrible, and the starter didn't pay attention to the severity, and may have to be trained by Dumbledore again. When Elena was a little bit distressed, the wailing in her ear seemed to become louder and louder. My hand. I'm dying. My God. I'm dying. Elena came back to her senses, raised her eyebrows and looked at the 2 boys who were still howling. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitched. Well, being able to make such a puffy sound proves that these 2 guys are really just a little bit. It's just spoiled. Boom. A clear and small fist print appeared on the stone wall of Hogwarts, and scattered rubble fell rustlingly. I saw Elena rubbing her wrist and snorted coldly. Okay, if you don't want to be beaten, just shut up. Accompanied by the clear and pleasant voices of the 3 generations of the Black Demon King, Derek and Bor, who were still yelling, trembled all over. Their eyes fell on the fist marks on the stone wall, revealing a trace of fear, and involuntarily closed their mouths. The corridor quieted down for an instant, leaving only the painful gasps that was deliberately suppressed, and the sound of a crowd of little wizards swallowing their saliva neatly. Is this really a first-year freshman? It's already time for get out of class. Seniors and sisters, I suggest you go back to the dormitory early to rest. Elena turned around, Her eyes were drawn across the fourth graders, and she whispered with a smile on her face. "Or you plan to stay and see what will happen afterwards? Is there any fun, something, affection, etc.?" I have to say that the influence between people is mutual. For the past 2 days, Elena has been spending more than 3 hours with Professor Snape every day, and her tone of unconscious vagueness also brings a sense of slowness like Snape, but extraordinarily dangerous. Cough, cough, so sleepy. Go back to bed. Go to bed. There is still a whole day of class tomorrow, which is really a headache. Today's history of magic is really interesting. Don't you take notes? Copy it for me. In the desperate eyes of Derek and Ball, the other fourth-grade little wizards glanced at each other, tacitly changed the subject, ha, hugged their textbooks and quickly left the door of the History of Magic classroom. Even the fourth-year students who are also Slytherin College didn't mean to stay at all. The message that Elena's fist imprint left on the stone wall can express is obvious enough. The shrewd Slytherins will not be stupid at this time, let alone the way of getting along in Slytherin College. It's different from the intimate relationship of Hufflepuff. In less than a minute, the entire classroom and corridors became empty. Only 2 desperate and trembling little wizards were left, a lovely third-generation Dark Lord, and the righteous partner whose morale was so high that she was about to explode behind her. "Then, there are only 4 of us left." Elena tapped her index finger on her lips, said thoughtfully, showing a kind smile. "Don't be afraid, this is actually a misunderstanding. The main purpose of my coming tonight is not to fight and retaliate, but to reason with you. After all, everyone has to be classmates for so many years." While talking, Elena grabbed Derek and Ball's ankles with both hands, ignored the violent struggle of the two, and effortlessly dragged them towards the empty magic history classroom, as if it were like holding 2 light balloons. "Don't be afraid, my healing magic is very proficient and won't leave any scars. Don't worry, I'm a professional." "Draco, why are you standing stupid? Come here and help close the classroom door." Oh, okay, big sister." No one knows what happened in that classroom. Many students privately speculated that Derek and Ball had experienced extremely cruel torture. But what is strange is that there are no scars on their bodies. Even the previously twisted and fractured arm recovered as before, except for the dust on the robe. Nothing seemed to have happened. When both the professor and the other students asked about this, the 2 of them also insisted that they were all exaggerated rumors. They were just chatting with the first-year Elena for a quarter of an hour. Similarly, the fist mark on the wall at the entrance of the magic history classroom also mysteriously disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. All that happened on that day was the dictation of the students present. The only thing that can prove that something really happened that night. That is, Derek and Ball also began to learn from other first-year freshmen, and began to call Elena the eldest sister. As well as, in the potions class the next afternoon, when Elena's hands lit up the healing magic text, Derek suddenly stood up like a convulsive wind, and touched the cauldron on the table to the ground, causing a while the confusion is of course, and Slytherin College also got the first deduction in the potions class this semester. Otherwise, Hogwarts finally spent the day in peace. It is worth mentioning that the defense against the Dark Arts class, which Gryffindor and Hufflepuff freshmen are looking forward to, seems to have also attracted the attention of Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Otto Apocalypse. The 2 of them wandered past the door of the classroom almost every few minutes, and finally stood not far from the door of the classroom, chatting quietly while observing the situation inside the classroom. This made almost everyone in the classroom very nervous, and the poorest one was Professor Quirrell. As a new professor who has just entered Hogwarts, he may wish to perform in front of Professor Dumbledore too much. Even Harry, who was sitting in the back of the classroom, could clearly see Professor Quirrell's trembling hands. The wand and books in his hand were picked up from time to time, and then put down again, as if he didn't know what he wanted to do. The whole class naturally became a joke. Perhaps it was because Dumbledore was too nervous. Professor Quirrell's stuttering level reached a new height. He could not even tell a long section of the teaching content completely. He had to face the whole class with his back on the blackboard. When writing on the blackboard, Quirrell's voice seemed a little calmer. Professor Quirrell is so pitiful. He hasn't used his teaching ability at all if Professor Dumbledore doesn't come to listen. His performance may be better. At dinner, Hermione was cutting the steak in front of her, while whispering to Elena next to her. For an outstanding student who is eager to learn knowledge, today's defense against the dark arts class really disappointed her. Professor Quirrell's lecture content is not even as useful as her self-study. Perhaps. But in that case, Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Otto might have to be frightened. Elena curled her lips, cut the steak with an unhappy face, and replied absent-mindedly. You know, just because she helped Malfoy get justice last night, she was told by these two fussing old people in the principal's office that she took turns nagging for a whole noon and made her go to the Hogwarts kitchen accurately. The plan to teach the elves about the Wellington steak production process had to be postponed until tomorrow. She wasn't stupid. She was doing things in front of the second-generation Dark Lord who was in a worrisome mental state to attract attention. Didn't that take away the last things about the true protagonist Harry Potter? As for why she would sit and eat with Hermione, the reason is simple. Hufflepuff's first-year class every Wednesday, from the first herbal medicine lesson in the morning to the following two defense against the dark arts lessons, all day with Gryffindor. And in the evening, Elena will also have an extra astronomy class with Gryffindor College. Of course, in addition to this, there will also be a flight class on Thursday and a potion class on Friday morning. Therefore, according to the agreement between Hermione and Hannah, Elena wears Gryffindor uniforms every Wednesday and Friday, and sleeps in the Gryffindor dormitory at night. There is still only one chapter today. Finally, fast forward to the timeline. Who tomorrow will start from heaven. There are still 5 chapters currently owed. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, one more chapter will be added. Currently it is 1188. PS2, the previous O is still effective. Fat Chicken Talks, isn't it cute? PS3, remember to enter the full subscription group to receive the benefits. The second group is 833,088,074, and then the chapter says the rewards after chatting. Remember to receive the rewards. PS4, the full subscription group has a monthly cash red envelope reward of 3,000 yuan plus, and you can also sign up to participate in the monthly koi lottery. The winning little fat chicken can directly receive a 1,000 yuan cash red envelope at present. The number of applicants is still very small. This month registration deadline 7.28. Chapter 319 Binary Reverse Transformation Architecture Magic. Elena, today's first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Are you really okay? At breakfast on Thursday morning, Hannah looked through the school schedule and asked worriedly. Although according to Professor McGonagall's explanation, the reason why Elena fainted before was because she touched the field of high-level polymorphism by accidentally hitting her, causing the backlash caused by the loss of magic. But I don't know why. Hannah always feels that it is not a simple accident. In her impression, Elena always has a very clear purpose. Even if it is seemingly mischievous, it must be hidden afterwards. Logic. In other words, there is a high possibility that anything that happens to Elena will not be just a one-time accidental product. Not to mention, after seeing Elena's accomplishments in the explosive spell, Hannah would never believe that this white-haired ball would make a low-level mistake in simple transformation. Don't worry, I have found a solution. And when I tried it before, it was all successful. Elena forks a small piece of Egg Benedict and puts it in her mouth, and replied in a relaxed tone. The essence of magic is profound and mysterious. If you want to explore its laws, you must go through a series of careful and complicated learning and preparation work. For her, She doesn't need to rush for a while. As for the courses of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, although the subjects are slightly different from those of the traditional non-magic school, if you look at it purely from the inspection method, in fact, it can still be solved by conventional test-taking methods, in essence giving accurate standards the answer. To get the score, this is the student's job. Speaking of which, you know how to turn a match into a needle? Hannah Abbott said in surprise. Well, it's half of the time. I think I can handle it in class, at least if you're lucky. You might get a lot of points. Elena curled her lips, drew her magic wand and tapped it on the goblet in front of her. The next moment, the golden goblet disappeared out of thin air and turned into a furry little bear doll. It's so cute. Elena, are you able to perform such a complicated transformation technique? It's only the first week. Huh? Hannah opened her eyes in disbelief, and subconsciously stretched out her hand to rub the little bear doll in front of her. Before her words fell, the expression on Xiaotinya's face suddenly froze, and a look of confusion emerged. She clearly saw her hand go straight through Xiaoxing's body without touching anything. No, there seems to be something cold and hard on the end of her fingertips, like the wall of a goblet. This is... Hannah opened her mouth cutely, thinking hard about what she should ask. Dualistic back to the transformation structure magic, a trivial trick. Elena shrugged and replied quickly. Dual, transform what? There was a daze in Hannah's eyes, and she repeated it with some effort. Dualistic reversal of the transformation structure magic, referred to as the two-structure magic. It sounds like a very powerful name, right? Elena slowed down and repeated it once, while casually waving her magic wand. The golden goblet reappeared on the dining table. In fact, according to the strict definition of magic, this should actually be regarded as a kind of spell, not a transformation technique. The difference from illusion is that it is an objective physical phenomenon, not a spiritual deception. It has no way to change the nature of things. For the time being, it's just a deceptive effect limited to the visual. However, if it is combined with a certain basic transformation technique, it can be improved in terms of touch and shape to a certain extent. There is no doubt that the existence of ordinary transfiguration seriously violates Elena's original worldview. This is a huge difference between idealism and materialism. Unless she actively revises or hides the memories in her soul, she will not be able to complete the transformation technique heartlessly like other little wizards. And the worst part is that Elena just knows that little knowledge about the micro-world in this case. Her subjective will not cause the magic to fail directly, but will unconsciously activate the magic. Try to derive and evolve the subsequent material reorganization process. Wait, you mean, you created a brand new magic yourself? Hannah Abbott patted her cheek, trying to understand Elena's words. Her eyes filled with worship. I have to say that this kind of thing is too exciting for a first-year witch like her who has just started learning and reciting the spell. Fortunately, Hermione doesn't know, otherwise the little girl might have to fall into self-defense again. Closed. I'm not quite sure about whether it's brand new, but I can barely consider it as self-created. Facing Hannah's hot and admiring gaze, Elena scratched her cheek uncomfortably and opened her hand to explain. In fact, I just integrated a part of the principle of transfiguration on the basis of fluorescence flicker, replaced the form of light reflected on the object with a spell, and created a holographic image that can only bluff people. The understanding of microscopic particles allows Elena to easily use the transformation technique to rearrange a certain object, which is as easy and casual as kneading plasticine. Coupled with the realistic toe structure magic change, the visual effect is almost the same as the successful transfiguration, except for a slight flaw in the sense of touch. After all, she is just a first-year student who has just been exposed to magic. With Professor McGonagall's degree of objectivity and fairness, most of them don't account for this trivial problem, and generously give extra points, provided that Professor McGonagall has not found this the principle behind everything. But Hannah nodded seemingly, glanced left and right, and whispered in a low voice, in this way, isn't it equivalent to cheating with magic? I still think there is something wrong with you. After all, Professor McGonagall's request is? Of course not. From the results, I can see that I did fulfill Professor McGonagall's request, right? Elena raised her eyebrows. Before Hannah began to preach, she took the lead in pinching Hannah's small round face and pulling it to the sides, and said solemnly, "If you think about it, the professor didn't ask that we have to use polymorphism to complete the transformation, right? She just made the request, and then I finished it. It's that simple." "Woo, woo, I know, don't slap my face," Hannah whispered in pain, shook her head vigorously, and waved her hands, trying to get rid of Eleanor's clutches. Unprepared to be attacked, the faint worry in Taihan's heart was instantly dissipated, and he was completely forgotten. However, in the subsequent transformation class, everything is just as Elena said. Professor McGonagall was quite satisfied with Eleanor's transformation results. After a class, he rewarded Hufflepuff with an unprecedented 10th. Seeing the small increase in diamonds in Hufflepuff's hourglass, the last trace of anxiety in Hannah's heart finally disappeared, and the idea of asking Hermione later was silently dispelled. In the subsequent lessons on the history of magic and spells, Elena also began to become calm, and apart from taking notes and answering questions, she didn't cause anything more. A little bit of time passed. As the bell rang for the first class in the afternoon, Elena packed up her books, followed the Slytherin students, walked out of the castle, crossed the downwardly sloping grass, and faced the other side of the field. Walk on the flat lawn. Thursday and Friday afternoons are special. For these 2 days, Elena doesn't have to go to the potions classroom to help. She has told Professor Snape about this in advance. According to the schedule, Elena needs to take part of Gryffindor College's courses in addition to Hufflepuff's regular courses. Therefore, she will join the first-year wizards from Slytherin College and Gryffindor College today to welcome her first flight lesson at Hogwarts. Today's first chapter, The May Be Right. The ode amount is now 6 chapters, because there are more than 100 people in the entire subscription group. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, 1 more chapter will be added. Currently 1211. PS2. The previous O is still effective. The fat chicken speaks for words. Is it very cute? PS3. Remember to enter the full subscription group to receive the benefits. The second group 833,088,074, and then the chapter says the rewards after chatting. Remember to receive the rewards. PS4. There is a monthly cash red envelope reward of 3,000 yuan plus for all subscription groups, and you can also sign up for the monthly koi lottery. The winning little fat chicken can directly receive 1,000 yuan in cash red envelopes. At present, the number of applicants is still very small. The registration deadline of this month is 7.28. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 320 Chocobo and Talent. Flying. This may be one of the few abilities where talent is greater than hard work. This is like a driver's license test. No matter how proficient you are in Subject 1, once it involves practical Subject 2, the theoretical knowledge in the book can play almost the same role as 0. But it's just like driving. The flight course, to be precise, is the training course for manipulating flying props, flying broomsticks, magic carpets. Most wizards can be better after a certain degree of familiarity and training. Drive a flying broomstick to complete a short journey. Except for a very small number of chocobos, in the European magic world, people usually call those wizards who have almost 0 flying talents or who are unwilling to learn to fly, just like calling people who can't swim land ducks. Even if the top flying broomstick is in their hands, it follows the broken tree branch that has been smashed from the side of the road and cast a spell. Of course, this situation is quite rare, even rarer than dumb guns. In fact, most of the wizards jokingly called chocobos are not really flightless at all. They are just a little less talented and not so good at them. For example, Hermione Granger. It's just that little Beaver hasn't realized this yet. The last class on Thursday afternoon in Gryffindor's first grade is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Perhaps stimulated by Eleanor's outstanding performance in the morning, Professor McGonagall became more strict when facing the little wizards in his academy. Throughout the class, Professor McGonagall pressed her lips with a serious face. Even if Hermione changed her match a little, she didn't make her smile. To make matters worse, when Get Out of Class was about to end, Seamus Finnegan accidentally exploded his match, which made Professor McGonagall have to drag the class for a few minutes to arrange homework. So it wasn't until 3:30 in the afternoon that Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the little wizards of Gryffindor hurried down the steps and came to the flat lawn in front of the castle. Not far from the lawn is the Black Forbidden Forest. The autumn wind gently blows the woods, making a rustling sound. The little wizards of Slytherin College had been waiting on the lawn for a long time. Elena, wearing Hufflepuff's uniform, stood in a silver-green sea, looking very conspicuous, and the ground on one side was neatly arranged. There are more than 20 flying broomsticks. When the Gryffindor students approached, he happened to hear Draco Malfoy talking aloud about a thrilling flight experience when he was a child. I can guarantee that it was a Mole helicopter. When they saw me, they were all stupid, and then the entire helicopter crashed into me like a flying bird. Draco Malfoy opened his arms, lowered his voice, and made a whine in his mouth. He looked around the circle of nervous little Slytherin wizards around him, and his eyes fell on the calm and smiling Elena. No, consciously raise the volume and continue. However, I didn't have any panic at all. I calmly moved the broom to the side, wiped the Mole helicopter dangerously, and flew past, and threw it away easily. Come on, Malfoy, I just avoided a Mole helicopter. What's to show off? Ron Weasley curled his lips and said with a look of disgust, I almost hit a hang glider once riding Charlie's broken broomstick. That difficulty is much more thrilling than your story. While talking, Ron glanced at Elena standing in the crowd without leaving a trace, and slightly raised his chest. Weasley, Draco Malfoy's triumphant face instantly collapsed, and he looked at Ron, who suddenly appeared gloomily. You can fly even with the broken logs in your house. A glider, what is that? It's far worse than a helicopter. HMPH, do you understand Mole stuff? Harry, tell him, which one is more dangerous, a glider or a helicopter? Ron flushed, and touched Harry with his shoulder, who was looking at the broomstick on the ground in a daze, and tried to ask for help. Glider and helicopter. Harry hesitated in embarrassment. The Dursleys never let him watch TV and magazines. He really couldn't answer much about this knowledge. However, in his impression, it seems that the helicopter should be more powerful. Just when Harry didn't know how to answer, the arrival of the Hogwarts flight teacher, Miss Hawk, saved him from the dilemma. Miss Hooch is said to have been a member of a professional Quidditch team. She has short grey hair and looks very capable. Her eyes are yellow, like those of an eagle. Well, gentlemen and ladies, the chat time is over. What are you all waiting for? She said sharply. Everyone is standing next to a flying broom. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. Flying broom? Elena lowered her head and glanced at the flying broomsticks lined up on the lawn. Her face was a little disgusted. She never understood why it was already in 1991, and the magical world still uses such stick-like flying props. Even the magic carpets of Egypt and Arabia, or flying motorcycles, are much better than broomsticks. But since the school curriculum is arranged in this way, and Quidditch can only use the flying broom as a contest tool, she has no other choice. The flying broomsticks used by Hogwarts as teaching props have been around for some years, and each one is worn and old. The one next to Elena seemed to have been hit once, and the position of the handle was a bit twisted, and some branches were poked out randomly, which didn't seem so reassuring. In the Gryffindor lounge last night, she heard Fred and George Weasley complain about the flying broomsticks in the school, saying that some broomsticks tremble when you fly too high. and it is always slightly to the left. The only good news is that learning to fly is different from learning magic. It does not require an understanding of magic and principles. As a kind of magic props that have been assembled and produced, the little wizards only learn how to activate and control them steadily. Regarding flight speed and performance, most of them depend on the craftsmanship of the broom. This is not difficult to understand. Just like driving a car, the driver does not need to understand the principle of the engine, just know how to start ignition, control the direction and throttle. Okay, now stretch out your right hand and place it on top of the broom. After everyone stood still, Madame Hooch akimbo and shouted in front of the team, then say get up, get up. Everyone shouted. Eleanor's broomstick immediately jumped into her hand, and beside her, Harry and Malfoy's broomsticks also jumped up for the first time, followed by Ron and Seamus broomsticks. But there are only a few obedient broomsticks like this, and more broomsticks roll playfully on the ground. Hermione Granger's broom was not bad, at least it moved a little on the ground, while Neville's broom seemed to be asleep, not moving at all. The students had to repeat it over and over again in order. While waiting for the other little wizards to summon the broomstick, Elena lifted the corner of her skirt calmly in the eyes of Draco, Harry and Ron, and carefully wiped the broomstick dry. Then, by the way, he squeezed down the branches with fangs and claws, trying to make this broom look more pleasing to the eye. And most of the other successful girls are imitating Elena and doing the same thing. Similar to the robes of Hogwarts boys that have remained unchanged for thousands of years, the matching of white shirts and grey-black suit trousers. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry did not have much choice in the matching of witches under the academy robes. Generally speaking, according to Hogwarts autumn clothes, the upper bodies of the little witches are mostly grey or dark grey knit sweaters, pullovers and cardigans, depending on how much money they spend at the Madame Morkin gown shop. Canon. The lower parts of the witches are uniform grey or black pleated skirts and checkered skirts, matched with grey stockings or impermeable black stockings according to the weather and season. Picture.jpg. Click to view. After waiting for a while, everyone's broomsticks finally jumped up, and Mrs. Hooch returned to the front of the team and began to explain the content of the follow-up flight course. Riding the broom is mainly divided into two postures. Straddling allows the broom to fly faster, withstand more oncoming wind pressure, and at the same time have a wider view. And because it can roll, it has better maneuverability, and it is more convenient to use the wand with your hand. Mrs. Hodge made a standard straddle demonstration and stopped after her feet left the ground. Sit on the side. The advantage is that it is more comfortable when riding, the posture is more elegant, and the girl will not go out when wearing a skirt. And when a situation occurs, you can quickly jump off the broom. While talking, Mrs. Hodge glanced at the girls in the queue and nodded slightly. There is no doubt that this is the exclusive posture of a witch, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. That is, the field of view is almost limited to one side of the flight path, and the speed cannot be increased. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to make movements such as tumbling. In addition, relatively speaking, the flight talent and sense of balance, the requirements are also higher. You must have a certain period of training before you can start trying this method, so today is just an introduction. Before Miss Hooch could finish her words, I saw Elena lowered her head and held her skirt down, and sat on the broom naturally, her feet slightly hanging in the air, dangling in the air comfortably as if she was swinging on a swing. Go with. For Elena, since holding the flying broomstick, she has a strange feeling, as if she is born to fly. It is like the instinct of a fish that is born to swim at the same time. Hermione Chocobo Granger, who had finally managed to subdue the broom next to her, had a more complicated look in her eyes. Well, someone seems to have succeeded. Madame Hooch's mouth twitched slightly, and she shrugged a little helplessly. It seems that in the Quidditch Cup next year, Hufflepuff Academy is about to rise, if Elena is willing to participate in the Quidditch team of the Academy. You know, in order to prevent the children from going too far, Mrs. Hooch deliberately omitted a small message, That is, side riding is not only a riding method for girls, but many Quidditch teams also use this method to judge players whether his balance and talent are qualified. Go today's first chapter, there must be more! The ode amount is now 6 chapters, because there are more than 100 people in the entire subscription group. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, one more chapter will be added, currently 1,240. PS2, there are only 40 applicants for the lottery at the end of the month. And a 40th chance to win €1,000 prize. Why don't you guys take any initiative at all? Chapter 321 Big Sister Help Me. Well, let me think about it. As a successful little wizard, Hufflepuff adds 2 points. Madam Hooch looked at Elena with an eagle-like gaze, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. At the beginning, Mrs. Hooch thought that Elena was swaying because of an unstable center of gravity. It was only a few seconds later that she suddenly realized that the child seemed to use the flying broomstick as a swing, and she had begun to play quietly by herself. With the breeze blowing in the Forbidden Forest, the girl is like a feather in the breeze, gently swaying in rhythm with the breeze, feeling the breeze blowing on her face. Elena closed her eyes slightly and enjoys floating open the ground for fun. If it weren't for knowing that Elena Castellana came from a non-magical world, Mrs. Hooch even wondered if this girl grew up holding a flying broomstick. Even the flying talent of some professional players is nothing more than that. But I have to remind you that Miss Castellana's success is just an exception. Well, forget it. Madame Hooch looked around at the envy and eager wizards in her eyes, shook her head, sighed helplessly, and decided to let these children try it out for themselves. Sometimes, no matter how much she said, she was not impressed by the students who fell on their own. Now that you have grasped the broom tightly, please choose the position you like and ride on the broom as long as you can sit firmly. Hold on tight and don't slide down from it. Facts have proved that Mrs. Hooch's idea is not wrong. After witnessing Elena's success, almost all the little wizards, including the boys, invariably first tried the posture of sitting on the side, but without exception, all of them fell to the ground with a broomstick. You know, although the soft lawn is not as hard as the marble floor, it is still quite painful after being dropped several times in a row. Faced with the cold reality, the little wizards who still belong to the category of normal humans have to follow Hooch the lady's demonstration. Holding the broom handle obediently with both hands, chose the way of straddling. Well, when I whistle for a while, you will force your legs and kick off the ground. After slightly correcting the wrong grip of some of the little wizards, Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction, returned to the front of the team, shook the whistle in her hand, and continued with her arms akimbo. Everyone holds their broomsticks tightly. We first try to float. We only need to rise a few feet, get the balance, hover a little, then lean forward slightly, relax, and fall back to the ground vertically. Now, listen to my whistle. 32. Wait, Neville, don't worry. At this moment, Elena, who had been floating next to him for a while, suddenly opened her eyes, and she almost forgot the fun of interrupting the flight in a hurry. In today's flight class, it seems that she will come out a little accident. However, her reminder was still so slow after all. Before the whistle touched Madame Hooch's lips, Neville, who was already nervous and about to sweat, shook his legs vigorously, swayed, and then flew quickly toward the sky. Mr. Longbottom. Madame Hooch frowned, looked at the little wizard who rushed into the sky, and shouted with her arms akimbo, "Come down, child, take a deep breath, and control your broom. Then come down immediately." However, it was obvious that Neville could not hear what Madame Hooch was saying at this time. He looked at the ground rapidly going down below with a look of horror, like a cork sprayed from a champagne bottle, straight. The ground rises 12 feet and 20 feet. Our big sister, help me. Wingardium Leviosa, Wingardium Leviosa. Oh, damn it. Elena took out her magic wand and chanted aloud towards the sky, but it didn't make any difference. After a moment of stunned for half a second, the girl reacted quickly and glanced at Madame Hooch, who was still standing next to him and shouting towards the sky. Elena couldn't help cursing in a low voice without saying anything except the spell. Apart from gestures, this is the first time she has tried this spell. Faced with such a fast-moving long-distance target, it is almost impossible for the spell to accurately hit Neville. Perhaps only Professor Dumbledore or a master of spells like Professor Flitwick can accurately and timely use the spell to relieve the crisis in this situation. As for now, Neville, hold on. Without any hesitation, Elena turned her body flexibly, straddled on the broom, kicked her legs hard on the ground, leaned forward, and shot straight into the sky like a javelin. The air blew through her hair, and her long silver hair fluttered with her robe. She heard the screams and gasps of the girls from below, and the admiration of Harry, Ron and others. Of course, there was also the angry roar of Madame Hooch. Hurry up and come back to me, child. He will knock you off. You are just making trouble. Sorry, Professor. Elena shook her head slightly, and responded softly to herself. I'm not going to bet on whether Neville's fall from the sky this time will still be just lucky to break a hand. Taking a deep breath, as if she was born to know how to do it, Elena continued to raise her broomstick and quickly approached Neville, who was screaming in the air. Madame Hooch was right. A flying broomstick in an out-of-control state is quite dangerous. Wanting to ride a flying broomstick to help a panicked Chocobo is much more difficult than rescuing a drowning person. Elena tried several times in a row, but couldn't get close to Neville, so she could only hover a little bit below Neville, waiting for him to calm down. Or, sister, I can't hold on anymore. Neville lowered his head and looked at Elena not far away, sobbing desperately. Her rosy round face had already turned pale. The next moment, Neville tilted involuntarily, slowly slid down from the side of the broomstick, and then fell like a rock downwards. Oh my God! Neville has fallen. How to do? Miss Huochi, you must think of a way. On the ground below the two, a jagged sound of panic rang out, and many little wizards even closed their eyes in fear. At this moment, a milky roar suddenly came from the sky. Elena swiftly avoided the end of the oncoming broom, stretched out her hand like lightning, and accurately grasped Neville's black robe flying in the air. Hey, I caught you. Before the smile on Eleanor's face rose, she suddenly felt the broom sink straight down. Click. Immediately, a faint voice came from the flying broomstick in Eleanor's hands. This old broomstick was finally approaching the end of its life. A slight crack appeared in the middle of the broomstick, and slowly and firmly began to spread. Neville, you really should lose weight. Elena squeezed the broomstick that was about to break with her other hand, felt the slight pain of the wood scum piercing her palm, and shook her head helplessly. Also, the broomsticks used by Hogwarts for class have come to be replaced. Looking down at the lawn that was getting closer and closer, Elena became extremely calm in her mind as she listened to the wind in her ears and the increasingly clear exclamation. At this height, even if you jump directly, there will be no life-threatening. Elena gritted her teeth, straightened the unwilling flying broom hard, and finally tried to adjust the angle. Click. The unbearable flying broomstick finally made a crisp sound. After completing the last mission in the air for a short time, the girl's hand broke into two pieces. Then in everyone's gaze, Elena and Neville in her hand were like flying birds with folded wings, falling diagonally from the sky and gently falling on the soft lawn. Elena Kaslana. Today's second chapter arrived on time! There is no guarantee that there will be a third watch in the evening. Fat Chicken went to forage and find inspiration first. Tonight, I booked a restaurant with Wellington steak. After eating, try to go home as soon as possible. Chapter 1.5 was returned, so the amount owed is now Chapter 4.5. Try harder and you can pay it off. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, one more chapter will be added. Currently 1,240. PS2. There are nearly 5,000 cash rewards per month for all subscription groups, and there is a koi lucky draw at the end of the month. The number of applicants is currently only 40. And a 40th chance to win $1,000 prize. Why don't you guys take the initiative at all? As of 1833, there are chapters 408 in chapter 318. The Great Demon of Yili is terrible. The following is the list of winners of the Zangshuo event. Please bring a screenshot of your personal homepage to chat with Marab early summer win to receive rewards. The specific rules and rewards of the event are posted on the top chapter. Those who have not received the prize for more than 24 hours are deemed to have abstained, and the final interpretation right belongs to Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. First place Sarah Lily, second place Sarah Yili, third place Sarah Yili. Chapter 322 Memory Ball and Sprint Competition. Oh my goodness. Madame Hooch hurriedly ran to the bush where they fell, her face as pale as Neville. Strictly speaking, Mrs. Hooch, who only serves as a first-year flight teacher, is not a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but a faculty member like Filch and a formal official like Snape, position among professors. Of course, in addition to teaching flight lessons, Madame Hogwarts also served as a referee for the Hogwarts Quidditch competition. As a retired former Quidditch professional player, able to return to Hogwarts Castle as a teacher, Mrs. Hooch is naturally one of the best experts in the entire magical world in flying, Quidditch and broom flying competitions. But relatively speaking, she was obviously inferior in terms of magical power. Not bad, but her middle position might not be as good as the few outstanding 7th grade graduates. Relax, Mrs. Hooch, it's just a little bruised. Before Madame Hooch approached, a lovely little doll hare stood up from the grass and swayed flexibly from side to side. Afterwards, Elena got up from the ground, calmly patted the dirt, grass seeds and broom fragments on her robe, and pulled Neville up from the grass by the way. Taking advantage of this effort, she took a look at it. Apart from some bruises on his arms and cheeks, the biggest problem with this little fat man was that he was a little too frightened. Her legs could not stop shaking and she had no strength. It is estimated that she would have to soften as soon as she let go. Merlin is here. Fortunately, you are all fine. Do you know how dangerous your behavior was just now? After carefully looking at Elena and Neville in front of them, and after confirming that there was nothing serious about the two of them, the nervous expression on Madame Hooch's face eased a little, caressing her chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Okay, it's okay. The situation is urgent, and I can't help this. Elena suddenly took a breath, and subconsciously opened the palm of her left hand. A shocking red was gradually spreading, because the last one was too hard, and some of the wood thorns at the fracture of the flying broom accidentally pierced into her palm, so it seemed that the strengthening spell was still flawed. When facing magic items that are also driven by their own magic power, will that layer of protection be cancelled out? Elena, what's the matter with you? So much blood. Before Madame Hooch could speak, a small figure with wavy chestnut hair rushed up, hurriedly took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and awkwardly put it on the girl's wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Seeing Hermione Granger, who suddenly rushed in front of her, Elena suddenly changed her face and said quickly, "Wait." Hermione, done this. Cack. Before Elena could finish her words, the white handkerchief was pressed directly on Elena's wound. While pressing the wound, it also affected the wooden thorns stuck in it. It was originally flowing slowly. The blood poured out in an instant. Don't touch my wound, it hurts. Elena took another breath of air conditioning, shaking her whole body, looking desperately at the beaver who was at a loss in front of her. Her right hand quickly grabbed her hand that continued to exert force. Granger, let me go. If you press it like this again, the wooden thorns inside may be poked out of the back of my hand. Let me do it. and I can handle it myself. But, so much blood. Hermione's face was full of anxiety, tears rolling in her eyes. A healing magic text sequence too. The soft and warm milky white light lit up and quickly enveloped Eleanor's injured palm. The tiny wooden thorns were quickly drained out. In less than 5 seconds, the wound on Eleanor's hand was completely healed, leaving only a layer of light red marks and a little blood stain. Look, it's all right now. Elena raised her palm, flexibly showed it to Hermione, and beckoned to the round-faced boy next to her. Navi, come here, I will help you deal with the bruises on your arm and face. Sister, thank you. Feeling the solid and stable ground under his feet, Neville Longbottom's breathing gradually calmed down, dragging his still trembling legs towards Eleanor's direction. Snapped. Neville seemed to have accidentally kicked something, and a billowing glass ball rolled out of the grass gruntingly, as if it was filled with white smoke, gleaming in the sun. This is a memory ball. Elena bends down curiously, picks up the glass ball, and bumps it in her hand curiously. Well, Grandma knows that I always have no memory, so she sent it to me specially. Neville nodded helplessly, scratched his cheek, and explained with some embarrassment. Just hold it tightly. If it turns red, it means you have forgotten something. But Grandma is also a little confused since I have forgotten it. How can I still remember it? Is that so? Elena squeezed the memory ball in her hand with interest, recalling what happened from the morning of the weekend to the present. Looking at the white glass beads that did not change, she sighed with relief. It seemed that the worst hadn't happened, otherwise she might have to seriously consider the nuclear peace plan. After throwing the glass ball back to Neville, Elena smiled and shook her head. Longbottom, your grandma must be an amazing wizard. The purpose of her giving you this memory ball, I think, may not really want you to remember something. Deeper purpose may be to let you know, I am still myself. Huh? Neville hurriedly received the memory ball and blinked in confusion. If you have time, you can go to the library to look at the measures taken by people to deal with oblivion spells and memory modification spells during the Wizarding War. The memory ball began to appear at that time. Elena smiled. Memory is the most precious and fragile existence. In the previous period of the Wizarding War, with the use of a wide range of memory magic and Imperius, the memory ball became especially important. It may not help you resist the damage of the spell, but at least it can let you know whether you have been killed by someone. Cast a spell. Regarding this point, it was what she had accidentally read in a corner of the book when she was inquiring about the origin of the magic era. Later, when she inquired about Grindelwald, she also got the same reply. Or, big sister, this will be given to. Neville nodded without understanding, and handed the memory ball forward. In his instinct, it seemed that Sister Elena liked this. Elena Castellana. Neville Longbottom. At this moment, an anxious voice came from the direction of the castle gate. The students turned their heads subconsciously, and saw that Professor McGonagall was carrying his robe and running towards them quickly. And behind her, Professor Sprout, who was also panting, and Professor Dumbledore and Mr. Otto Apocalypse with fluttering beards, like a sprint race between professors. Ruatilda. Today's third chapter, Surprises Are Not Surprises. Surprises are not surprises! Exclamation mark. The data is updated in real time. Today, a total of 2.5 chapters have been returned, so the number of missing updates is now 3.5 chapters. Try harder and you can pay it off. He. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, one more chapter will be added. Currently 1274, starting position 1100. PS2. Remember to enter the full subscription group to receive benefits. There are nearly 5,000 yuan rewards every month! The way to enter the full subscription group is to contact the administrator in any general group and send the full subscription picture plus screenshots of the fan value for verification. After passing, you can enter the full subscription group. One group is full. The entrance of the second group is 833,088,074. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 323 The Star of Hope. The Gate of Hogwarts Castle. After the fall, the climate in Sogara Heights is still relatively cool, but Professor McGonagall, who ran down from the second floor of the castle, still sees a trace of slimy sweat. Most of it is cold sweat that was scared. Unbelievable. I have been at Hogwarts for so many years. Never have. Professor McGonagall looked at Elena and Neville, who had no scars, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. The lens flashed with fright, happiness, and doubt. You, such a dangerous thing. When she was in the classroom just now, she happened to witness the accident that happened outside the window with her own eyes. After a brief lesson, the witch, who is no longer young, almost rushed down the stairs with a rampage gesture, and appeared at the gate of the castle, just to see the scene where the two of them finally fell into the grass. Elena? What are you doing? Before Professor McGonagall could organize the language, Grindelwald quickly walked up behind her, his eyes hovering back and forth on Elena nervously, his voice stern and stern. Have you hurt? Is there any pain in your body? You are a first-year student. Is this the time when you should be able to do it? Well, isn't it all over? It's not a big deal. You know I'm very good at healing magic. Elena hurriedly put her hands behind her, the little Dumau on her head bounced twice, and replied nonchalantly, while kicking the flying broomstick that was broken in two while kicking her feet, and changed the subject. It's just that this broomstick probably won't be repairable. In fact, I suggest that the school can purchase a new batch of broomsticks. We at Hogwarts shouldn't lack the funds to purchase teaching supplies, right? In the second half of the sentence, she turned to look at Dumbledore behind Grindelwald. This time, the white-haired old wizard, except for a little panting, seemed to be in good spirits overall. At least unlike the previous few times, she always pressed her chest with a painful face. Of course, the other reason was that her injury was not serious this time. It seemed that Dumbledore's body after proper exercise, the quality is much healthier than before. Broom? What happened to the broom? Following the girl's voice, the professors who arrived one after another turned their eyes to the grass beside Elena's feet. I saw a shabby broom with a twisted handle that was broken in two, lying quietly on the lawn. Judging from the crack covered with wood stubble, it seemed that it had gone through a relatively painful process. Is this the reason why Elena fell directly after a short stay in the air when she finally landed? Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered, and he looked at Elena meaningfully as a Quidditch deep lover. She naturally knows that the flying broom in this state is not much different from the broken tree branch. Professor Dumbledore, I have to say that you are too stingy. Can't you buy some brand new broomsticks? These old antiques are probably older than many professors in the school. Elena curled her lips in dissatisfaction. She was really angry this time. Fortunately, she was in danger. Otherwise she would almost be pitted by this tattered old broomstick. The school uses the old flying broomsticks as flight class props for a reason. After all, the better flying broomsticks are actually more dangerous for beginners. Dumbledore shook his head, his gaze swept across the broken broomstick, his gaze stayed on the inconspicuous palm dented the broom brick for a few seconds, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Mixed with such strength, is it possible that this child is a hybrid of a giant and of the exclamation mark? However, as far as the current situation is concerned, it should indeed be replaced with a slightly newer batch. But before that, I still want to know what the whole thing is all about. While talking, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at flight teacher Linda Hooch with his blue eyes. Mr. Longbottom was so nervous that the broom was out of control and flew into the sky. Then, Miss Caslana also chased up on the broom. She circled the broomstick that was almost out of control and rose nearly 40 feet. After the direct contact failed, Miss Caslana accurately caught Mr. Longbottom, who had slipped off the broom. Madame Hooch gestured in the air with both hands and the ground, trying to restore the scene at that time. Then, when the flying broom was almost scrapped, she carried a person and completed the landing with one hand. If it weren't for the broom malfunction, she might not even have a skin injury. Even the most outstanding Quidditch athletes are nothing more than that. As for the reason why the broom broke, I guess it might be because of the sudden weight of two people, plus the force of falling. Of course, I said last year, our broom should indeed be replaced. Rolanda Hooch paused for a while, glanced at Elena next to him, and said in a tone full of surprise, "Professor Dumbledore, but what I want to say is we at Hogwarts, this year may have discovered a genius who can shock the world. Believe me, she will definitely attract the attention of the world in the future." Listening to Madame Hooch's admiration, Albus Dumbledore sighed without leaving any waves on his face. Elena Caslana is really a child who doesn't worry about wherever he goes. Not to mention that in the future, what she has done now is enough to shock the entire magical world. Bothy and Grindelwald have deeply understood the horror of Elena. To be honest, he hoped from the bottom of his heart that she could be a little mediocre in some areas. As for the flying talent displayed by this white-haired ball, it did not surprise him too much, though itself is a magical creature that can transform into a bird. The mixed blood has flying talent, which is really normal. Nevertheless, without noticing the calm and exhaustion on Dumbledore's face, Mrs. Hooch looked at Elena again with a look as if looking at a rare treasure. Her face was filled with a happy light, and she continued with excitement. "At the end of last year, I heard that among the students at Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a world-class Quidditch star named Victor Crumb appeared. Since then, I have been thinking, when will Hogwarts develop such a star of hope? Unexpectedly, we met Elena Caslana this year. Ruatilda. Today's first chapter, click on the back. There will be another chapter soon! Exclamation mark. Just wait for the witty fat chicken to be divided into sections. The data is updated in real time. Today, a total of 1 chapter has been returned, so the number of missing updates is now 2.5 chapters. Try harder and you can pay it off. Hehehe. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, 1 more chapter will be added. Currently 1286. Starting position 1100. PS2. Remember to enter the full subscription group to receive benefits. There are nearly 5,000 yuan rewards every month! Exclamation mark. The way to enter the full subscription group is to contact the administrator in any general group and send the full subscription picture plus screenshots of the fan value for verification. After passing, you can enter the full subscription group. One group is full. The entrance of the second group is 833,088,074. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 324. A little suggestion. Chef Hogwarts, Quidditch Star of Hope, Heir of the Dark Lord, Big Sister Head, Moonlight Caslana. There are more and more titles on this kid Elena, and they are almost catching up. His title is longer. Albus Dumbledore rubbed his head with a headache, looked at Madame Hooch, and said helplessly, "Then listen to what you mean, Rolanda. Don't you want Miss Caslana to play Quidditch?" "Of course. Why not?" Madame Hooch nodded seriously and waved her arms exaggeratedly, her eyes glowing hot. "Dumbledore, this kid is a flying genius. A flying genius who has never appeared at Hogwarts. Her future is destined to belong to the sky." "Elena, this is your first contact with flying broomsticks, right?" The corner of Elena's eyes twitched, and she nodded silently. "It seems to be playing a big acridine again. The best way now is to pretend to be dead for the time being. Based on the current results, she must be praised of. As for Quidditch or something, although she didn't have much interest, she didn't have any resistance. Now that Professor Sprout and Professor McGonagall are both present, there is a high probability that even if she fails to be directly selected for the Quidditch team this year, she will definitely not be able to run away next year. But the only problem now is, wait. What you said is true, Miss Hooch. After roughly understanding what happened, Professor Sprout's face changed only because he heard the students calling for help. He looked at Elena thoughtfully, and his expression quickly changed from confusion to joy. Professor Dumbledore, maybe we need to talk. I don't think that occasionally approving first-year freshmen to join the Quidditch team is not a big problem. More activity is still very beneficial to the little wizard. This question. Dumbledore rubbed his temples a little embarrassedly, thinking about how to deal with it tactfully. However, at this moment, Professor McGonagall on the side also responded. Actually, I also agree with Professor Sprout's point of view. Sometimes, we are not so stiff. Professor McGonagall held his arms and said softly. Before the smile on Professor Sprout's face rose, the capable Dean of Gryffindor went on to add another sentence. But from an objective point of view, I think Miss Castellana might be more suitable to join the Gryffindor team. After all, she is also part of Gryffindor. Besides, you Hufflepuff already have a Cedric degree as a Seeker. You don't want this kid to chase the ball. Hand or batsman, the Gryffindor Quidditch team has not won the Quidditch Academy Cup for 5 consecutive years. The Proud Lions urgently need a better Quidditch team to boost their morale. You know, since Charlie Weasley left the team, the Gryffindor team has completely fallen into a downturn. After being defeated by the Slytherin team last semester, Professor McGonagall dared not meet with Professor Snape for several weeks. This is starting to grab it! Professor Sprout frowned and glanced meaningfully at the good girlfriend next to her. She had known for a long time that the deans of the other 3 academies had been thinking about her. Elena. Less than 2 weeks after school started, Gryffindor Academy had started to dig the wall. If she hadn't come today, she might have really made McGonagall Plastic Sister Minerva succeed. Minerva, I may need to correct one thing about you. This child is now wearing Hufflepuff's hospital uniform. Pomona Sprout smiled gently, and said, furthermore, Elena can be a chaser. With her wonderful flying skills, she will definitely become a pleasing silver lightning on the court. However, she was wearing a Gryffindor uniform yesterday, and the current class is also a Gryffindor class. Professor McGonagall shrugged and responded tit for tat. Pomona, we all know that this child has not really completed the sorting. However, from her performance, it is clear that it should belong to Gryffindor College in this point. Professor Dumbledore also agreed before. Minerva, it seems that you are not going to admit the decision of the Sorting Hat. Professor Sprout squinted slightly. Maybe I need to remind you that the Sorting Hat suggested that Elena enter Gryffindor at first. McGonagall replied with a smile. For details, see Chapter 57 Surefield and Uninvited Guests. 2 professors, I actually like both colleges very much. Just like my own home. Shall we guess boxing? Looking at the battlefield full of gunpowder, Elena raised her hand weakly and suggested in a low voice, you know, she is not a Quidditch fan like Harry and Ron. Not to mention the loopholes in the rules of the sport itself. It is just the kind of almost primitive tactical thinking. From the beginning, she only regarded Quidditch as a fitness and recreational exercise. It would be too bad to fall into the Surefield for this matter. Worth it. More importantly, whether it is Professor McGonagall or Professor Sprout, they have just reached the most critical stage of the strategy, and Elena will not be foolish at this time. No way. How about that? Unsurprisingly, after being opposed by the 2 deans at the same time, Elena shrugged helplessly, winked at Dumbledore, who was looking pensive next to him, and thought about it, preparing to resort to the legendary drag word. Actually, I thought about it carefully. If an exception is made for me, everyone in the school will have opinions. Besides, I usually have a lot of other things that I want to do. Or let's talk about this next year. I think Professor Dumbledore should think the same way. I don't think there is any problem. You should indeed join a Quidditch team. At this moment, Dumbledore smiled slightly and spoke suddenly. Elena blinked and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. She was already down the steps of the old carrot. How could this old carrot jump into the pit as if he had lost his mind? Exclamation mark. Ignoring the surprised look on Elena's face, Dumbledore continued unhurriedly. Ms. Caslana, since you are talented in flying, why not try to play Quidditch? It will always do no harm to participate in more group activities. Believe me, this will definitely be your future campus memory. The most relaxing and beautiful time. Easy, beautiful? This seems to have some other meaning. Elena took a deep look at Dumbledore, and reacted in an instant. There is no doubt that this hot-hearted old carrot has already taken the initiative to jump into the pit to get her into the Quidditch team. Hold your free time. In this case, then just make a big news, and no one should think about it. Elena took a deep breath, glanced at Dumbledore with a devilish look, and smiled sweetly. Okay, but I have a little suggestion. Ruatilda. Today's second chapter! Exclamation mark. Break here, just right! Exclamation mark. I know you guys definitely want to stew fat chicken now. It's flying. The data is updated in real time. Today, a total of 1 chapter has been returned, so the number of missing updates is now 2.5 chapters. Try harder and you can pay it off. Hehehe. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. Fortunately, I didn't ask for a monthly pass before Witty. 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, 1 more chapter will be added. Currently 1286. Starting position 1100. PS2, remember to enter the full subscription group to receive benefits. There are nearly 5,000 you earn rewards every month! Exclamation mark. The way to enter the full subscription group is to contact the administrator in any general group and send the full subscription picture plus screenshots of the fan value for verification. After passing, you can enter the full subscription group. One group is full. The entrance of the second group is 833,088,074. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 325. Elena's team. A little suggestion. Dumbledore subconsciously frowned and repeated it once, and he felt his head hurt again. If I remember correctly, he should have heard several similar Elena's tips. In Dumbledore's impression, there is no single result that is worrying. Yes, it's just a little addition to the gaps in the current situation. Elena's mouth turned up, nodded towards the professors, and said briskly. Professor Sprout glanced at Elena, then at Dumbledore who was still talking, and raised his eyebrows with interest. Huh? What advice? Let's hear it. Starting from this year, the first-year Quidditch team will be formed. Regardless of college or seniority, it is purely based on love and ability to screen and build a future talent selection reserve for each college. Elena cleared her throat, solemnly floored her fingers, and counted the advantages of this suggestion. First of all, this way, it will not break the first-year rule that you can't participate in the college Quidditch team, but also allow talented and energetic students to participate more in the Quidditch sport. The graders are outside the Quidditch arena. Secondly, the Quidditch team composed of first-year students with ample time can be used as training competitions for each college on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can better learn from the seniors of the seniors' knowledge and experience. After entering the second grade, selection will be easier and more accurate. As for the last point, Elena glanced at the pensive professors, especially Dumbledore who was still a little resistant, and pursed her lips. It is true that there is an antagonistic competition between the 4 academies, which is indeed beneficial competition. But I hope, if possible, can there be an opportunity for us to abandon the academy barriers and let everyone play together for pure happiness? And what about the Quidditch that exists? Whether it's Slytherin or Gryffindor when we graduate, it will be a pretty good memory. Abandon the academy barrier. Dumbledore repeated it in a low voice, moving his eyes to the back of the crowd, and the little wizards who were huddled together and straddling their shoulders to look toward this side, nodded slightly and visibly, Well, what you said is true. It makes sense. The biggest difference between this year's freshmen and previous ones is that there is almost no obvious academic barrier between them. The most intuitive difference is that, compared to the distinct color blocks in the rest of the grades, the classroom for the first grade wizards in this class is like a big dyeing vat, messy and disorderly mixed together. But forming a Quidditch team is a very time-consuming and laborious task. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and glanced at Elena with a smile. A Quidditch team needs at least 7 people, 1 seeker, 1 goalkeeper, 2 batsmen, 3 chasing balls. And this is a team sport, but it is not just relying on a certain individual's personal talent to win. Of course, I think you may also need a coach. On this point, I can help. To my ears, this seems to be a pretty interesting attempt. Madam Hooch hugged her arms and joined the topic enthusiastically, spreading her hands slightly self-deprecatingly. If Miss Caslana can really find all the players, I will be happy to give you some basic training and guidance. To be honest, I feel that I am really too idle. As for the players, I think there should be no problem. Elena looked back at the first-year little wizards behind her, thought for a moment and said, "As far as I know, there are not many of us who are good at flying in the first grade of this year. After a period of training, we might be able to achieve a win-loss match with the official academy team. It's good to have confidence, but it's a bit arrogant if you want to beat the Quidditch team composed of seniors." Professor McGonagall shook his head quite amusingly, "But it sounds like I think this method is really good. At least I don't always have to face those. Why can't the first-year students complain about Quidditch? The first-year Quidditch team? So can we watch a few more games this year?" Seeing Professor McGonagall voluntarily back down, Professor Sprout, who once again successfully defended his cabbage, also breathed a sigh of relief, chuckled lightly, and joined the discussion of the topic. "The only thing that worries me a little is that if the gap with the official academy team is too big, it will affect the confidence of these children. Maybe we need to be more admonished in the usual training games." Can we also participate in the official Academy Cup competition? Elena blinked and quickly caught the information revealed in Professor Sprout's words, and added with some uncertainty, "I mean, if we get the first place, wouldn't it be? It will be embarrassing. A team of first-year freshmen wins the Quidditch Academy Cup! Hearing Elena's question, the professors looked at each other and raised their eyebrows unanimously. There was a funny look on their face. He didn't see it, this Elena Caslana classmate. Heart is still, it's really big. If you can find all 7 members before this weekend, and pass the certification of Mrs. Hooch, you can indeed ride the flying broomstick to participate in the competition. It is not impossible. Dumbledore glanced at Madam Hooch, then at Elena, who was eager to try, and shook his head nonchalantly. "Of course, if you can really beat the senior Quidditch teams of the other 4 academies and win the final victory this school year, I think there is nothing wrong with giving the trophy to you. Even, I can write letter to the British Quidditch national team, asking you to participate in trial training during the holidays." It's rare to find a safe thing that can attract Elena's attention. In order to live healthy until retirement, Dumbledore naturally tried every means to guide her in this regard. After all, compared to letting Elena wander around idly in Hogwarts Castle, it is better to let her fly in the sky more. Could it be possible that she could blow up the Quidditch stadium? "That's what you said." Elena's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but cocked up proudly, turned around and glanced at the little wizards behind her. Dumbledore still doesn't know how strong the lineup of first-year freshmen as the protagonist of the original book is this year. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Gore. After adding her, there are already 6 candidates. As for the last player, if she remembers correctly, the little wizard who took over as Captain Hufflepuff after Cedric's death should be a child of her same grade. The first chapter of today, delivered in advance. There were 100 more people in the full subscription group, so I added another chapter, and it became a chapter 3.5. But the fat chicken should be over soon. P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. It should not be finished, or let's make a bet if it is not finished. Chapter 1, how about it? 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, one more chapter will be added. Currently 1,300, starting position 1,100. PS2. Remember to subscribe to the group to receive benefits. Chapter 326 Temptation. Sister, are you kidding me? The flight lesson was over, but the little wizards gathered in front of the field did not disperse. Just now, Elena announced the news of the formation of Hogwarts' first-year Quidditch team, and Mrs. Hooch also confirmed the reliability of this matter and expressed her willingness to serve as coach, supervision and guidance. Ron Weasley's eyes widened and looked at Elena in disbelief, his mouth wide open, like a toad screaming in the field before a thunderstorm. A brand new Quidditch team? Ron swallowed and said exaggeratedly, and it's all made up of our first-year freshmen. It's crazy. It's definitely Hogwarts history. It's the youngest team in Quidditch history. To be precise, I remember that about 100 years ago, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had a situation where a freshman was directly selected for the academy team. But such a situation is indeed the first attempt. Madame Hooch nodded solemnly, looked around the little wizards who were talking about it, and continued to add with a smile, "Of course, you don't need to be too nervous. The main reason why the school has such an idea is to let you feel the atmosphere of Quidditch in advance, and at the same time, you can better experience the fun of flying. Quidditch's status in the magical world is like football's status in the non-magic world. To be more precise, it can even be regarded as a collection of almost all group ball sports. After all, it is the first and so far the only broom sport that has been loved by wizards almost all over the world. You don't have to be interested in Quidditch, but you can't say you've never heard of it. It's not only a sport, it's almost become a social element that opens up topics among wizards. Of course, if you don't, it happens to meet a wizard who opposes you and supports the team. Otherwise the next dialogue may not be so comfortable. Since Filch posted the Quidditch team review time for this semester on the bulletin wall on Monday, discussions about Quidditch have not stopped. Every day, at least a third of the food is on the table. The content is discussing Quidditch. In this enthusiastic and excited atmosphere, even Harry Potter from the non-magical world is full of curiosity about this magical movement of flying in the sky. And those first-year freshmen who were born into wizarding families themselves, not to mention. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that when Madame Hooch and Elena announced the news, the little wizards reacted fiercely as if they had exploded. "What, Weasley? Is it possible that you are scared?" Draco Malfoy raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ron playfully. "If I remember correctly, some people didn't boast not long ago that they once evaded a mole on a broken broomstick." "Your glider." "Oh, shut up, Malfoy." "Have I ever said the word fear?" Ron frowned and replied with an unkind expression on his face. "When I was playing Quidditch with my brothers in the backyard of my house, you, the young master, might still be crying in your study room and memorizing some stinky and long genealogy table. You know, being able to fly doesn't mean that you can play ball." It was as if they were born with a disagreement. Ron and Draco always fought with anger within a few words. I have to say that as the two understand each other, the collision in this life is obviously much fiercer than before. Everyone can poke each other's pain points more accurately and understand their own advantages better. "Well, don't make any noise." Seeing the two little boys glaring at each other like cockfighting, Elena clapped her hands helplessly, and regained the attention of the little wizards on her body, and said unhurriedly, "The official selection of the Hogwarts first-year Quidditch trial team will begin this Friday afternoon, after the flight lessons between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw." The first selection. It is mainly to assess the basic skills and talents in flying. As for everyone's subsequent position in the team, it will be arranged by Mrs. Hooch. Time is limited, and Elena naturally does not have much time to wait for the little wizards to grow and adapt. Moreover, One of the reasons for the formation of the first-year Quidditch team is actually equivalent to the purpose of a stepped teaching to filter out those little wizards who have been exposed to flying broomsticks in advance or have outstanding flying talents alone. Train and cultivate. In this way, on the one hand, Mrs. Hooch's workload on the course will be reduced a lot, and she will be able to set teaching goals more specifically, and pay attention to those little wizards with relatively weak foundations. On the other hand, the Quidditch teams of each college can also take this opportunity to better observe and train their newcomers. More importantly, in this way, each of their teams also has an object that can usually conduct training games. Before this, except for the official Quidditch Academy Cup, the representatives of each academy can only fight wits and courage with imaginary enemies in the air every time they practice tactics. Therefore, after Elena proposed to form a special Quidditch team composed entirely of the first grade, all the professors present, although their starting points and stances were different, all agreed. Albus Dumbledore even offered to help contact the oldest Quidditch team in England, Puddlemere United, to see if he could get a batch of training broomsticks eliminated by their reserve team. Perhaps it will not be the top broom today, but in terms of stability and safety, it is definitely the best choice to replace today's flight lessons. Of course, not all discussions are smooth sailing. Regarding the question of whether the Quidditch team composed of first-year students from the 4 colleges is eligible to participate in the Hogwarts Quidditch College Cup competition, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout are included, have raised different degrees of doubts and objections. Although from Dumbledore's point of view, he really hopes that Elena can spend more time on the Quidditch arena instead of tossing poor Hogwarts Castle, and his increasingly emaciated heart. After a while of discussion, everyone finally reached an agreement that is. Elena looked around at the talking little wizards with her hands on her hips, and whispered in a seductive tone. The professors promised that if our team can defeat any official team of the Academy in the training match before the official start of the Academy Cup, it will be eligible to participate in the official competition of this school year. Think about it, in the whole school in front of the teachers and students, your names will sing in the sky above everyone, just like those international stars are on the stage. There is only one chapter today as for the reason. Why did JKR make such an irresponsible exercise? There are too many bugs. It can't make up for it. Fat Chicken is going crazy. The most hateful, she actually said in an interview. The candidates confidently say, because she was a quarrel in a bad mood so deliberately wrote this. A frustrating is set out, because it will make her very comfortable? Chapter 327 The Appetizer Before Dinner. Participated in the College Quidditch Cup competition? Hermione Granger frowned, looked around at the students around him, and whispered nervously, that doesn't mean that some of us will definitely go to our college. However, apart from her, most of the first-year wizards on the venue were not as anxious as her. Many people whispered to each other excitedly, looking at Elena and Madame Hooch with expectation, waiting for them to reveal more about details of this new Quidditch team. You all know that for safety reasons, first-year Hogwarts are not allowed to bring their own flying broomsticks. Madame Hooch looked around the little wizards, and then Elena continued. However, with the spread and popularization of Quidditch movement over the years, school professors agreed that the traditional basic teaching from scratch may not be completely appropriate. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore will start from the professional Quidditch ball this semester. The team introduced a batch of flying broomsticks for the first-year Quidditch team training and competition. As for the competition for the Quidditch Cup in the Academy mentioned by Miss Castellana, it is not something you need to worry about now. I have to reiterate once again that you need to be able to defeat any academy in the training match. Officially representing the team, to be honest, the chances of this happening are even slimmer than breaking the Tater Hill Tornado's record for the fastest catch of the Golden Snitch. They only took 3.5 seconds. When she said this, Madame Hooch turned her head to look at Hermione, smiled and nodded. Obviously, she just happened to hear the low voice of worry from the little Gryffindor witch. In fact, in the eyes of Mrs. Hooch and most of the professors. This rule is just to give the little wizards a motivation to work hard. After all, compared with the senior students, the first-year children who are just beginning to develop the physical disadvantages of the wizards are still too obvious. If it weren't for the uncertain factor of the golden snitch, their hope of winning could even be described as zero. Of course, let alone the College Cup competition, even the 3 words Quidditch, there is still some distance for you. Madam Hooch held her arms, her yellow eyes like a falcon sharply swept across the excited faces of the students, and her tone gradually became severe. And before that, the first thing you need to consider is how to be successfully selected as a reserve member of the Quidditch team in Friday's selection. I will refer to Miss Caslana's advice after all the freshmen have completed the flight. First, select 7 little wizards to join the original Quidditch team. If there are outstanding students in the class in the next few weeks, I will also consider letting him join the training of this Quidditch team. Go in. I will definitely be selected, and it must be the first batch. Draco Malfoy raised his chest proudly, turned his head to look at Gore and Crabbe beside him, and said in a low voice, after the first test flight in the flight class just now, Draco thought that in addition to Sister Elena, he was the best performer in the first grade of Gryffindor and Slytherin. But it seems that he is not the only person who has the same thoughts as him. At least Ron Weasley, who is not far away, also has the same proud look on his face. He who has been following Quidditch matches all the year round can say at least 20 flying skills without thinking about it in 10 seconds. In his opinion, playing with a brain is more important than simply flying well. It is obviously more important in Quidditch games. Even Harry Potter, who first encountered the flying broomstick, had an eager expression in his eyes. I don't know why, since the first time he heard of flying broomsticks and Quidditch, Harry has been eager to fly, as if it was a longing buried deep in his blood. And the test flight not long ago was even more so. Harry was full of confidence. For the first time in his life, Harry found a skill that he could master without a teacher: flying. It was like his natural ability. Less than 2 minutes after flying into the sky, he was able to imitate Ron, Draco and others, and smoothly make some more fancy broom tracks in the air. Well, all in all, this is the specific situation. Madam Hooch patted her hands lightly and looked at the little wizards who were still reluctant to disperse. It's getting late now, and dinner will be started in a little while. I suggest that you should return as soon as possible. Go to the respective common room to take a shower and change into dry clothes. The upper grades are almost over. With Madam Hooch's voice and the excitement of the students began to dissipate, the little wizards also began to feel the slimy and squishiness of sweat-soaked clothes after exercising for an afternoon. The feeling of hot flashes, a desire to take a shower, instantly occupied their minds. And Hermione, who was not very interested in Quidditch, let out a sigh of relief and couldn't wait to pull Elena toward the castle. According to the agreement between her and Hannah, on Friday, Elena, who needed 2 extra potions classes, belonged to Gryffindor Academy temporarily. In other words, from the beginning of this flight class until the end of the flight class on Friday afternoon, Hermione Granger was solely responsible for Eleanor's navigation in the castle. Let's go. Let's go. I can even smell the sour smell on my body. It's really uncomfortable. I don't want to wear this slimy clothes to read in the library. Greater than _ less than. Okay. Speaking of it, when I take a shower, can you help Hermione wipe the shower gel on my back? I can't reach it by myself. Don't even think about it. The last time you lied to me like that, you ended up blowing a bubble in my chest. And #. I promise not this time, I swear. It's absolutely safe and sound, so you can help me again. I was injured today. Although it looks almost healed, I still feel a little bit painful. Believe you one last time, and after taking a shower, don't show up in front of me while I blow my hair. You guys really very hot sometimes. I know. Elena blinked her eyes hopingly, and the little doll hair on top of her head was dangling happily. obviously in a pretty good mood. But my hair is born with acridine. Sooner or later you have to accept this fact. Before Elena could finish her words, her foot sank into a step in the middle of the stairs again. Hogwarts has many such tricky stairs. For most old students, jumping over this special step has become an instinct. But for Elena, who has been deeply rooted in the soul, all the stairs in the castle seem to be the same. After all, they will move. Hermione, help me. It's not that I said you. Can't you remember a little bit longer? Do I have to remind you every time? Seeing Elena's head suddenly downcast and swaying helplessly in the pit, Hermione shook her head helplessly, holding back her smile, took Elena's arm and pulled her out. At this time, the armor on the top of the stairs made a creaking, squeaky sound, and he couldn't breathe with laughter. Shut up, you! Elena raised her brows and said in anger, that when they passed by the armor, she punched the guy fiercely. Of course, there was no strengthening spell attached, otherwise the armor might not fall on the ground. It is directly embedded in the wall on the ground. After today's flight class, Elena has already thought about it, and when she has her own flying broomstick, she will no longer rely on walking to school. Just remember which floor each classroom is on. She can ignore the complicated staircase interference, pass through the hollow area in the middle of the castle, and fly straight to that floor anyway. Hogwarts only stipulates that riding in the corridors is not allowed. The broom did not say that the flying broom should not be used when going up and down the stairs. Of course, there is no need to consider these issues for the time being today. Elena followed Hermione through the portrait of the fat lady and crawled into the warm and comfortable Gryffindor College common room. The circular common room was filled with tables and crumpled armchairs, and the fire was crackling and burning as always, but strangely, perhaps it was due to some kind of magic that would not let it. People feel particularly hot. And just as Mrs. Hooch said, at this time the senior students had not finished school, and only a small number of second-year students were playing chess or reading in the lounge. Thank God, I can finally take a bath with peace of mind this time. The two followed the spiral staircase back to their dormitory at the top of the tower. Hermione glanced at the empty common room, with a cheerful expression on her face, and whispered, Yes, we can wash for a long time without being disturbed. Elena nodded, and said excitedly, I can't wait to take off my slimy robe, knead it with a dark grey pleated skirt and grey stockings, and throw it into the laundry basket beside the bed. The house elves of the castle will be in the evening. Take it away and clean it all together. After exercising for an afternoon, now, she just wants to enjoy the first chapter of today. This is a big chapter with more than 3,000 words, so it's 1.5 again. There is still in the evening. There should be 3 chapters left now. Is that so? P.S. The add change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. It should not be finished, or let's make a bet if it is finished, there will be an additional 5 chapters. If it is not finished, it will owe chapter 1, how about it? 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, 1 more chapter will be added, currently 1,300, starting position 1,100. PS2. Remember to subscribe to the group to receive benefits. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 328 The Announcement and Harry's Choice. After playing around in the bathroom for a while, Hermione and Elena put on dry clothes and wiped their hair with dry towels, and reappeared in the warm and spacious Gryffindor common room. At this time, Elena has put on her golden red Gryffindor college uniform, perhaps because of the steaming heat. The faces of both of them are a little red, like a tempting red apple, looking extraordinarily red. Lovely. However, the appearance of the two did not attract the attention of the rest of the students in the common room. It should be during the time between their bathing and fighting. There seemed to be something extra in the Gryffindor common room. According to records, almost everyone was talking about something in front of the bulletin board. This is a not too long notice. which happens to be posted between the Quidditch team's training schedule and the school rules regularly reminded by Argus Filch. The new sign looks extraordinarily simple. The only decoration is the Hogwarts school badge, and the signatures of Professor Dumbledore, Mrs. Hooch, and the deans of the other 4 colleges. Hogwarts Quidditch Trial Team Trial Selection Notice. Elena kicked off her shoes and stood on the chair, stood on tiptoe, looked over the heads of the crowd in front, read the title of the notice word by word, jumped out of the armchair happily, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Mr. Argus Filch is very efficient. The announcement was posted so soon. Now that the bulletin board in the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor of the castle has already appeared this message, there is no doubt that the bulletin boards in the common rooms of the other 3 colleges have also been posted. Needless to say, the main bulletin board at the entrance of the school hall nearest to Filch's office. The Quidditch trial team. It sounds interesting. I don't know if we can still participate. One of the Gryffindor boys turned his head and touched his friend's shoulder. I don't think it will work. His friend shrugged, raised his finger and pointed to a line of the bulletin board. This trial team is not limited to the college, but it is limited to first-year students unless you now ask McGonagall. The professor replied for a petition, otherwise he might have to continue to apply to Wood to join Quidditch. Actually, I applied to Wood yesterday. You know I have always liked the goalkeeper position. The boy who spoke first sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. But it's still the same as before. After confirming that I didn't want to play another position, Wood rejected my request without hesitation. Come on, Wales. It's been the same 3 times in a row. I think Wood has a good temper for not directly beating you. You are a goalkeeper, but Wood cannot be a substitute for you. A tall girl with a long twisted ponytail snorted slightly, and said angrily, Angelina Johnson, the chaser of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was a third-year Hogwarts student like the Weasley brothers. If Elena remembers correctly, after Wood graduates, she will take over as the new captain of Gryffindor Academy, the freshman training team of the mixed college. But this is an interesting attempt. You can check it out at that time. While talking, Angelina raised her head, carefully read the new notice posted on the bulletin board, raised her eyebrows, and seemed to think of the game that was defeated by Slytherin last year, muttering to himself in a low voice, I don't know if any of the Gryffindor freshmen this year fly well. I hope that at the end of the day, a Gryffindor college freshman is not selected. That would be too ugly. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, there are 2 things that are most communicative: Quidditch and exams. At this special moment, the school's sudden announcement of the formation of the Hogwarts first-year Quidditch team has undoubtedly become the hottest topic on the table in the auditorium tonight. You know, compared to the 4 academies that regularly appear every year, this new selection mode has greatly satisfied the curiosity of the little wizards for novel things. Since this was the first time that the Quidditch team of the college was mixed, and the members were all first-year little guys, almost every college student responded with great expectations, even at dinner. When it was knocked over, the handicap regarding how many freshmen in each college will be selected tomorrow has been secretly opened. The notice posted on the bulletin board has been clearly written. This Quidditch team formed by first-year freshmen can not only provide a reference for the official selection of players in the second year, but more importantly, they will take turns to accompany them. The 4 academies teams conduct training games only with these 2 points. You can get all the Quidditch teams welcome. As for the possibility of the freshman team participating in the official competition attached to the top corner of the announcement, it was naturally ignored by all senior students again. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is mostly just a bad check to boost the morale of the little guys. Under such circumstances, Elena is naturally the object that attracts the most attention of senior students. Elena has almost been defaulted to be the captain of the first-year Quidditch team, and her amazing performance in the flight class this afternoon was compiled into various versions by the rest of the first-year students. It's spread in the school. The only weird situation may be that whether it is Hufflepuff College or Gryffindor College, Whenever the sight falls on the white-haired dumpling sitting on the dining table carelessly, it will inadvertently collide. Sparks. There is no doubt that the idea of competing for potential newcomers is not just a problem that the deans will consider. In addition, Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley are also the two most discussed first-year students. Although from the description, Malfoy seems to fly better, but Ron's halo bonus attribute is almost a kind of existence close to the protagonist after all. Not everyone is like Ron, who has 5 brothers. All of them have studied at Hogwarts, and 4 of them are all meritorious members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Even if Percy Weasley, who did not join the Quidditch team, will be the next president of the Boys' Student Union, one of its strong competitors. But in the midst of this heated discussion, Harry suddenly became silent unexpectedly. After the dinner, Harry did not go back to the common room with Ron for the first time to join in the discussion about Quidditch and various novel stories in the magical world. Instead, he followed Hermione, Elena and others to the library. Because for Harry, tomorrow afternoon's Quidditch trials are not the most important thing on Friday. Mum's news. A trace of determination flashed in Harry Potter's green eyes, and he solemnly opened the magic potion in front of him, and again patiently previewed it verbatim. It is no longer known how many times he opened it. This is the textbook for the potions class. This Friday morning, he will usher in the first potions class since enrollment, and according to the clues that elder sister Elena gave inadvertently before, it is not surprising that Professor Snape, who seems difficult to get along with, is likely to know some news about his mother for Harry. This help is hard to see, compared to Quidditch, who doesn't even know the rules very well. It is obviously much more important, and it can't tolerate any mistakes. Ruatilda. Today's second chapter. Calculated like this, now it should be only 2 chapters away to pay it back. Is that so? P.S. The ad change activity is temporarily replaced with 1. The monthly pass reaches the first place in the fantasy category, and 10 chapters will be added the next month. It should not be finished, or let's make a bet if it is finished, there will be an additional 5 chapters. If it is not finished, it will owe chapter 1, how about it? 2. For each additional 100 people in the full subscription group, 1 more chapter will be added, currently 1,300, starting position 1,100. PS2. Remember to subscribe to the group to receive benefits. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 329 Chinese New Year Seeking Monthly Pass. Friday, it was a memorable day for Harry and Elena. This is the first time she has managed to escape the tricky sinking steps since coming to Hogwarts Castle for so many days. Oh, Neville, you should remember to jump over here. The little dummer on Elena's head shook with special joy. While imitating Granger's arrogant tone, she and Hermione, who rolled her eyes, framed Neville's arm from side to side, and slid this name. The round-faced boy with bad memory was pulled out of the pot. I don't always remember this, by the way. What classes do we have today? Neville struggled to climb out of the sunken steps, patted the dust on his body, and looked at Hermione. 2 potions classes, all in the morning, with the Slytherin students. Before Hermione could answer, Harry's voice came from behind the 3. Obviously, it's not just the 3 of them who got up early today. This may be the earliest time Harry has gotten up since he started school. He can't wait to go to the potions classroom and face the person who may know his mother's past stories, Professor Snape. There have been rumors in Gryffindor College that, as the Dean of Slytherin College, Snape has always favored his students, and it is especially aimed at the little wizards of Gryffindor. Harry only wants Snape. The professor was willing to answer his few questions patiently because of his good pre-learning in the potions class. Sister Elena, are you sure that Professor Snape really knows my mother? At the table, Harry put sugar on the cereal while asking Elena nervously. This is the 3rd time he asked this question at this breakfast, as if he had been cast a repetition spell. Same. Not sure. I don't know. Ask yourself. Elena took a deep breath, tried to control the urge to slap the plate on the face of Mr. Savior, and repeated in a bad tone, also, if you ask again, I will definitely let you go today. No potions lesson. But facing Eleanor's fierce gaze, Harry Potter hesitated, and reluctantly closed his mouth and lowered his head to drink the porridge quietly. However, the expression on the boy's face was still full of anxiety, and the knife was absent-mindedly across the center of the plate, turning the beautiful egg Benedict into a paste. After hesitating for a long time, once again plucked up the courage to look at Elena. Sister Elena. Just then, the owl mail time came every morning. Harry raised his head enviously and looked towards the sky. He saw hundreds of owls passing through the open round window, flapping their wings and flying into the auditorium, hovering over the conversation crowd, looking for their respective owners or recipients. So far, Hedwig hasn't brought anything to Harry. Sometimes it flew in and pecked Harry's ears, begging for a sip of toast, and more often, it squatted in the owl shed and slept with other owls on campus, and Harry envied it more. Elena, who also came from the non-magical world like him, received a thick letter from the Grain Reserve. Finally I wrote back. So thick, it seems that I wrote a lot of content. Elena glanced at the graceful and ethereal font on the envelope, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. It seems that Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood has agreed to the cooperation mentioned in her last letter, because in the last reply, her first request was, out of considerations of prudence and confidentiality, if Lovegood is willing to carry out follow-up cooperation, then every subsequent communication between the two parties will need to be transcribed by another person. Obviously, the poor, homely and stingy singing a singing tune the only helper the editor can find is his daughter Luna Lovegood. However, before Elaine opened the envelope, a loud noise suddenly erupted on the dining table at Slytherin College not far away. The huge sound swept across the entire auditorium instantly like a hurricane, shaking the dust off the ceiling. At first, Elena thought it was an explosion, but she quickly realized what it was: a waste of food. Shameful behavior. You still have the face to write back to disturb your uncle? After receiving a letter from Dumbledore last night, your father and I were so ashamed that they were about to rush to school overnight to pick you up. The splendor and glory of our Greengrass family is not left to a prodigal like you to splurge. A roaring letter was obviously from the mother of a hapless child from the Greengrass family. The adult witch's angry roar sounded through the entire hall, shaking the plates and spoons on the table, and the echo of the surrounding stone walls was deafening, and everyone in the hall turned around to see who had received the roaring letter. And the little wizard who proudly flaunted his uncle as the school board 2 days ago, had completely stayed in his seat at this time. His face was flushed. In fact, since the red envelope came from the sky when Zong fell on his knees, the child was already stupid. Fortunately, this embarrassing situation did not last long. Before the content of the roaring letter was finished, the same roar erupted from the other end of the Slytherin dining table. The huge roar resounding in the auditorium was intertwined and hit everyone's eardrums. You don't have to come back this Christmas. Even if you go home, you don't want to eat a bite of warm bread. Complain about participating in farm work on weekends? You deserve it. Immediately afterwards, as the owls in the sky kept pouring into the auditorium, the red letters mixed in the flock of birds hovered over everyone's heads like moving bombs. All corners of the Hogwarts auditorium, there was a deafening and terrible roar of roaring letter one after another. Many little wizards raised their heads and looked up at the sky tremblingly. Elena even saw that many children had closed their eyes and began to pray eloquently, for fear that she would suddenly receive such a touching letter. Home letter. Undoubtedly, judging from the current feedback effect, the Hogwarts automatic response proposal she gave to Professor Dumbledore in the kitchen a few days ago has been extremely well implemented. It's not hard to imagine what kind of shame and rage a parent who sent a letter from Hogwarts to questioning in a fierce manner would be after receiving a graphic and textual description of his child's various food wastes. Reaction. In order to facilitate understanding, Elena even listed a simple formula intimately, so that every house elves indicated at the end of the reply that the conversion should be based on such a range. After a school year, Their children were wasted. The food is roughly equivalent to how much Jin Jialong consumes. Close your ears and listen. Elena drew out her wand and leisurely nodded Hermione, who was covering her ears. This is a new spell she learned in the spell class yesterday. The principle of sound propagation is too simple, so for Elena there is no difficulty in casting or understanding. However, she did not intend to use this magic on herself. It's so lively. Elena graciously took a sip of the honey-added milk, happily enjoying the chaotic scene in the auditorium, listening carefully to the parents' colorful ways of educating their children, and the endless the roaring letter explosion sounded like the fireworks and firecrackers that resounded through the sky every Chinese New Year in the previous life. It's really nostalgic. I didn't expect to have a traditional Chinese New Year atmosphere at Hogwarts Castle. Ruatilda. The first chapter of today. Fat Chicken worked hard to complete the subsequent editions. There are still 2 more owed. Try to pay it back before this month, so that you can happily save the manuscript. Chinese New Year. Chinese New Year. Little Angel Elena pays you an early year-end envelopes for you. By the way, I ask for a monthly pass. It will be next month soon. If you don't vote, it will be wasted. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 330. Hermione's intuition-seeking monthly pass. The Slytherin College, where the families of pureblood wizards gathered, was undoubtedly the hardest hit area for the roaring letter this morning. Looking around, the entire Slytherin table was filled with the remains of roaring letters burning to ashes. Many people were sitting on the bench as if they had lost their souls, as if they had just been washed away by the sea. Of course, the same scene also appeared on the long tables of the other 3 colleges. Unexpectedly, second only to Slytherin's miserable degree, it was Hufflepuff College, which has always been quiet and low. To be precise, if you count the number of letters to your home, the probability that the little wizard of Hufflepuff receives a raw letter is almost 90% or more. In comparison, a small part of it is just received. A little wizard who sternly reprimanded the letter even produced a strange joy of winning. It's terrible. Draco Malfoy patted his chest, let out a long sigh of relief, and said with lingering fear, if it weren't for Elena to stop, he would almost write a letter to the family complaining. Fortunately, at the last minute, he chose to follow Elena's suggestion, otherwise he would definitely be indispensable in this torrential rain of roaring letter today. As the roar in the auditorium gradually ceased, the humming sound lingering in people's ears finally began to dissipate. The professors in the teacher seat took out their magic wands with a tacit understanding, tapped themselves lightly, and lifted the silent curse imposed on them, looked at each other, and continued their previous conversation. And the voice in the auditorium gradually reverberated, although the voice was obviously reduced by at least 2 or 3 grades. Not only that, another effect produced by the roaring letter also appeared immediately. Almost all the little wizards worked hard to eliminate the food in front of them, and did not dare to waste a little bit. Even those who did not receive the roar. The students of the letter are no exception. Snapped. Hermione put down the knife gently and turned to look into Elena's eyes. You already knew something like this would happen? I seem to have heard it. You stopped Ron from writing to the house. How is it possible? I am not a prophet. Elena shook her head, unhurriedly forked a piece of grilled sausage into her mouth, and answered calmly, I just think it's too stupid to write to my family and complain about the teacher. This kind of thing, of course, can't be admitted even if she is killed. She is not a fool, is it? Hermione raised her eyebrows, glanced at the little dull hair on the top of Elena's head, and snorted suspiciously, but did not continue to press the question. After a few seconds, Hermione's eyes moved involuntarily and fell on the swollen letter beside Elena. Then what is this letter? Is it a new textbook sent to you by some author? I don't know why. From the row of graceful and ethereal fonts on the letter, Hermione seemed to feel a faint sense of crisis, like the feeling that her most beloved doll was stared at when she was a child. Oh, this, Mr. Lovegood's reply. He is the editor-in-chief of a magazine in the magical world called The Antiphonal. I have a few articles to be published in his magazine next week about the era of magic, Are you interested in participating together? Elena handed the envelope to Hermione generously and said vaguely while chewing on the sausage in her mouth. This kind of scientific research task that involves looking through a large amount of literature, Elena, is naturally impossible to leave behind a powerful humanoid computing girl like Miss Hermione Know-It-All. She is well aware of the allure of this kind of thing to the little beaver. Just release a little bait, and this cute little Hermione will never get out of her palm. Publish an article. The era of magic. Sure enough, hearing Elena's careless answer, Hermione instantly lifted her spirits. This is more complicated to say, and it will definitely be impossible to make it clear for a while. Elena glanced at Hermione, who was full of curiosity in her eyes. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she said in a slightly regretful tone, "It's a pity that I should be going back to Hufflepuff Dormitory to sleep tonight, or maybe I can explain the ins and outs to you a little bit. Well, next time I have time, I will tell you slowly." Huh? How could this be the big deal? Hermione widened her eyes unwillingly, bit her lip, and said without hesitation, "It's a big deal. I will accompany you back to the Hufflepuff common room tonight. I won't check the number of people on weekends anyway." Sure enough, I was hooked. The dull hair on the top of Elena's head jumped triumphantly. It's a simple and cute little wing, compared with the intrigue with the old turnip. It is really interesting to play with the wings. Friday's breakfast ended in this pleasant atmosphere full of New Year's taste, at least in Elena's view. This should be a very meaningful early morning. For a long time, it may be difficult to see this kind of bedding and covering the ground, and at the same time, the rain and dew are roaring and believing the grand rainstorm. The sight is gone. However, for some people, the truly important historic moment has just begun. The potions classroom is located on the first floor of the castle, which is obviously much colder than the main building above. Although Elena still didn't know the way from the auditorium to here, as soon as she walked into the classroom, she still involuntarily had a feeling as if she had returned to the home court. Because of her role as an assistant teacher, this place almost became her in hog. The classroom that Watts is most familiar with. By the time the little wizards arrived in the classroom one after another, Professor Snape had already been sitting at the desk at the front of the classroom. Frightened by Snape's invisible aura, the students who entered the classroom did not continue to speak. "I won't sit with you in this class. My seat is at the front." In Hermione's slightly confused eyes, Elena waved her hand and walked to her exclusive position in a familiar way. The protagonist of today's lesson is not her, so she just needs to watch the play as well as possible. Very well, it seems that everyone is almost there. After waiting for a few more minutes, Snape took out his pocket watch and took a look. He stood up and scanned the students in the classroom. After a short pause in the classroom, he picked up the roster on the desk and started to roll the call. Not surprisingly, Snape stopped suddenly when he called Harry's name. "Harry Potter." Snape raised his eyebrows, glanced over Harry's slightly unsightly golden and red uniform, and whispered, "Oh, yes, we are the famous person at Hogwarts this year." Gryffindor Academy always has so many famous wizards. Not knowing if it was an illusion, Harry always felt that Snape used a slightly distorted and strange tone when he read his last name, which made him even more nervous when facing Snape. Obviously, from the current situation, Snape's initial impression of him does not seem to be good. Perhaps the rumor is true that Professor Snape was bullied by bad students in Gryffindor when he was in school. Ruatilda. Today's second chapter. Fat Chicken tries hard to poke the keyboard with his paw. Ask for monthly ticket to vote for Acridine. I want to be a code character J today. A code word J with no emotions. A ruthless code character J. P.S. There is only one chapter left to pay it back. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I can find a way to save the manuscript and fish. The fat chicken rushes and rushes. PS2. If you don't have a monthly pass, it's okay to give the fat chicken a bit of food. Of course, there are also some likes for the refill. Did you forget it again? Chapter 331. A completely different answer. However, Harry was thankful that Professor Snape hadn't stared at him for long. After a short pause and staring at each other for a few seconds, Snape took the initiative to shift his gaze, raised the roster in his hand and started the roll call, as if it was just a trivial episode. Soon, Snape put down the roster in his hands, put his hands around his chest, and looked up at the students in the classroom. His eyes were as cold and hollow as ever, like two dark tunnels with no bottom. In this class, you don't need to wave your magic wands, and you don't need to mutter words. Snape opened his mouth and said softly, speaking almost only slightly higher than a whisper, but as if with a magical power, everyone could hear every word he said. In fact, I don't expect how many of you can truly understand the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of potion preparation. However, for a few gifted elites, I will. When he said this, Snape paused again. His eyes rested on Elena, who was sitting in the front, and his lips trembled slightly. Invisibly, I suddenly remembered what he was going to say next. It seems that this little girl has been preemptively said in Monday's potions class. Forget it, I can't manage that much for the time being. Let's just be that this little girl doesn't exist. In Eleanor's blank eyes, Professor Snape first gave her a threatening look, then looked over her face as if passing through a cloud of air, looked forward, took a deep breath, and looked forward. Continued stiffly, I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of the simmering crucible with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. Click to expand the full text. After he finished this short opening remark, the whole class was silent. Severus Snape looked around the quiet classroom and nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted to achieve. He had seen awe and curiosity in the eyes of many little guys. And this time, finally, there was no talkative first-year little wizard to disturb his opening remarks. It really is a standard Slytherin-style evil speech. Ron and Seamus, who were sitting in the back row, raised their eyebrows, exchanged glances secretly, obviously thinking of going together. Fortunately, Professor Snape's attention was not on both of them at this time. Mr. Potter, our new great celebrity. Just when everyone thought that the opening remarks were over and the formal course was about to begin, Snape suddenly changed the subject. Tell me, if I add narcissus root powder to the wormwood infusion, what will I get? Tell me, what would get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? See the Real Science popularization for details. Important. Add narcissus root powder to the wormwood infusion. Harry subconsciously glanced at Elena, who was sitting in the front of the classroom, and was about to answer. The whole person was stunned. Wait. If he remembers correctly, this question. Almost at the same time, Hermione, who was sitting next to Harry in the classroom, raised her arms to the floor, pointing like a sharp sword to the ceiling of the potions classroom. Snape looked at him without any response, as if Harry stayed in his seat. A trace of disappointment and loneliness flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't expect Harry to understand his deep meaning, if he could show a little bit of potion talent like Lily, it would be enough to make him feel less uncomfortable. However, what Snape didn't realize was that as he said this, Elena's eyes instantly became regretful and silent. As a veteran Harry Potter fan, she was naturally very I understand that this sentence runs through the meaning of the famous metaphor that runs through the entire original story. Asphodel, also known as sunflower orchid, is a plant belonging to the Liliaceae family. The English of lily happens to be exactly the same spelling of Lillian's name, Lily. The so-called Victorian flower language on the internet is very poignant, but unfortunately it is just a rumor. Daffodil means dedication. Root, in addition to the meaning of root, also has the meaning of cause and source. In addition, wormwood represents absence and bitter sorrow, and the final answer Livich, another more popular way of saying, is that life is better than death. This may be the most painful metaphor in this magical world. DSK, Tusk, it seems you don't know. Obviously, fame doesn't mean everything. Without realizing the complicated gaze coming from behind, Snape curled his lips contemptuously, walked off the podium slowly, and came to Harry, ignoring Hermione's raised arm next to him, staring quietly. Harry's eyes. Then let's try again. If I wanted you to find me a bezoar, where would you find it? Still the same problem, not even a word has changed. Hart swallowed hard, breathing hard and heavier for a few minutes, unconsciously looking over Snape in front of him, looking at Elena, who was beside the podium, who was now turning his head to look at him. Following Harry's gaze, Snape turned his head and glanced at the little silver hoard witch sitting at the front of the classroom, and the disappointment deep in his eyes couldn't help but add a little bit more. It's a pity. Of course I know that Miss Castellana may know the answer. It is a pity that she can't help you answer the questions at this time. All you can rely on now is you. Snape shook his head and said softly, preparing to ask the third question. At this moment, Harry, who seemed stunned before, suddenly broke the silence and replied, "Living dead." Huh? Snape raised his eyebrows and looked at the thin boy with glasses in front of him somewhat unexpectedly. What did you just say? If you add narcissus root powder to the wormwood infusion, you can make a very powerful sleeping potion, which is living dead, the specific brewing process. I heard that it may be there is a record in advanced potions making, but I have only seen so much in 1,000 miraculous herbs and mushrooms. Harry took a deep breath and replied quickly, recalling what he had recited before. It doesn't matter if Sister Elena was a coincidence, or a prediction, or even colluding with Professor Snape in advance, and no matter what the reason, it is constantly corroborating the news revealed by Sister Elena. Reliability. Yes, how to make a decoction of living hell. This is what you will learn only in the 6th grade. A hint of surprise flashed in Snape's eyes. He glanced thoughtfully at Harry, who was gradually relaxing, and nodded slightly. It seems that you have carefully read thousands of miraculous herbs and mushrooms before, and this small detail that you have mentioned is not so easy to notice. Wait, advanced potions making? The content of the 6th grade course. Hermione turned her head with a puzzled face, quickly lowered her head and flipped through the 2 textbooks at her hand, and then looked at Harry with an extremely strange look, as if she had just met him today, and held it up in a slanderous manner. The arm retracted. This question seems to be a little bit more important, and the most important thing is that Harry's answer is obviously more accurate than the answer she was about to blurt out. Without noticing the strange look in Hermione's eyes next to him, Harry settled, focusing all his attention on Professor Snape. Then, Dungstone. This is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat using a special method. It can be used as an antidote to a potion, and it is also one of the basic materials used to make common broad-spectrum antidote. This time, Harry didn't evade anything, staring straight into the deep black eyes of the potions professor not far in front of him, and replied respectfully in a calm tone. With those familiar knowledge spoken out a little bit, Harry gradually became calmer. Sister Elena has done enough. Now it belongs to his own battlefield. No one can help him. So, Professor Snape, if we want to find a Dungstone, the goat's stomach is naturally the first place. Population of important plot knowledge. The vast majority of the unwilling HP colleagues will show their stuff in these 2 places in the potions class. This is also a place where Fat Chicken can't stand it. Obviously Baidu is so developed, you can find out if you just check it carefully. First of all, the Dungstone is not Bezoar. The reason why many people have seen it written as Bezoar is because it was a translation error in the original movie version, and it was accidentally translated into Bezoar. Of course, there is also a saying, translation in order to get close to Chinese understanding. The analogy is forced to use Bezoar. In fact, a little bit of attention will find that it is different. Similarly, if I add daffodil root powder to the wormwood infusion, this sentence does have a deep meaning. But the so-called Victorian flower language does not exist at all. In fact, it is the same as the Castellana flower language. It is just good to listen to it. The thing that came out. My regrets follow you to the grave is a rumor. What's more, Snape is a straight man plus an otaku. What flower words ran to memorize? Ruatilda. The 3rd chapter of the success code is over today! Exclamation mark. Fat Chicken does what it says. Me. Today is a code character G, a code word G with no emotions. A ruthless code character G. P.S. All the pluses have been paid off, and the debt-free one is light and the other is light. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I can find a way to save the manuscript and fish. The fat chicken rushes and rushes. PS2. If you don't have a monthly pass, it's okay to give the fat chicken a bit of food, of course, and give Elena Kaslana likes and refills. What about the refills? Have you forgotten it again? Up. PS3. This month's koi event has ended, and bonuses and prizes will be given out one after another. Don't worry if you don't have a draw, there will be more next month. Actually, only one ultimate non-shift didn't win the prize, and the rest were won. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 332 The Change of Professor Snape. What is the difference between Aconitum aconitum and Aconitum aconitum? They are all the same plant, also collectively called aconitum, which is a slightly poisonous plant. From the naked eye, how to judge whether the scabies potion is made correctly or not. If this potion is brewed correctly, pink smoke will rise from the cauldron, and the potion itself will appear close to sky blue. What kind of potion can be made by mixing lionfish fillet powder with hocklap sauce? Except for the herbal medicine, Professor. But in addition to this, 2 drops of flobber caterpillar slime are required. 5 minutes later, Professor Snape finally stopped asking questions like a gunfire, and looked at Harry in front of him with complex expressions. Although the child looks like a reduced version of James Potter from the outside, his eyes and his familiarity with potions made Severus Snape seem to see it. The shadow of Lily Evans. There is no doubt that this child has inherited his mother's talent for potions. All the answer is correct. Snape nodded noncommittently, and took the initiative to shift his gaze from Harry, and stood up and walked back to the podium. It seems that you read through the textbook somewhat before the class. Now, Snape moved his eyes on the faces of the little wizards who were sitting in the classroom, frowned, and said coldly, "What are you guys doing in a daze? Why don't you write them all down?" As if waking up from a big dream, there was a sudden rustling of quill and parchment in the classroom. In this slightly noisy sound, Snape tapped his index finger on the desk, hesitated for a few seconds, and said softly, "Gryffindor College, add 5 points." Harry Potter, this is the reward you deserved for those wonderful answers just now. The potions class continued, but Harry soon discovered that the content he had prepared before did not play any role, because, unlike on Monday, the content of the potions class faced by the first-year wizards of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw is different. In today's potions class, Snape did not follow the original rhythm and guided them step by step to formulate and learn about the treatment of scabies potion. The first thing to officially start the lecture, Professor Snape handed out 2 parchments full of words to each little wizard. Classroom Safety Management System for Potions Class and Cleaning Procedures for Commonly Used Potions Equipment. At the suggestion of Ms. Kaslana, I have compiled these 2 basic normative instructions for the time being. I hope you will find time after class. Recite and remember. In the blank eyes of the little wizards, Snape whispered blankly, "I suggest you take this matter to heart, because before next week's class starts, I will randomly roll the names in the class to draw back. By the way, this will also be one of the content of the final exam. Although these regulations may seem cumbersome and mentally retarded at first glance, according to Elena's practical experience as a potion teaching assistant this week, it can indeed be very effective to prevent students from being injured due to various low-level reasons, and to greatly reduce the magic. In the medicine class, accidents caused by irregular operations. Therefore, after Snape revised and perfected some of the details, he naturally used it directly without hesitation. The group of first-year wizards on Friday morning was quite fortunate to become the first pilot group of cray-beating in the entire Hogwarts Castle Elf course, not just first-year students. In fact, starting from next week's potions class, Professor Snape will implement this rule in all grades and classes in the school. According to Snape, any student at Hogwarts who still needs a potion class must memorize these rules and regulations. However, this is not the biggest change in the potions class. Okay, everyone. Now please put away the magic potion and potion textbook on your desktop. Today's follow-up course content does not need to use it for the time being. Before you come into contact with the real potion materials, you still need a certain amount of practice is good. After briefly introducing some basic knowledge about potions, in Hermione's incredulous eyes, Snape cleared his throat and said slowly, as he spoke, Snape waved his wand lightly, and an oval green skin plant appeared in front of each student's workbench. Wintermelon, a lovely and beautiful plant that originated in China and East India, was brought back to the European continent for cultivation as early as the 16th century. And this is also the unexpected joy that Elena discovered when she checked inventory in the Hogwarts vegetable garden. There is no doubt that wintermelon is a vegetable suitable for planting and storage, which is one of the reasons why it appears on the European continent. It not only has good heat and cold resistance, but also has white meat, crispy and juicy meat. Compared with the Eastern way of eating vegetables, the European continent prefers to treat it as a plant between fruits and vegetables. For example, wintermelon juice, wintermelon cuts, or boiled cabbage. Whitewater stewed wintermelon. More importantly, wintermelon is one of the most recognized vegetables in the cook world, and one of the most suitable vegetables for beginners to practice knives. After all, its unique internal structure is too safe for novices. Be quiet. Glancing at the whispering classroom, Severus Snape frowned, raised the volume slightly, and effortlessly quieted the classroom for an instant, and the order became orderly again. Skinning, slicing, denucleation. These are the three most common operations we will follow in the processing of potions materials, Snape said calmly, and while walking to Eleanor's seat, he stretched out his hand and patted the wintermelon on Eleanor's desk. And today's course content for you all is to deal with the wintermelon in front of each of you. The requirements are very simple. Peel off the outer green crust, clean the inner fleshy part, and cut the wintermelon into small squares as regular as possible. Now, you can all lean forward. I will show you a complete processing method and my requirements for processing results, and then explain in detail some matters that need attention. Facts have proved that Eleanor's inference is not wrong. In order to preserve the magical characteristics of potions to the greatest extent, a qualified potion master will use pure hand or pure driving magic as much as possible to complete the processing when dealing with many potion materials to avoid deviations. As a senior potion master, Professor Snape's basic skills in knives and planers are naturally not inferior to those top chefs who have been immersed in the kitchen for decades. Without using any magic, Professor Snape took less than 5 minutes to process a large ripe wintermelon into a plate of neatly arranged wintermelon cubes, and, this is because he deliberately slowed down in certain links so that the little wizards could see clearly. Immediately afterwards, Snape picked up the various tools that he had just used, and took the trouble to demonstrate and explain the basic grip and force method again, to ensure that this time at least there will be no more stupid guys who hold the knife backhand or actively put their fingers in the direction of the blade. Have you heard and read clearly? I don't want to repeat this simple and basic thing a second time. Of course, let me not find out that you are not even as good as a group of baboons. Snape raised his head and glanced hollowly and indifferently across the little wizards in the classroom. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a pleasant arc, and he spoke slowly and softly in his usual ironic tone. By the way, I almost forgot. There is one last thing that needs additional clarification. In the lunch you ate at noon today, some of the raw materials will be used in the wintermelon that you have processed in this class. And, everyone must finish it. Now, let's start. Go. It's updated today. Ask for monthly pass. Ask for monthly pass. Ask for chapter to say. P.S. If you don't have a monthly pass, it's okay to give the fat chicken a bit of food. Of course, you can also give Elena Caslana a thumbs up and a refill. What about the refill? Have you forgotten it again? PS2, the clever little fat chicken can guess, what kind of dishes will Chef Elena use wintermelon? Prompt, partial Chinese style, light taste, delicious. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Professor Chapter 333, have you heard of the name Lily? After an hour, the little wizards who managed to process the winter melon, exhaustedly climbed the steps out of the underground classroom. Snape is not a person who likes to joke. He really didn't scare these first-grade kids. The raw materials used in the winter melon and shrimp soup served at Hogwarts kitchen today at noon were processed in these 2 potions classes. Winter melon. However, until halfway through the course, everyone suddenly realized one thing. If Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry counts the faculty and staff, there are nearly 1,000 people to complete the supply of ingredients for the entire school. Even if it is just one of the dishes, it is not a simple process. Perhaps for the sake of teaching, the winter melons that appear on the desk are actually not too big. According to Eleanor's visual inspection, the average weight is estimated to be in the range of about 5 to 10 kilograms. If calculated according to the normal standard of food for one person, such a winter melon can make about 30 servings of winter melon and shrimp skin soup at most. In addition, clumsy little wizards are inevitable in the process of peeling and removing the flesh of waste. Therefore, Professor Snape stipulated that each person must cook 2 large winter melons by himself in order to achieve the ultimate goal. In the magical world, fatigue is a false concept. In order to ensure that every little wizard can have enough energy to complete the 2-knife training process, after listening to the advice of a little angel who does not want to be named, whenever a little wizard starts to shout tired, Snape, who was walking around in the classroom, would draw out his wand and accurately cast a quick resuscitation spell. When the bell rang after class, most of the little wizards' minds were left with the winter melon that seemed to be endlessly cut, and the turquoise winter melon skin that kept flying in front of them, as well as Professor Snape's, the black figure flying around like a giant bat. Of course, the hard work is not completely meaningless under this intensive and high-intensity training. After only 2 classes, most of the first-year little wizards' knife skills have been promoted from 0 to entry level. It's almost there. I think maybe the portion for the evening is enough. In the potions classroom that was vacated again, Elena nodded with satisfaction while checking the pile of winter melon cubes cut by the little wizards. Overall, the quality is still good, and there is nothing too outrageous. Lazy situation. The most important thing about adding winter melon to the dish is not the heat and the technique, but the proper size. Regardless of whether it is sliced or diced, the most important thing is to keep the shape and size as consistent as possible, so as to facilitate the unified control of the cooking and boiling time. Too large and easy to cook, and too small to be easy to cook, which will affect the final taste problem after the dish is formed. Too much waste. If such a rough movement is used to peel wrinkled figs, it may take 3 or 4 together to achieve one weight. Snape picked up a piece of winter melon skin that had been discarded on the table, glanced at the white melon that was at least 2 centimeters thick inside, frowned and shook his head. It seemed that he would have to practice for a while. Moreover, it's a bit too squeamish. The professor of potions class raised his head, looked at the little wizards who were almost helping each other out of the classroom, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Just dealing with some ordinary vegetables that didn't take much of his brain was so exhausted. Then if in the future if you have to brew some more complicated potions, it will cause big problems. However, I'm back. Why are you still in the classroom? Snape put down the wax-gored skin in his hand, turned his head to look at the little wizards who were still in the classroom, and narrowed his eyes slightly. If I remember correctly, I announced the end of Get Out of Class a few minutes ago. Miss Caslana is an assistant in the potions class. She has a duty to stay and help me clean up the classroom. What are your reasons? I'm waiting for Elena to return to the auditorium. Hermione hugged Magic Potion and Potion in her arms, and replied nervously, for her, this lesson was a huge defeat of confidence, and Hermione Granger's original defiant pride was suddenly reduced a lot. Not to mention that Elena Caslana, whom she has always regarded as a strong opponent, has directly become an assistant in the potions class. Even Harry Potter, whom Hermione has never cared much about, also showed in this class. Out of an overwhelming knowledge reserve, it also earned Gryffindor College a 5-point bonus from the potions class. You know, since Snape took over as a professor of potions 11 years ago, this seems to be the first time he has taken the initiative to give Gryffindor points in the classroom. The significance of this is even more than the score itself. Important. In the subsequent swordsmanship practice course, Neville Longbottom, who was always laughed at for being clumsy, sprang up, and followed Snape's demonstration silently without any laziness. Naturally, he became the second little wizard to complete the task of handling Wintermelon after Elena. After going back and forth like this, Hermione, who was so eager to shine in the potions class, became extraordinarily ordinary, and Snape's impression of her only stayed sitting next to Harry. Girls who have a good relationship with Elena. Snape curled his lips non-committal. Although he couldn't understand the friendship between the little girls who even wanted to go to the bathroom, he had seen a lot of them over the years, and he didn't think it was any surprise. What about you, Potter? Are you waiting for Elena to finish class with you? Looking over the somewhat nervous Ms. Passera, Snape turned his gaze to the boy with glasses who had been sitting in the middle of the classroom and had not left, and asked softly in a slightly prolonged voice. Over time, even if reluctantly, Snape had to pay attention to the face that resembled James Potter, which made his subtle emotions at the beginning of class gradually begin to move towards a kind of bad grumpy mood. Professor, I still have a question for you. Harry stood up anxiously, swallowed nervously, his hands clenched subconsciously, because it is not related to the content of the class. So I waited until after the get out of class. What is the problem? Professor Snape glanced at Harry Potter, who hesitated, frowned heavily, hummed a little displeasedly, and tapped his fingers hard on the desk. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask directly, don't waste time like this. Professor Snape, you have taught potions at Hogwarts for so many years. Harry took a deep breath, looked straight at the wizard in front of him, and asked quietly in a slightly trembling tone, "Excuse me, do you know my mother? Or, have you heard of the name Lily Evans? It's updated today. I'm angry. So this month we are the #1 Kusang P.S. Of course, everyone should also remember to like and refill the lovely Elena Caslana. What about the refill? Have you forgotten it again? PS2, the monthly pass still requires a drop. And of course there will be more. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 334. Happy birthday, Harry. Professor, have you ever heard the name Lily Evans? Harry's voice echoed in the empty potions classroom, and the voice hit the cold wall, producing a faint echo, like a Dementor's arm, and it pressed hard on Snape's heart. A bit. Snape's expression froze for an instant. His greasy black hair drooped around his skinny face like a curtain. A helpless trance appeared in his indifferent black eyes, and his bloodless lips licked twice, but made no sound. Professor Snape. Harry swallowed a little nervously, and forced himself to stare directly at Professor Snape's indifferent eyes. Elena once said that when facing Professor Snape, he must have the courage to look at each other, far away. It's better than avoiding sight. Cowardly. Lily, your mother. After Snape was silent for a few seconds, he repeated Harry's words with difficulty, as if saying these words is a very laborious thing, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, looking at Harry's eyes, answered calmly, "Of course, your mother and I enrolled in the same year, but she was in Gryffindor and I was in Slytherin. I have to say that the time changes not only the page number of the calendar. 11 years have passed, and Severus Snape is no longer the young and immature young man at the beginning. After so many things and so many years of teaching career, he is much more mature and stable than he was in the past." Unexpectedly, it was not enough to show some ugly panic when facing Lily's child's problem. "Really, Professor? Then, can you tell me more stories about my mother?" With a surprised look on Harry's face, he couldn't help taking a step forward and said excitedly, "Since I can remember, I have been living in Uncle Vernon's house. They never take the initiative to talk about my parents. I didn't know until Hagrid came to pick me up. Car accident, but killed by Voldemort for protecting me. No, say that name. Snape shivered involuntarily, gritted his teeth with a sullen expression, and snarled in a low voice. Neither Harry nor Elena had ever seen Professor Snape like this. In normal times, although he looks cold and ruthless, he is at least a kind of harshness similar to Professor McGonagall, not like he is now, like a wounded beast, panting slightly, staring at Harry firmly. Eyes. Sorry, Professor, I just. Facing the terrible look on Snape's face, Harry was so frightened that he took a step back subconsciously, bumping into the edge of the back desk, driving the chairs behind him into each other, making a dull crash. After dinner today, come to my office to find me, alone. Snape waved his hand roughly, interrupted Harry's next words, pointed to the door of the underground classroom, and issued an order to dismiss the guest in a nonchalant tone. Now, you can leave the classroom. I still have some things to do. The last sentence was clearly said by the little girl who was sitting side by side behind her and was watching the excitement curiously. All the memories of Lily Evans, if it weren't because of Harry's request, according to Snape's original idea, it was originally intended to be buried in his heart forever. And in this emotionally unstable situation, Snape couldn't guarantee exactly what he would say, so he had to calm his emotions alone and think about what he could tell Lily's son. And if Lily is still what stories she would like her children to know. However, before that Snape still had one very important thing to do. Albus Dumbledore. Seeing the back of the three little wizards disappearing at the door, Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously and said softly, "You old fellow, what did you say to this kid?" Undoubtedly, if it hadn't gotten some tips from some people, Harry Potter, who had just come into contact with the magic world, would have never been able to ask him directly about Lily after the first potion class. Since 11 years ago, Severus Snape knew very well that Albus Dumbledore's credibility was actually not as reliable as people have said. Dumbledore is also a human, he will make mistakes, and he will be happy. Snape had every reason to believe that, in order to ensure that he could keep his promise to look after Harry, with Dumbledore's character, it was entirely possible that he would inadvertently reveal and instruct Harry some misunderstandings. He didn't even have to speak himself. McGonagall can help him do all this. The crux of the problem now is, what exactly does Harry know? Snape frowned in irritation, walked out of the potions classroom angrily, and walked straight in the direction of the auditorium. If Professor Dumbledore can't explain the matter clearly and give a reasonable explanation at noon today, then Dumbledore will probably not want to eat this meal at noon today. However, compared to Professor Snape, who was angry and was about to face an old radish who didn't understand the scapegoat at all, on the other hand, Elena, who left the underground classroom, was obviously in a pretty good mood. This was an important plot turning point that she had planned since the first moment she saw Harry. From what happened in the classroom today, whether it's Harry Potter or Severus Snape, it should be difficult to become hostile and annoying to each other as in the original works of the previous life. Not to mention that after adding points to the questions and answers in this potion class, Elena can feel Harry's attitude towards potions class gradually changing from a task of finding a mother to a real interest and love direction. To be honest, Harry's potion talent is not bad at all, even without Elena's leaking questions. After all, he is a true genius who can get good grades in their LS exam under a completely contradictory learning state. Elena has no doubt that with a good start in this life, Harry, who has tasted the sweetness once, will never give up potions so easily. This is not difficult to understand. After all, people always prefer to do things that they are good at and have achieved results, which is like Harry likes Quidditch so much. And the most important thing is that Professor Snape's attitude towards Harry is obviously quite different. In Snape's eyes, Harry Potter, who showed a talent for potions, had gradually changed from Potter's child to Lily's child. And the worst was also Lily and Potter's child Irene now noticed that in just 2 classes, Snape's name for Harry had become the original Poor Special and changed to Harry Hogwarts Kitchen. Okay, done. This is your birthday present. Do you like it? Elena carefully outlined the words HP with black pepper sauce on the steak plate, turned around happily, and gave Harry, who was standing bewildered near the door, looking curiously at the busy kitchen. The performance this morning was pretty good. Due to the limited time and the lack of preparation of the ingredients, this Wellington steak I made by myself is a reward for you. Try it. This should be the school dinner next week. There will be a new cuisine in the kitchen. But big sister, today is not my birthday. Harry knotted the plate subconsciously, looked at the steaming, golden and crispy mysterious steak in front of him, couldn't help swallowing hard, and said hesitantly, "Did you remember that wrong? Your birthday is July 31st, right?" I looked at the calendar. Yes, it is today. Today is a special day. You can finally find your mother's footsteps. Based on this, it is very worth celebrating and commemorating. Not to mention that you have won Gryffindor from the potions class for an unprecedented time. 5 points. Elena glanced at Hermione, who was eager to talk next to her. Akimbo raised her eyebrows and said in an indefensible tone, "In short, I said that today is your birthday. It is your birthday. Happy birthday, Harry." Chapter 335 Wellington Steak and Defects. When many people think of British cuisine, they think of dark cuisine such as looking up at the stars, but in fact, even after experiencing the decline of food culture, Britain still has amazing top dishes. Wellington steak. This is a fairly traditional British dish, but also known as the most elegant British dish. However, just like the Eggs Benedict that Elena had made before, although Wellington steak originated in Europe, it was developed in the United States, and most of the official documents on Wellington steak appeared in the United States. For a long time, there was no international top chef in the United Kingdom, so it would not be until 2 years later that a Scottish restaurant chef named Gordon Ramsay in the non-magical world was only let this all start to change. By the time Elena crossed, Gordon Ramsay had not only become the first Scottish chef to win 3 Michelin stars, he even owned 28 top restaurants and won 14 Michelin stars in total. He became the top chef with the highest personal worth and annual income in the non-magical world. And Gordon Ramsay's most famous dish is also his first famous dish. This is the Wellington steak that Elena is now trying to reproduce in the Hogwarts kitchen because of the exquisiteness of Wellington steak. Complex and delicious, this is also one of the hell-level dishes that test the chef's cooking skills. Wow! What is this? It's so delicious. So beautiful. Elena, you are so amazing. After the potions get out of class ended, it was actually almost time for lunch. Harry and Hermione, who were already hungry, didn't get too much entangled in Elena's strange birthday wishes, and quickly turned their attention to the steak that the little silver hoard lorry brought out that they had never seen before. The golden puff pastry wraps the outermost part of the steak. After one cut, you can see that the bottom of the puff pastry is stuffed with enticingly colored mushroom mince, while under the mushroom mince, the pink filet mignon shows a variety juicy and delicious visual impact. And more than the visual enjoyment is that when these cattle were discharged into the entrance, the progressive and diverse tastes almost completely subverted Hermione and Harry's perception of steaks from a conceptual perspective. Well, what else? Any other comments or thoughts? Elena hugged her arms and looked at the 2 friends who were gorging in front of her with satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Even Hermione, who had always been a little reserved, quickly let go of her ladylike temperament when faced with such a delicacy, and started chewing with big mouthfuls. And Harry, who had never eaten anything particularly good at Dursley's since he was a child, even more hated that he could grow a mouth or 2 hands to help him eliminate food faster. Super delicious. This one is delicious. Is this really a steak? Gosh, I think it was too. As a qualified chef, Elena will naturally put a brand new dish on the dining table of the 4 Hogwarts colleges without trial. Before the formal supply can be completed, the basic tasting link is naturally indispensable. Undoubtedly, Harry and Hermione, who had just left the potions classroom, were very lucky to be Eleanor's first batch of test dishes. However, what makes Elena feel speechless is that these two native British little guys seem to be totally unable to give any advice except for the taste. However, it is true that even Hermione Granger, who has a slightly more favorable family background, can hardly find any top restaurant at this time. After all, it is only at the end of 1991, which is far from the British mainland. Food confidence has re-emerged, and there are still almost 10 years away. Forget it, you can eat with peace of mind. Elena shook her head helplessly, ignoring Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, who showed a fuss look because they had never seen the world, and carefully cut a slice of Wellington steak with a knife in the mouth. He frowned immediately with some dissatisfaction. It still failed. The gravy was not completely locked, and the puff pastry was damp. Moreover, the steak seems to be over-grilled, it's a bit too cooked, and lacks the smooth and tender feeling. The most authentic Wellington steak, the puff pastry should be crispy and complete, and the mushroom sauce in the middle should be dry and fragrant. The fillet, a steak made with a certain thickness of beef tenderloin, must be served at the core. It is the three maturities to show the attractive pink color. The flesh is rich, soft and slippery, and the three must be closely connected without gaps. As one of the most difficult dishes in the world, Wellington steak's biggest cooking difficulties are mainly two. One is how to effectively block the gravy from dipping into the puff pastry, and the other is because the raw and cooked meat cannot be seen. The degree can only be judged by experience. Strictly speaking, if the puff pastry is slightly moist or the beef is overcooked or raw, it is a failure to make. It seems that magic is not omnipotent. Elena nodded her lips thoughtfully. You know, in order to speed up the steak forming time, she asked the house elves of Hogwarts to use a little bit of little magic to shorten the Wellington steak, which originally required nearly an hour of preparation, to 15 minutes. The result of this is that both the degree of dryness of the mushrooms and the degree of blocking of the gravy are somewhat unsatisfactory, or even a little bad. Except for the crispness of the outermost layer, the slightly inner part of the puff pastry is completely powdered. The most important thing is that due to the unscientific result theory of magic, the house elves who adhere to the idea that cooking food is to complete cooking, obviously do not deliberately control the degree of rawness of internal steaks when applying magic. This is also the biggest test Elena needs to face as the chef of Hogwarts kitchen. There is no doubt that the house elves are fully qualified to help any star chef. The breakfasts in the past few days have proved that as long as they understand the basic methods, with the help of magic, they can achieve more than 90% of a dish. The replication rate may even reach 100% or even 120%. However, the premise is that Elena must be able to show them what a successful sample looks like, or be able to accurately describe and define what a perfect form is. In other words, before she can compare those big before the chef pleases to Hogwarts, she must try to make herself a star chef similar to Ramsay Burley. I may need to buy a batch of kitchen supplies from the Muggle world. Should I be able to do it this weekend? Elena tapped her finger on the workbench, lowered her head and looked at the house elf who had been standing not far in front of her, grabbed her finger seriously, and said solemnly, I need a batch of plastic wrap, a quick frozen ice cellar, and we also need to add traditional English mustard sauce in the kitchen and purchase a batch of Parma ham. There is nothing wrong with the ice cellar, seasoning, and ham, just add a few more items on the purchase list. But, Burley, the house elf, nodded earnestly, and took out his portable notebook to write it down. This is a new habit it has developed over the past few days, so that it can be used to record Elena's request at any time. Suddenly, after a pause, he raised his head and looked at Elena with a bitter expression. Chef, the plastic wrap you mentioned seems to be unique to the Muggle world. Our house elves can't go to the non-magical world to purchase this thing, so I understand. Leave it to me. Elena raised her eyebrows, revealing an unpredictable smile. There is only one chapter today. I have worked overtime to check out these days, and it will be updated next week. Should write Chapter 335, Paths and Tools. Of course, it is not so easy to leave Hogwarts secretly to go out shopping. You know, in order to protect students and the school from external encroachment, Hogwarts Castle is located in a remote location away from mole gatherings, within tens of miles of the school. The only inhabited village is Hogsmeade Village. As the only village in the UK that is full of wizards and no moles, it is naturally no problem to buy chocolate frogs, hiccups, and licorice wands, but most of them are products of polymer materials similar to plastic wrap. I can't see it anymore. Therefore, if you want to leave Hogwarts, the first thing you need to solve is the traffic problem. After studying in detail the land deed documents left by Salazar Slytherin, Elena knew that the scope of this magical protected area was far beyond her original imagination, even if she could find a way to slip through certain secret roads. It is estimated that he can't go far out of the castle with only his own feet. She didn't want to slip out with great difficulty. Before she got out of the Hogwarts territory, she saw a hot-hearted radish appeared out of nowhere, and then grabbed her back into the castle without saying a word. Albus Dumbledore is, after all, one of the greatest wizards in the magical world today. Although the heart seems to be a bit sick lately, it should not be too easy to catch a sneaky first-year student. It seems that there is still only the way to the sky as expected. Elena's eyes flickered, and she looked at the sky not far away thoughtfully. The time now is 3:55 in the afternoon. The first flight lesson of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wizards has started for a while. However, due to the limited number of broomsticks in the school and the large number of little wizards in this group, mainly Hufflepuffs, Mrs. Hooch divided the students into two groups and took turns driving the broomsticks. And Elena, who was assigned to the second batch of teams, could only sit on the lawn silently like other little wizards at this time, watching a large group of students in the sky, like a newborn duck following an old duck into the water. Same, swaying behind Madame Hooch. Flying brooms are naturally an excellent choice. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, first-year freshmen for safety reasons are expressly forbidden to carry flying broomsticks. It is forbidden in any form. There is only one way to have a flying broomstick. Join a school-recognized official Quidditch team. This requirement is not difficult for Elena. You only need to wait until the end of this get out of class to successfully complete the selection of the Hogwarts first-year Quidditch trial team in the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium. Elena's Quidditch dream, even if the team is formed. The real difficulty is that from the current situation, Dumbledore seems to have no intention of equipping Elena with an exclusive flying broomstick. The training broomsticks retired from the Pudermere United team were only used by the little wizards for daily practice and training games. They were all kept by Mrs. Hooch. There was no way to access them except for training. As for Grindelwald, he had gone out of the house decades ago, and now he is covered in underwear. Even the underwear was given to him by Dumbledore, and it is impossible for him to have money to buy a flying broomstick for her. However, with the old antique broomsticks in the school, it may be suitable for swinging, but trying to escape Dumbledore's hunt is undoubtedly a bit idiotic. Just flying in the sky in that blunt and slow acceleration method is simply a live target. Not to mention, even though Mrs. Hooch, who is a flight teacher, is somewhat ordinary in magical skills, she wants to fly away on the school's broken broomstick in front of her. It is too unreasonable to let the retired Quidditch athletes go. In the eyes a little, you have to find a way to own a flying broomstick of your own. Or, Elena glanced at the Gryffindor and Slytherin freshmen who were standing on the edge of the field and staring at the sky in a daze. They had already arrived outside the castle in the afternoon without classes, and on look as the students from the other two colleges were attending classes, waiting for the end of the flight class to participate in the next Quidditch selection. It's just that many of them don't know, there is actually only one place left for them to compete. This year's first-year protagonist group is really fantastic. All of this has long since boarded the train. It was decided from that moment. Or, think of a way to suggest a child of a wealthy family to sponsor for free. If the world line remains the same, Potter should be able to receive gifts if it doesn't work, and Hallie can. I worked overtime to check out today, so I can only send a small chapter. What does the monthly ticket and Jang say? Wait until tomorrow's overtime, and then start to break out. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 336 Selection Results and Jealousy. Thanks to the leader who reads books is always drunk. Perhaps for most of the little wizards, the meaning of Hogwarts is very clear. School, another home. They learn magic here, spend the most important period of growth in life, make friends here, and even find the path of love and the future of life here. Of course, there may also be some bitterness and regrets of youth. At the same time, just like Severus Snape, Tom Riddle, Newt Scamander, Harry Potter, almost all the children who walked out of this castle can't help but regard this as their own home. Even the wicked bad guys, if given the opportunity, they will be very happy to come back here. However, in the eyes of Elena, Hogwarts actually has more meaning. This is a responsibility she is destined to shoulder, an area that overlaps between illusion and reality, and, in a sense, this is a special prison. Elena is not an ignorant child. She can clearly feel that after experiencing two major events, Dumbledore's attitude towards her has changed, and some changes in response measures. Whether it is acquiescing her to serve as a potions teaching assistant, or taking the initiative to promote the creation of the first-year Quidditch team, whether it is agreeing to her multi-academy qualifications or admitting her status as a Hogwarts chef, there is no doubt that Albus Dumbledore, who has learned the lessons of the previous few times, is carefully confining her energy to this castle. But this does not mean that Elena has completely compromised. She is not a naive and harmless savior like Harry. As the third generation of the Black Demon King, she knew from the beginning what Dumbledore was making. In fact, to be precise, the incident of forcibly kidnapping Elena from the shore of Loch Lomond to Hogwarts cannot be regarded as completely over now. What's more, the three unbreakable vows imprinted on the back of her hand are still three shackles used to restrain her in essence. Unlike Grindelwald, who eats and waits to die, Elena will not obey Dumbledore's arrangements obediently, and the first thing to fight against some waves is naturally to have a short-term escape from Dumbledore's control. Ability. The sky is undoubtedly a weak link of Dumbledore. Flying magic is not very useful in this world. According to Elena's understanding of the magic world these days, the current method of countering wizards in the sky is not too much. In addition to the common flying broomsticks versus flying broomsticks, either riding on magical creatures that can fly, such as night skies, fire dragons, and thunderbirds, operations similar to dancing in the air or fighting gasification wings have not yet appeared. On the other hand, the physical fitness of a certain centenarian also severely limits his possibility of completing certain extreme pursuits in the sky. Therefore, Elena is at least 90% sure that she can effortlessly minimize Dumbledore's threat temporarily as long as she gets a flying broom that is the top accessory in the magic industry. At that time, apart from blowing his beard and staring with anger on the ground, Dumbledore could only put off harsh words as a deterrent. So, even if there is no shortage of plastic wrap, Elena will definitely find a way to successfully slip out of Hogwarts. If she really just needs it, she can actually write to the priest. Dad helps with the purchase. For Elena, Chef Hogwarts' procurement needs are just a good excuse. And in this way, Dumbledore, who has a step to go down, at most, a slightly larger heartload, will not damage the majesty of the principal, nor will it have any major negative effects. Right? Elena was thinking wildly, while casting her gaze on the Quidditch field in front of her. The flight class in the afternoon was over at this time. Under the leadership of Mrs. Hooch, all the first-year wizards came to the Quidditch stadium, ready to participate in or watch the next large-scale reality talent show. and those who arrived at the arena earlier than them were the captains of the Quidditch teams from various colleges. The deans of the 4 colleges all tacitly agreed to their request to dismiss classes in advance, allowing them to come to Hogwarts Stadium to watch and study the selection process of this batch of freshmen with it is to inquire about the enemy in advance. It is quite meaningful to discover new blood that can be added to the team in the future. If it weren't for the class, perhaps the 4 deans would come to the Quidditch court to watch. The Quidditch Stadium in the afternoon sun looks unique. Hundreds of chairs are arranged high on the huge circular stands around to ensure that every spectator can see the situation on the court. There are 3 golden pillars at each end of the court, and each pillar is 50 feet high, with a ring on the top. This is the goal post where the 2 sides are fighting in the Quidditch game today. Although the victory or defeat is not entirely determined by the scoring gap, the excitement of the game is mainly derived from the game of offense and defense between the 2 sides. And at a point below the post, the little wizards who wanted to sign up for the Hogwarts first-year Quidditch team are manipulating the broomstick to make a series of prescribed actions in accordance with the requirements of Mrs. Hogwarts. The reason why Hogwarts does not allow first-year students to have flying broomsticks is not unreasonable. Even at the moment when Quidditch is extremely popular, wizard families that can really allow children to have flying experience before school are still few. Among these few people, at least half of the little wizards who fly not so well will be eliminated. Mrs. Hooch didn't have any intention to release the water. Even if it was just a new Quidditch team that tried more meaningfully, she still maintained quite strict requirements. For those first-year freshmen who just learned how to keep themselves from falling off their broomsticks, without exception, Mrs. Hooch was directly removed from the list. In fact, in the magic world, flying is a recognized ability that is only slightly friendlier than divination. Perhaps after a school year of flying lessons, most of the young wizards can successfully control the flying broomstick. But those who are truly talented, without exception, have demonstrated their relationship with the flying broomstick when they first came into contact with the flying broomstick. A distinctive flying affinity. According to official Quidditch research, there is no such late-blooming hard-working player. Even if it is recognized this year that the tornado chaser Fitz, who has completed his transformation due to hard training this year, is just a Quidditch version of the story of the ugly duckling turning into a swan is just fully digging out his talent. That's it. Many people seem to have forgotten that he was a professional golfer from the beginning. It's so boring it would be nice to just call someone by name if you knew it. There is no point in such a trial at all. Elena was sitting sideways on a broken broom, floating in the air like a swing, ignoring the envy and awe-inspiring eyes from all corners of the Quidditch stadium from time to time. Elena looked at the immature and clumsy performances of the little wizards in front of her with a look of disgust, sighed helplessly, and her eyes gradually began to empty. It's not that she was distracted, mainly because the Quidditch selection for first-year freshmen in front of me was really not suspenseful, especially after knowing the ending in advance, and even the last bit of fun was not much. If it wasn't for the captain of the freshman team to be there to see the end, she would even want to leave early. After all, the flight test of a group of little guys does not have too much viewing. Compared with the flight show in the previous life, it is far worse. I don't know what the captains of the Quidditch team around the stands are. Where did the interest come from? I have been engrossed in watching. After being screened by Mrs. Hooch, a total of 7 little wizards passed the first round of the test. Waiting for Saturday, when the batch of flying broomsticks from professional teams promised by Dumbledore arrived, the team will then proceed. Distribution of internal locations. Facts have proved that the final selection does not have any surprises. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Gore, Zachary Smith, and Hannah. I didn't expect she could fly. Didn't she say that she didn't want to participate in the Quidditch team? Hermione looked sadly at Hannah Abbott, who was flying in the sky, and Elena, who was floating in the air like feathers, in a particularly complicated mood. Although Hannah's performance was not very good, with the advantage of growing up in a wizard's family since she was a child, she still bumped through the primaries as for Miss Hermione Chocobo Granger. So far is still at the stage of how to make the broom obedient, not to throw her off. Acridine, no goo, no goo. Finally, I finished writing and sent it out, calling it dangerous. But the overtime is finally over, and it should start to break out tomorrow. The progress bar 015 is on! Please tell me Acridine. Chapter 337, Captain Level Dialogue. Thanks to the leader of Hades under the Dragon Knight, it was a disaster. There was no one in the stands on the edge of the Quidditch field. After witnessing the last Ravenclaw first-year freshman fall from the broom, Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw college team, sighed heavily. Skirts, the girls are all wearing skirts, and the only boy is Chocobo. Davis, I realized that you don't like girls wearing skirts. No wonder your girlfriend changed so fast, because they all wear skirts. Cedric Diggory hugged his arms and joked in a relaxed tone. As the Quidditch captain of Hufflepuff Academy, Cedric was in a very happy mood at this time. After all, anyone who is not blind can see that Elena Castellana is flying so well. Her relaxed appearance even gives the illusion that she can fly freely even without flying a broomstick. There is no doubt that a child with such a talent can cover the entire Quidditch arena like moonlight no matter which position he plays. Cedric has no doubt that as long as Elena advances to the second grade and joins the academy team to start the official game, the entire Hogwarts may be lucky enough to witness the establishment of a new Quidditch dynasty. The strength of almost a professional star player is crushed, and it is too obvious in this kind of colleague-level confrontation. Shut up, Diggory. Can't you see it? In our college this year's freshmen, I guess there is no kid who can play Quidditch. Girls are really cute in skirts, but they can't be cute. Help us win the Quidditch Cup. Roger Davis looked desperately at the Quidditch stadium, and a row of Ravenclaw girls sitting neatly on the edge of the court. The frustration in the tone almost condensed into substance. As the college with the most disparity between men and women in Hogwarts, he may be the happiest and most unfortunate captain. What I am worried about now is what will happen to our Ravenclaw team after Nelson graduates next year. If it weren't for this year's second grade, a pretty good Kujang joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, they would almost have to face the embarrassing situation of not being able to gather 7 people to compete this year. Come on, as far as I know, most of you Ravenclaw fly pretty well. If I remember correctly, isn't the Seeker you recruited this year great? Oliver Wood curled his lips and said with some envy. Ravenclaw College rarely shows chocobos, which seems to be consistent with their college animalcigals. In fact, most of the little wizards in the Eagle Academy fly pretty well, but the number of people who sign up for Quidditch selections almost stabilizes between 0 and 1. It's amazing to break through to 2 occasionally. Draft year. However, relatively speaking, Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are obviously academies with a slight lack of flying talent. After all, the movement of Quidditch in the sky is not something you can win simply by having the courage. Since Charlie Weasley graduated, Gryffindor Academy hasn't made the finals for a long time. The lack of stable seekers makes them almost impossible to win. In most cases, they can only passively wait for the opponent to end the game. Wood, who took over as the Quidditch captain, has almost lost in the past 2 years. I like to run to the Quidditch field to see if I can find a hidden seedling. Personal strength does not mean everything, Oliver. You still don't seem to understand this truth. Marcus Flint hugged his arms and hummed softly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, and the Slytherin emblem on his chest shone silver in the sun. It looks like you seem to think that one more seeker can help you win. Maybe I can help you recall that you lost to us by 320 points last semester. Enough, Marcus. You won't be proud of it for too long. Oliver Wood's face changed, and he glared at the Slytherin captain next to him. He firmly squeezed the guardrail in front of the stands with both hands, lest he could not help but rush up and hit the Slytherin gorilla in the face. Fist. Have you seen the performance of this year's first-year freshman? Gryffindor was selected for the 2, just like Terrence Higgs, Slytherin's seeker at this time. Our wave I can get rid of him for 10 full positions. Undoubtedly, After seeing Harry Potter's first trapeze lifting and hovering in the air after riding on the broomstick, only one voice remained in Oliver Wood's heart: this is Gryffindor. For the seedlings of the top seekers who have been eager for 2 years, the glory of the Gryffindor Quidditch team will begin again, and they will once again be the part of. Sorry, there are 3 of us in Slytherin selected. At this moment, a familiar nasty voice interrupted Wood's reverie. Marcus Flint grinned unkindly, and gestured toward the court underneath with his thumb. Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Gore 3-2. No matter now or in the future, we will win. I don't think your Potter can win, little Malfoy. Everyone knows that the strongest point of the Gryffindor team lies in their twin brothers who are like walking balls. As batsmen who need extra cooperation, the tacit understanding between the two on the court is almost equivalent to a soul. Same. But this situation is about to end soon. Marcus happily looked at Gore and Crabbe, who took off and landed at almost the same pace on the court. The tacit understanding between the two was comparable to that of the annoying Weasley brothers. It's a bit worse, but it can be seen from the physical foundation that it only takes another 1 or 2 years to develop, and it can definitely crush most of the same age. If I'm not mistaken, we Hufflepuff also seem to have 3 people. Cedric glanced sideways at the rather arrogant Marcus, and said calmly, "Ha ha, yes, I almost forgot to have that child." Roger Davis looked at Elena floating in the sky, and the envy in his eyes was almost overflowing. Why was a girl who flew so well not being assigned to Ravenclaw College, and long she has to be so cute? If he can get into the Ravenclaw team, he will definitely not let her get hurt. Marcus, you don't seem to understand the truth. In front of the moon, no matter how many stars, you can only serve as a foil. In the face of the arrogant Slytherin, the other 3 houses that have not won the championship for several consecutive years have been united quite tacitly. You and I are stunned by Marcus from the Slytherin Quidditch team. Flint. Goo. The first chapter of today, after competing for the monthly pass, I felt so boring. It was not lively at all. It felt far worse than I thought. This may be the dullest list I have ever competed for. The most important thing is that there is too much spicy, so much more. Almost crying. What did the fat chicken do? So in the future, I'll still ask for chapters and talks, and now start chapters, talk, and add more activities to start again. However, due to the removal of the restrictions on the starting point, the standard was raised to 1000, and it was added once more. The progress bar 015 is on! Please tell me Acridine. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 338. Advice and bailing together. Thanks to the leader of the elderly family. With a group of subordinates defeated, you will only have this little lip service. Although it was 1 against 3, Marcus snorted and started the group taunting calmly. After all, Slytherin had won the championship for 3 years in a row. With the irony and venomous tongue of Slytherin College, it made the mood of the other 3 colleges more and more unstable. It's almost done, Marcus. Don't go too far. Cedric showed an unreliable expression on his face. I'm just explaining the facts. After all, you are really too weak. Marcus spread his hands and replied with a bad expression, "Oh no, Hufflepuff is a little better. After all, you took 2nd place for 2 years, at least more decent than some guys who lost 300 points. Up." Marcus, you want to be beaten, don't you? Cedric, don't hold me. Wood snorted heavily. Tusk, you can't win, you can only take the initiative to hit someone at the Quidditch stadium. You guys have already abandoned yourself. Marcus Flint licked his lips, leaned slightly towards the stand, and quietly grasped the magic wand in his pocket with his wrist in his arms. Mrs. Hooch was underneath. As long as everyone scuffled, absolutely all have to be confined. The scene seemed to start to lose control. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, a clear cough came from the direction behind everyone, accompanied by a familiar old voice. "Excuse me, interrupt a little bit." The 4 students were shocked, closed their mouths subconsciously, and turned their heads all over. At some point, Albus Dumbledore was already sitting in the chair behind them, as if he had been there for a long time, and he smiled and looked at them. I hope I haven't interrupted your conversation, but I have to say one more thing. The original purpose of the Hogwarts Quidditch Academy Cup was to allow everyone to gain understanding in Quidditch matches, not to create conflicts. So I said, the school will only form a first-year trial team this year, and hope to have more friendship beyond the competition. Dumbledore's blue eyes fell through the lenses on the faces of the four little wizards, and he said in a slightly serious tone, it has to be said that the large-scale scramble of students from the two colleges that took place on the basement level of Hogwarts last week gave Albus Dumbledore a very serious warning. After nearly 1,000 years of competition, the hostility between the two has gradually begun to show his fangs, which is undoubtedly a very dangerous signal for Hogwarts. Fortunately, while seeing the crisis, Dumbledore also saw the hope of breaking the gap between the colleges. As Dumbledore thought, he turned his face to look at the white-haired dumpling floating in the air not far away. Although the child was a bit noisy before, he has indeed gained a lot of peace during this time. Whether it is taking the initiative to serve as a potions teaching assistant to help professors share the pressure, or silently improving the quality of life of the school teachers and students in the Hogwarts kitchen, including this time the first-year mixed academy to form a Quidditch team, it is an OC Dumbledore is very happy to see and contribute to the situation. In fact, Dumbledore is no stranger to such a situation. There is no doubt that, just like Snape, Tom, and Newt, after a brief period of confusion, these little wizards will eventually gradually merge into the warm collective of Hogwarts. Well, gentlemen, for the time being, put your attention on me, an old man. Dumbledore clapped his hands, pulled the eyes of the four Quidditch captains back from the Quidditch pitch, and said with a smile, don't worry, as I said before, these kids will exist as your usual training opponents, so you still have a whole year to train and observe their performance. However, before that, while talking, Dumbledore quickly glanced at Elena, who was still in a daze at the other end of the court, and his speech speed increased a little bit imperceptibly, and he looked at the little boys in front of him with a slight seriousness. As the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I still need to give you some requirements and advice. Regarding the conversation that took place in the stands of Quidditch Stadium, Elena didn't notice anything. After Madame Hooch announced that the selection was over, she immediately jumped off the broom and quickly dropped a sentence, at the same time and at the same place tomorrow. Determine the position in the team. She happily pulled her whole body sweaty. Hannah and Hermione ran towards the castle, whether it's a physical education class or a flight class. The truly wonderful time is never during the class, but after a sweat, feeling the ease of washing away the fatigue in the bathroom. Of course, for Elena, it is even more pleasant to be able to admire her wings for nothing. In this case, what the Quidditch team should pay attention to is naturally to stand aside. She's not a Quidditch maniac like the captain of Gryffindor's Wood, who founded the team. The purpose is first of all for freedom and happiness, and honors and other things cannot be eaten. As the largest number of colleges, Hufflepuff's student bathroom obviously uses a part of space magic. Although it looks like an ordinary room from the outside, once you open it, you can find that it is divided into multiple public bathrooms. Each compartment's door opens to a small bathroom that can accommodate at least 4 people, but even so, at the peak of washing, the necessary queuing and crowding are still inevitable. Patter. This is the sound of Elena locking the bathroom door. Wait, Elena, and Hermione. Why did you come in? Hearing the sound of the bathroom door being locked, Hannah, who was immersed in the excitement of being selected by the Quidditch team, finally reacted. She looked around the empty bathroom, and then at the 2 girlfriends behind her, her tone a little dazed. Since the last class of senior students has not ended, and Elena is almost the first to rush back to the castle with the 2 of them, so the bathroom is still quite free for the time being. There are only 3 in the huge room. The cute little Lily stayed in it. At least 20 minutes from now on was their rest time. Of course I took a shower together. After exercising for an afternoon and sweating a lot, is it possible that you plan to go to dinner with such a sweat? That would be too bad. right?" The little dumb hair on Eleanor's head jumped excitedly, and while she said she took off her clothes, she smelled the stinky socks with a bit of disgust. "This is not magic at all. The protagonist who said that the protagonist is all over is it Xiang. Crumpled up into a ball and thrown into a clothes basket made of vines, with a natural look on one side of his face. "Hurry up, Hannah. I'll help you." But, without giving Hannah too much time to hesitate, Elena walked straight over with a snap of her dexterous hands and unbuttoned the wizard robe from Hannah, revealing the white shirt and light grey skirt that had begun to take shape inside. Okay, I'll just do it myself." Hannah blushed unconsciously, pushed Eleanor's hand away, and began to take off her socks while sitting on the bench in the middle of the bathroom. In Hufflepuff College, because the public bathroom is used, it is quite common for everyone to take a bath together. These days, when Elena lived in the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory, both of them were also the one who took a bath together. The only thing she was a little uncomfortable with was that Hermione Granger was also in the bathroom at this time. "Huh? Well, I'll go out and wait for you in the lounge first." Hermione, who was forcibly dragged into the bathroom by Elena before she had time to figure out the situation, looked at the surroundings and finally understood. She glanced at Hannah's chest with some envy, and walked out the door unhappy. The Quidditch selection process this afternoon was really unfriendly to her, who has always been strong. She was included in the elimination list by Mrs. Hooch just in the first round of the air test. So most of the rest of the time, the little beaver can only sit on the ground with his knees in silence, watching Hannah and Elena flying in the sky in a mixed mood. "I don't have any sweat on my body, so yeah." Before Hermione could finish her words, she saw a splash of water falling from the sky, showering her whole body all over. "Oh, I accidentally slipped my hand." Not far away, the culprit, who had been naked, holding the shower in his hand, said softly without apology, "Let's see, I also showered on my head, and it will be cleared for the time being." Elena Caslana. Hermione, who was not very happy at first, narrowed her eyes like a little beaver with fried fur. After a few seconds of silence, Hermione unhurriedly tied up her hair, then took off her wet stockings and clothes, kneaded them into a ball, and threw them into the vine clothes basket on the side. In the middle, the bright brown eyes stared at the arrogant white-haired dumpling in front of him, and said word by word, "I swear, this time, you are absolutely dead. Hannah, help me." Bookmark it for easy reading. Chapter 339. Who agrees? Who opposes? Thanks to the leader of Hedgehog Holdings, Obo. Are you satisfied now? Then you and I will go and explain to Professor McGonagall. Hermione glared at Elena with puffed cheeks, and said dissatisfiedly, "It's dinner time." The three people who took a shower comfortably have arrived in the school auditorium and began to enjoy the increasingly delicious food at Hogwarts. The only difference from usual is that the emblem on Hermione's chest with some wet hair is not a common gold-eared lion, but a cute little badger with a yellow and black background. Because I was soaked by Elena before, plus the splash fight between the three of them in the bathroom, and all the underwear was drenched, so she had to temporarily wear Elena's clothes to deal with it. Fortunately, Elena's figure is similar to hers, whether it is the size of her underwear or the length of her skirt and socks, they all fit quite well. To be precise, as a girl who also came from the non-magical world, Hermione Granger was even a little jealous when she saw Elena open the suitcase. No, she is not like Elena, so many beautiful little clothes and various styles of underwear and footwear. Well, Professor McGonagall won't mind. I know Professor McGonagall better than you, and even the reason why I entered Hogwarts is largely because of her. Elena curled her lips disapprovingly, cut off a steak and kidney pie and stuffed it into Hermione's mouth. While talking, Professor McGonagall's anxious gaze floated from the teacher's bench for the third time. The Dean of Gryffindor finally realized the feelings of Professor Sprout. At this time, Gryffindor College finally produced a witch with excellent academic performance, and the result was such a daze. Actually put on a Hufflepuff Academy uniform! but Hermione subconsciously opened her mouth to accept the feed, and said vaguely, still worried on her face, "Nothing but." Elena shook her head, rolled up the remaining pie on the plate, and took a big bite. After the fierce and beautiful bathroom battle just now, her body is now in great need of nourishment. And tomorrow is the weekend. According to school regulations, we can choose what we like. When you saw that Victorian princess dress, your eyes were almost coming out of stars. I have 2 sets of them. One set will be given to you, and it will be your birthday present this year. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, and she almost held herself back because she forgot to swallow. She had to take a gulp of juice before she swallowed the sirloin pie. She looked at Elena as if she saw it like an angel. "Really? Can you really give me a set?" No matter how sensible and precocious Hermione Granger usually looks, she is still an 11 or 12-year-old little lily in essence. She has almost no resistance to this gorgeous and cute costume. "Of course, I never lie." Elena smiled and nodded, took the napkin and wiped the juice from the corner of Hermione's mouth. Sitting on the wealth of Hogwarts, she will soon become one of the richest people in the world. A small skirt is nothing at all. Humphrey. Hannah, who was sitting next to him, glanced at the 2 girls beside her with a slanted eye, a cold snort in her nose, and the knife in her hand sliced heavily on the steak in front of her, making a burst of a little scary metal crashing sound. Elena glanced at the steak that was about to be chopped into meat sauce by the little iron girl. The little dumb hair on her head shivered, and swallowed with some fear. Just now I was excited for a while and forgot to balance the favorability of both sides at any time. "Well, Hannah, or you can choose one from my suitcase." "No need." Hannah Abbott continued to cut the steak in front of her facelessly, as if she wouldn't give up unless it was chopped into minced meat. She glanced coldly at the indifferent chests of the 2 guys around her, and said calmly, "After all, my size is different from yours. Your clothes are a little too tight for me." As the relationship became closer, the conversation between the girls gradually became unscrupulous. Hannah knew very well what the 2 girlfriends cared about the most. It was just the sympathy between the 2 tablets. She was at all don't envy. When taking a shower together just now, Elena and Hermione's envy and hatred eyes were not too obvious. "HMPH, I will grow up too." "That's only now, I'm still young." Sure enough, Hermione and Elena, who were poked into the sore spot, instantly exploded their hair and retorted in unison. While talking, Elena and Hermione looked at each other and stood up aggressively, rubbing their wrists and preparing to jointly teach the ridiculous little iron girls. They did not forget that they were the first to show their affection. At this moment, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy walked into the auditorium talking and laughing, and followed by Ron, Crabbe, Gore and many other boys who also passed the Quidditch team selection. Obviously, judging from their sweaty faces, most of them are flew until now before coming back. As soon as everyone entered the door, they saw the 3 of Elena gathered together, and quickly walked over. "Big sister, you missed a big secret." "Just now Mrs. Hooch accidentally leaked it." Draco Malfoy leaned in mysteriously and said in a low voice, "She told us that even if we fail to beat any official team, our name will be used as a sparring staff and will be recorded in the detailed introduction under the medal of the winning team this semester." "So what?" Elena frowned slightly, and glanced at the sweaty little boys with a bit of disgust. "Also, just stand here and say it, don't lean over, or he'll beat you up carefully." "That means we will have our name on the Quidditch Cup record anyway this year." Ignoring the faint unpleasantness in Eleanor's tone, Ron rushed up and added excitedly, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he was almost incoherent with excitement. "Think about it, this is only the 1st grade, and we can be recorded in the school's Quidditch history as participants. George and Fred must be envious." "Oh, doesn't it?" "Sounds really good." Elaine responded indifferently, narrowed her eyes and said softly before the smile on Ron's face rose, "If any of you is thinking about mixing for a year now, and then being recorded on the roster and satisfied, tomorrow's team selection process will not be used." Ed happened to have a lot of people, and I think Clavin there are a few girls in Crow who can fly well. Seeing that she could almost punish Hannah, she was interrupted by this group of ignorant boys, which made Elena a little unhappy at first, but after hearing these unsuspecting bastards of Ron and Malfoy after speaking, Eleanor's mood became even worse. Feeling the unkindness in Eleanor's tone, Malfoy and Ron were as if they had been splashed with cold water on their faces. They settled down instantly, opened their mouths and looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. They don't want to be kicked out of the team before starting formal training, that would be too shameful. However, at this moment, an angry voice came from the back of the crowd. "Why are you so overbearing? I admit that you do fly the best, but can you do whatever you want if you fly well? I'm not afraid of your threats. This is an official Hogwarts Quidditch team. Even if a team member is to be removed, Mrs. Hooch or Professor Dumbledore must agree." Zacharias Smith hugged his arms, winking at the other boys, trying to add some courage to himself. "What's more, who is the captain depends on the performance on the court tomorrow. If I guess right, you don't even understand the rules of Quidditch very well. I saw you watching Fantastic yesterday morning. Quidditch ball, in this case. Sorry, in this matter, I can do whatever I want." Elena raised her eyebrows, without the slightest anger, and said in a very calm tone, "Now I announce that you will not use it tomorrow, and you will be eliminated. As for whether my words are effective, you will know tomorrow." Immediately afterwards, Elena looked around the little boys around meaningfully, showing a dangerous smile. "Listen, the first rule of this Quidditch team is up to me. Now, does anyone have an opinion? The small theater will be added tomorrow. There is only one chapter today. Gwah. The current progress bar is even better 117! Exclamation mark. Are you demons? Exclamation mark. Fat Chicken finally returned a chapter, but when he woke up, he owed another chapter! Exclamation mark. But still ask for chapters and say Acridine. Ask Jang to say! Exclamation mark. After all, now Jang Jiajing will start again, and the words will count. Due to the removal of the restrictions on chapters from the starting point, the standard was raised to 1000, and it was added once more. By the way, remember to join the full subscription group and receive a monthly red envelope of 5000 yuan guaranteed. The activity method this month is to be determined, but the benchmark threshold is unchanged. Chapter 340. The Clever Malfoy. Thanks to the Lord who is always drunk when reading books. In most cases, the little wizards at Hufflepuff College are friendly and gentle. However, this does not mean that everyone has exactly the same personality. In fact, over the years, there will be a few less likable guys in every college. And Zacharias Smith happens to be one of the few more special existences, not to say what an evil bad guy he will become in the future. In fact, if he has a problem with his nature, the problem is simple. According to people's thousands of years of experience, the most irritating and troublesome ones are never those terrible opponents, but those pig teammates and leavers who are in the same camp around you. One will pit you and the other will squirt you. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team who succeeded Cedric Diggory in the original book, Zacharias Smith has no problem with his ability. Not to mention, if he develops according to the plot of the original book, he will even become one of the original members of the D.A. Dumbledore army. In addition to choosing to escape in the final battle, there are almost no stains on the political outlook. The only problem is that this kid is quite a well-known leaver. If it weren't for the selection process in the afternoon to be solely in charge of Mrs. Hooch, according to Elena's original idea, she would not have planned to pull this unfamiliar fellow into her team. Together with my friends, I occasionally confirm that taking a passerby to lie down to win is not a big problem. But if the hitchhiker keeps pushing Zacharias, I think there is nothing wrong with what the eldest sister said. Catching the dangerous smile at the corner of Eleanor's mouth, Draco Malfoy's eyes flickered, and he instantly recalled the friendly conversation that took place in the History of Magic a few days ago, and he unconsciously hit a Cold War. Before Zacharias Smith could continue to speak, little Malfoy turned around without hesitation and took the initiative to attack the yellow-haired Hufflepuff student. Don't forget, a large part of the reason why the school established a first-year Quidditch team is because of the performance and proposal of Sister Elena. If there is no big sister, it's okay, Draco, Elena said. For Zachary Smith's doubts, she was not surprised at all. After all, she had a lot of money, she spent a little more than a week in Hogwarts Castle, and most of the little wizards learned more about her from various rumors scattered in the school. With the passage of time, and the little wizards gradually began to come into contact with a wider magical world, Eleanor's image in the minds of the first-grade little wizards gradually became blurred, just as Grindelwald said. The following based on the cult of personality is short-lived and superficial, which is why he has always looked down on Voldemort. What Elena has to do now is to brand her own traces little by little in Hogwarts. From the daily diet and daily life to the daily course content, from the perfection of rules and regulations to the new definition of entertainment. Wait until the day Hogwarts completely transformed into her shape. The teachers and students living in this school will be her most solid and reliable backing for the magic world. If it is said that when she is in a good mood, Elena may explain to Zacharias with a little patience, and at the very least, she will spend some energy to conceive a set of impeccable reasons. However, it is a pity that Elena today doesn't have much thoughts to argue with this bar. Sometimes, simply and rudely, it will have some unexpected effects. After all, killing chickens and monkeys is not something that can be killed if you want to kill. Usually you need to have fat chickens that don't have long eyes take the initiative to hit them. Row. Not convinced? Right. Elena looked at Zacharias' face calmly and smiled. It doesn't matter. You can come and challenge me when we determine the position in the team tomorrow afternoon. No matter what position you want to play, as long as you can beat me, there is no problem with this Quidditch captain being replaced by you. Elena. Hannah, who was sitting behind Elena, stood up anxiously, pulled the girl's sleeve, and shouted in a low voice, "It's okay." Elena patted the back of Hannah's hand lightly, turned her head and showed a relieved look. After a short pause, she looked around at the little wizards around her, and said unhurriedly, "It's not just for Zachary Smith. This challenge process applies to all of you. Of course, the consequence of a failed challenge is to be out." "Okay, very good. I hope you will remember what you said tomorrow." Zachary Smith looked at the silent crowd left and right. The expression on his face became particularly embarrassing, and after biting his scalp and slamming a cruel word, he walked to the other side of the dining table and sat down griefly. "I have to say that now this result is completely unexpected by Zacharias. In his original idea, he only needs to shake his arms, and he will inevitably get a lot of responses and echoes, and then everyone will unite to put pressure on Elena. In fact, he doesn't want to challenge anything, I want to use this behavior to attract Elena's attention a little, so that Elena understands that if you want to manage the Quidditch team, you must get his consent and support." After Zacharias left, the remaining little wizards stayed where they were looking at each other. "Sister, you were too impulsive just now." Ron swallowed, looked at Elena with some uncertainty, and summoned the courage to say in a low voice, if he really accidentally beats you tomorrow, what should we do?" "Don't worry, that kind of situation doesn't exist." Elena waved to the little wizards, showed a meaningful smile, and said lightly, "If he came to the Quidditch stadium tomorrow, he really had the courage to ride a broomstick to challenge me, I would look at him instead." By the way, Draco." Halfway through the conversation, Elena suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the little Slytherin wizard in front of her. "I see." "Big sister." Before Elena could finish her words, Draco Malfoy glanced thoughtfully at Zacharias not far away, gritted his teeth, a murderous look appeared on his face, and nodded firmly. "Sister Elena, just leave the rest to me." "Gore, Crab, follow me." "Huh? Stop. What do you want to do?" Elena looked at the murderous Draco with a weird look, and looked like Draco who was about to smash the scene, rubbed her forehead with a hair. "This kid, how did the style of painting become like this? Say okay, where is the elegant little English gentleman? How did it suddenly become the sense of sight of the double red stick and young and dangerous? I mean, remember to write a letter to your family at night to tell them the good news. If I remember correctly, your father seems to love you very much. The first time you leave them for so long, you'd better follow. Keep in touch at home. Rua Little Theatre has been uploaded to the full subscription group. So there is only one chapter in the text today. Wow. The current progress bar is even better, 118! Exclamation mark. You devil fat chickens! Exclamation mark. But the problem is not big. I will start to break out tomorrow. Break out. So I still want to talk about Akridine. Ask Jang to say! Exclamation mark. After all, now Jang Jiajing will start again, and the words will count. Due to the removal of the restrictions on chapters from the starting point, the standard was raised to 1000, and it was added once more. P.S. Part of the preview of chapter 338.5 Girls Bathroom Extra Benefits. Click here to expand. Although there are no sensitive words, considering the speed of the car may still be overspeed, so the full content is in the full subscription group. Chapter 341. I am willing. Thanks to the leader of Yinglin. Perhaps, from the perspective of Zacharias Smith, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy, tomorrow's first Quidditch training is a very important thing. From the excited expressions of the boys, there is no doubt that there is definitely more than one person who has insomnia tonight, and their dreams may be all pictures of flying and winning. But for Elena, all this is just a trivial episode. In fact, it is not even as important as urging Draco Malfoy to write to the family, telling his father about the formation of a new Quidditch team at Hogwarts. Of course, other than that, at Elena's suggestion, the letter will also mention the school's current outdated flying broomstick reserve, as well as the news that a Weasley's youngest son and a surviving boy were also selected for this team. Considering the degree of Lucius Malfoy's pampering with children, as well as the decent demeanor he has maintained for a long time, Elena thinks this hint should be enough. As for the time node after this dinner, what method the old Malfoy would take to get his child a current and latest model of the Light Wheel 2000 is not within Elena's consideration. After all, she still has some more important things to deal with now. Hufflepuff Common Room. Dinner time is over. The girls have already returned to the common room, put on their pajamas one after another, and the three of them squeezed into Elena's bed and discussed what it was. Of course, Hermione was wearing the same light pink dressing gown of Elena. Hermione, according to your normal reading habits, how long will it take to finish reading such a thick book? Elena took out a large book almost twice the thickness of A History of Magic, put it on Hermione's lap, and asked expectantly. If the image is not intuitive enough, then using an example in the non-magical world, it is roughly a large reference book like the Oxford Dictionary. Judging from the integrity of the book's title page, it seems that few people have borrowed it. The summary of the secrets of the medieval wizard. It's hard to say, it mainly depends on whether the content is interesting. It is too jerky and boring for me to read it, and the number of illustrations and the size of the text of the book. Hermione whispered the name on the cover of the book, flipped through the big book in front of her, glanced quickly from top to bottom, thought about it and said confidently, with this book, it's estimated to be about a week to half a month. What's wrong? It really deserves to be the legendary encyclopedia of walking humanoids. This reading speed is quite good. After getting Hermione's answer, Elena's eyes brightened and she nodded quickly. Instead of answering Hermione's question immediately, she continued to ask, then how much can you remember after reading this book? I mean, if the time span is about half a year, how many impressions can you have left of this book? How many do you remember? Hermione frowned, a thought flashing in her brown eyes. After a little hesitation, she only heard her say in an uncertain tone, it must be impossible to say that I remember all of them, but at least I can remember about half of it. Of course, if I can give some hints, I know which book to look for. But Hermione tilted her head cutely and looked up at Elena, who was sitting on the quilt with her feet crossed. The confusion on her face grew stronger, and she asked incomprehensibly, "But is there any connection between this and the magic era you are about to talk about, and the magazine submission?" "Of course." Elena nodded solemnly, raised her fingers, and said solemnly, "If you want to trace the historical texts buried in the dust of time, beyond ordinary people's knowledge, this is the most basic entry threshold. If you want to join the rewriting of the era of magic, this is one of your most unique strengths." "Rewriting the era of magic? What is that?" Hermione unconsciously sat up straight, her eyes bursting with intense curiosity. "In short, we recalibrated a true and reliable unique chronology system and first-year coordinates that belong to the magical world based on the history of magic." Elena lowered her voice slightly, imitating the inscrutable tone of the old Benitez every time he chanted prayers, and said that her tender and delicate face seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious light. "From now on, history will no longer be built on illusory myths. All documentary records, past, present, and future, will be set back on a reliable time axis, and we are the time scale of the future magic world. The recorder and the determiner, guru." Hermione swallowed subconsciously and nodded nervously. And Hannah, who was sitting by the side, had a solemn expression long ago, with an expression of worship in her eyes. The little iron girl who had already experienced brainwashing once was facing the double-dimensionality reduction blow of this kind of supernatural stick and academic tyrant. "There is hardly any resistance. However, before everything starts, I need to confirm with you again." Elena slowly raised her finger, and said softly without any rush, "This is a road that is destined to be rough and difficult. You need to read a lot of historical texts. They may have flaws, may not be completely true, or add a lot of deductive elements, but there is one thing: when they come together, it can light up the historical truth behind the fog. And what you need to do is, when we mention a certain point in time, you can quickly and accurately find all the associated events and time nodes, and convert them into the magic time we need. In this magical world without computers, it is undoubtedly a very difficult thing to build an index system from scratch. Even if it is from now on, immediately importing a computer from the United States, lack of basic data entry and the support of advanced algorithms, can provide extremely limited help. You know, Elena alone can only provide 2 or 3 issues of singing, and singing at most, and the rest can only be copied or fabricated alt-off. If you use some, most of the net writing routines can still be written quite nicely, but then there will be no follow-up influence. Fortunately, Hermione Granger has the potential to temporarily serve as Elena's exclusive personal computing girl in this special period to help her outline a practical and reliable magical chronicle framework. The only difficulty lies in how to describe a vision that is grand enough so that Hermione can willingly evolve into a computing girl, actively contribute her own wisdom and participate in this process, and even contribute her Question mark. Elena calmly held Hermione's hands, gently pressed the cover of the heavy book that she couldn't see in front of her, and said in a very solemn voice, "The only question is, are you really mentally prepared? Miss Hermione Granger, are you willing to join this difficult challenge? Are you willing to use your own wisdom to rewrite the history of the magic world? Whether poor or rich, whether the environment is good or bad, health or disease, success or failure, from now on until the end of time?" I have to admit that, compared to Elena, Hermione, who is less than 12 years old, is still too immature. Not to mention, at this moment, Elena even stimulated her Vela pedigree to the maximum. Following Elena's voice, Hermione clasped her fingers together unconsciously, raised his head, looked directly at Hermione's small lorry pair Elena Lake blue eyes, a firm point of nod, to say the phrase symbol of indentured commitment. I do. Don't grumble. Don't grumble! Exclamation mark. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Fat Chicken secretly knocked out his wings while dating. The current progress bar is even better, 119! Exclamation mark. But the problem is not big, so I don't panic at all. You must know that Fat Chicken once did a feat of 14,000 words in one day. the code word Gihu has no feelings. So I still want to talk about Akridine, asked Jiang to say. The standard is still 1000 plus 1 change. Finally, I wish you all a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. P.S. Speaking of it, I suddenly thought of a question. Although it is said that the cowherd and the weaver girl can only meet once a year, but 1 year on the earth, 1 day in the sky. For cowherd, it takes a year for him to see his daughter-in-law in the world, but for weaver girl, it is actually seeing him every day. Every day, he should be as happy as a wedding night, right? No wonder it is said that it rains every Chinese Valentine's Day every year. When I was a child, I really thought it was the tears of the weaver girl. The 342nd chapter family letter is worth 10,000 gold. Thanks to the leader of Little Fairy. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Elena was awakened by her biological clock on time. Opening her eyes in a daze, she discovered that she was sandwiched between Hannah and Hermione like a sandwich. The beds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are not too big. They are slightly wider and a little bit wider than those in ordinary university dormitories. However, if they are a little squeezed, there is no problem with sleeping 3 petite Lily. Hannah kept facing her, holding Eleanor's arm tightly with both hands, like a little sloth hugged to sleep on a tree trunk. And Hermione didn't know when she turned to sleep on her side, with one arm resting on Eleanor's chest, and the pink pajamas with suspenders tilted to one side, revealing the soft and delicate skin underneath. The three were so close she could almost feel the faint bullying of her body when she breathed with her wings. The warm breath from left and right blew Eleanor's ears, making her itchy. Can't help thinking, before both Hermione and Hannah were awake, Elena had the guts to secretly kiss the faces of the two little Lori on the left and right, and then carefully pulled out her arms like a thief, and ran out of bed. Go back to the empty bathroom, brush your teeth and wash your face. Although due to staying up late to chat, she was a little bit tired this morning than usual. However, as long as the thought of the successful deception marriage last night, Elena feels like she has a delicious fruit candy in her mouth, and the little doll hair on her head is dangling happily. Of course, after learning from the lesson that the backyard was about to catch fire during dinner, Elena did not ignore Hannah's cuteness this time. After her second deception, she also arranged a secretary position for Hannah. At present, I am mainly responsible for transcribing and sorting out the scattered ideas that they discussed. The latest issue of Singing and Singing is still being printed and typeset. If you want to see it, you have to wait until Sunday night at the earliest. There is almost a full week before the next submission and printing. Before that, they still had plenty of time to polish an article that could not only attract people's attention, but also withstand the textual research of historians in the magical world. At the same time, it also gave Hermione and Hannah a buffer. The internship period. After all, just like Darwin's theory of evolution, any evolution takes time. No matter how smart Hermione Granger wants to evolve from a Ms. Know-it-all to a qualified calculator, it still takes a certain amount of time to enter the basic data. Or in layman's terms, after reading Eleanor's list of reference books for her off course, based on Eleanor's knowledge of Hermione, she would probably think that these books are too few. When Elena finished washing, it was still early, and the whole female dormitory was quiet. Elena returned to the bed, carefully recovered the quilt for Hermione and Hannah who were still asleep, tiptoed across the room, and climbed the stairs into Hufflepuff's common room. In the fireplace, there was still some residual fire gleaming, and the armchair seemed to be only a cloud of dark shadows. But as Elena walked into the lounge, a piece of soft fluorescence lit up silently, and the ceiling was covered with countless tiny spots of light, just like the night sky full of stars. Those born from flames, fireflies usually live on those circular ceilings, and they will quietly light up the room whenever someone needs it. Really smart little guys. After Elena paused for a moment on those little light spots that couldn't be eaten all over the sky, she slapped her lips, walked to the small table in front of the fireplace, and began to write a letter after thinking about it a little bit. The recipient of the letter is Bathilda Bagshot, a famous historian of magic in the magical world, the author of the textbook on the history of magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the aunt of Grindelwald. Not long ago, she even sent a copy of A History of Magic, hardcover collector's edition, to Hogwarts. Although I don't know what Grindelwald wrote in the letter, according to Bathilda Bagshot's message, at least I knew the existence of Elena directly. After all, the first sentence of the handwriting to open the title pages: I would like to give this book to Elena Caslana, hoping to remove the fog of magic history for her. So of course, even if it is polite, Elena should write a reply letter to express her gratitude. Needless to say, in today's magical world, there are few people who can match Bathilda Bagshot in the field of magic history. If some of the articles in the next few issues of Singing and Singing will be interpreted and approved by this authoritative person, the doubts and pressures Elena will face afterwards will also be much smaller. As for whether Miss Bagshot might refuse, Elena didn't worry at all. As long as Bathilda Bagshot opened the envelope and read the first sentence, according to the character of the witch, she would be very happy to help. Dear Miss Bathilda Bagshot, my great-grandmother, Grandpa has handed over the Historical History of Magic, hardcover collector's edition to me. I like it very much. Elena bit the end of the quill and leaned down and wrote on the parchment without thinking. A quarter of an hour later, Elena took the parchment in her hand and checked it again, and nodded with satisfaction. After experiencing the correspondence with Lovegood's family, she has become more proficient in this way of communication between wizards, both in terms of proper writing and tone. She has become smoother and smoother. In the letter, she emphatically expressed her gratitude to Bathilda Bagshot, as well as the confusion and troubles she has encountered in her current studies. Considering that Miss Bagshot is very old, intimate little cotton jacket, Elena even wrote at the end of the letter, especially if Grandma feels any problems or inconveniences in communication, she can also ask Grandpa to accompany her to her grandma's residence to talk in person. Get up. Elena took out the reserve food that had been driven back to the birdcage to sleep, and shook it slightly in front of the swaying fire of the fireplace. The little owl, who had been a little sleepy-eyed, woke up in an instant, and her little head turned 180. At 10 degrees, he looked at his little master fondly, and nuzzled quite affectionately. Goo, cuckoo, go, reserve grain, and give this family letter to Grandma Bagshot. A lovely smile appeared on Elena's face as she watched the grain reserves disappearing from the edge of the floor window. For so many years, there have not been many younger generations caring about the life of the elderly. The great-grandmother must be lonely, right? And if it goes well, Mr. Lovegood's Singing a Singer will also usher in a spurt of sales. Speaking of which, I don't know if Draco, the child, has written a letter to the family obediently. After all, Draco Malfoy, at this age, may not necessarily understand the truth that a family letter is worth $10,000. Goo. Today's first chapter and the next chapter are still being written. The current progress bar is even better, 120! 20 chapters are about to be owed. In the end, something happened, in extreme panic. Chapter 343. I always feel that I have forgotten something thanks to the leader of Flash Gold Pop. Half an hour later, some people gradually started to wake up in the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory. Where's the Elena? Hermione humanoid Granger rubbed her eyes with one hand, and sat up slowly, her light pink pajamas with a sling half hung loosely on her left arm, looking sleepily from side to side. Still in the day. The initial bootloader stage at boot time. I don't know, but don't worry, she can't run far. You see, her robes are still here. Feeling the movement around her, Hannah Lolita, who was sleeping on Hermione's right hand, also woke up, glanced at the wizard robe still on the chair by the bed, and replied while yawning, "And that white-haired dumpling is not stupid at best." He walked to the kitchen outside Hufflepuff store and won't go any further. Obviously, The house elves did not know when they had already arrived. The dirty clothes that the girls threw in the clothes basket yesterday have now been cleaned and ironed. They exude a refreshing and good smell, neatly stacked on the chair beside the bed. Makes sense. Hermione raised her eyebrows, smiled and nodded. Her eyes slowly regained her clarity, and she stood up and began to dress. Regarding Elena's obsessive nature and her fast-to-face character, both Hannah and Hermione are already quite familiar with them. Without them, Elena would not know how to look for it. Less than a third person can take her to the restaurant for dinner. Sure enough, when Hermione and Hannah were neatly dressed and walked into the common room along the stairs one after the other, they saw Elena sitting in front of the fireplace and boringly fiddled with the fire with tongs. "You are all packed, let's go to breakfast soon." Elena turned her head with a grimace, dropped the tongs in her hand, and stood up. Just in time, she discovered a little knowledge that Newt Scamander didn't necessarily know. Fireflies born from the flames of Hufflepuff fireplaces really can't be eaten, whether it's grilling or swallowing raw. It's no use. It's closer to a tangible glowing magic than a creature. If these two wings came out later, she might have to consider secretly pinching them off the luo that Professor Sprout put in the lounge, and try it out on the fire. Okay. Hermione and Hannah nodded in agreement. With Elena's voice, hunger rushed out of Hermione and Hannah's bodies like a plague. The 11 or 12-year-old girl is at the age of growing body, not to mention that the three of them had a long time in the quilt last night, consuming a lot of water and salt. This can be regarded as sleeping together. One of the disadvantages, after all, as long as one person is still mentally tossing, the other two cannot sleep peacefully. I have to say that eating goods is a contagious attribute. Under Elena's subtle influence, Hermione and Hannah became more and more interested in delicious food. Of course, one of the reasons is that since Dumbledore officially recognized Elena as the chef at Hogwarts, the quality of Hogwarts' 3 meals a day has indeed taken a qualitative leap. There are no classes at Hogwarts on weekends, at least until then. No matter how rich the breakfast is, most lazy little wizards still choose to stay in bed for a while. So when the three of Elena arrived at the restaurant, there were not many students sitting in the auditorium. Most of the seats were empty, except for Sister, early, Hermione, early, Hannah, early. As soon as Elena walked into the auditorium, she heard the energetic spirit coming from the long table of Gryffindor College. Turning her head to look around, she saw a bunch of first-year boys such as Harry and Ron already sitting at the table. They were waving excitedly at them. The same greeting came from the long Slytherin table at the other end of the auditorium. Really rare. Hermione raised her eyebrows, turned her head to look at Elena and said softly, "This seems to be the first time Ron and the others get up so early. Is Quidditch so magical that it can make these boys not even slept in sleep if they are so active in class? It would be great." "You don't understand, Hermione. This is the boy." Elena smiled and beckoned in response, while quietly answering Hermione's question. "As far as I know, for games and sports, some people can even stay out of love for the rest of their lives. For example, on the piece of wood of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, most of his girlfriends are ghost balls. Anyway, I didn't think there is any fun in flying in the sky to play." Hermione curled her lips and said solemnly, "I've studied it before. Quidditch's rules are too cumbersome and sloppy. There are more than 700 rules. If you really follow the records in the book, it's basically pouch." At this moment, a clear chuckle came from Hermione's side. "All but Hannah, what are you laughing at?" Hermione turned her head and looked at the blonde and big-breasted lily that Elena was holding on her left hand, and asked with an unpleasant expression on her face. "I remembered something happy." "What's the happy thing?" Hermione narrowed her eyes like an angry cat. "I was selected for the Quidditch team." Hannah stuck out her tongue, tried to take the smile away from her face, and replied in a calm voice, "Ahem, puff." Facing this sudden sense of sight, Elena didn't hold back, and after a violent cough, she let out a chuckle, obviously holding back very hard. "What are you laughing at?" Hermione's voice grew colder, her brown eyes staring at Elena. I'm also selected for the Quidditch team. Elena spread her hands and continued without hesitation. After a short pause for a few seconds, looking at the little Chocobo whose face became more and more unsightly, Elena was unable to continue this famous scene after all, and let out a series of joyful laughs. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough, ha ha ha. Anyway, Hannah was there to help, and this time Elena was not afraid that Hermione would pull her dumb fur in anger. You are too much. I ignore you. Hermione's face flushed suddenly, and she threw Elena's hand away angrily, and walked towards the long table of Gryffindor. She naturally knew what these two damaging friends were laughing at. It just can fly. What's so great about it? Hey, Granger. Seeing that Hermione seemed to be really angry, Hannah glanced complainingly at the white-haired dumpling who was still smiling there, and quickly released Elena's hand and chased in Hermione's direction. The current Hermione, as expected, is still only a sensitive and willful little Lolita, not at all teasing. Elena shook her head helplessly, and was about to go up with Hannah, pulling Hermione Laurie to comfort her. Goo. At this moment, 6 long-eared owls carrying a slender package flew into the auditorium. After circling a few times in the sky, they landed right on Draco on the side of the Slytherin table, in front of Malfoy. At the same time, there was a sound of footsteps from the professor's passage at the other end of the auditorium. As usual, Dumbledore is usually one of the first professors to arrive in the auditorium. Malfoy, don't open the package on the table. Elena glanced at Hannah, who had caught up with Hermione not far away and was awkwardly explaining something. She sighed in relief, turned her head and focused her attention on Draco, who was about to tear the package apart. On Malfoy. Seeing Draco, who was frozen in place and looked up at her with a bewildered look, Elena couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, glanced at the old wizard with white beard who had just pushed the door into the auditorium, and walked in the direction of the long Slytherin table. It's no wonder that since I got up this morning, I've always felt an uneasy feeling in my heart. Is that the reason? It's so dangerous. If it wasn't for the quick response, Dumbledore would almost find the broomstick. Then he would want to slip out of school. Difficult. But why do you always feel that something is still overlooked? Forget it. It shouldn't matter. Anyway, Xiao Ju Mao has no warning. Goo. Today's first chapter, the next chapter is gone. Because I took the scriptures with Elder Elbow today, I found that I still have to write more detailed outlines every day to ensure smooth code words. So Fat Chicken will organize the detailed outline for the next time after fighting for it. I can write more every day. P.S. It's finally the weekend, and the statement checkout is done, so I don't have to work overtime. So happy. It's just that the typhoon is a bit scared. It's very inconvenient to go out for food. The current progress bar is even better. Hey, how many are they? I forgot. Guilty Conscience. Chapter 344 Pride and Prejudice. Thanks to the leader of 12,345 Xuan. Before Dumbledore had noticed what was happening in the auditorium, Elena had come to Slytherin's long table. Glancing at Draco Malfoy, who was sitting still and waiting for her to come over, he nodded with satisfaction. It has to be said that although the Malfoy family has all kinds of stinking problems, they have an ancestral political sensitivity in the field of how to serve the strong, the Dark Lord, whether it is Lucius Malfoy or Draco Malfoy, who did everything right on this point, which also made them the only family in the original book that had lived through the Dark Lord twice and still lived quite well. You know, let alone the Gunter family and the Black family that were completely annihilated in the original book. Even the Weasleys have lost Fred and one of George's ears. The most important thing is that Voldemort is a poor Dark Lord, compared with Grindelwald, who once swept the entire European and American continents and gathered countless wealth, knowledge, and industries. After the defeat of Voldemort, people have no other clearance rewards except for the illusory on or zero drop, difficulty of hell, cumbersome process, poor modeling. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Voldemort is called the most terrifying Dark Lord ever. Well, of course, this title may soon change hands. Sister Elena, Is there anything wrong with this package? Draco Malfoy looked at the little silver-haired witch who walked around and asked in confusion. Since experiencing the roaring letter incident and the classroom reasoning incident, Malfoy's level of admiration and trust in Elena has reached the highest value among all first-year students. After all, if you can easily lie down and win, who doesn't want to be a Tam who has everything? This is. Elena smiled slightly, touched the long and hard stick in the slender package, nodded in satisfaction, glanced at Draco Malfoy meaningfully, and dropped the package into the little wizard's arms. Softly said, "This is your father's love for you. Feel it yourself." Little Malfoy was dumbfounded. His hands fumbled up and down the package. A look of overjoyed expression appeared on his face, and he said excitedly, This is a flying broom, Dad. This is the comet at home sent to me. I know it by touching it. It is definitely my Comet 688 inches. Comet 688? What the hell is that? Exclamation mark. The smile on Eleanor's face sank instantly. Lucius Malfoy shouldn't be so bad, right? How did you do things? Now it has been out of the light wheel 2000, and you sent an old broomstick at home! Exclamation mark. At this moment, another fat chicken with a round face flapped its wings and flew over, seeming to feel the murderous spirit in the air, shivering, and quickly threw a letter onto the package in Malfoy's arms. Then he left quickly without any hesitation, not even drinking the water on the table. Dad's letter. Draco Malfoy glanced at the signature on the envelope, and couldn't wait to tear the letter open and read it. However, with the gradual decline in the light of the Della subject, Elena found that the smile on the little wizard's face was gradually converging, and a touch of confusion and hesitation appeared. Look. Well, what happened? If you don't mind. Elena raised her eyebrows, said curiously, and stretched her right hand toward Draco. After a few seconds of hesitation, Draco gritted his teeth and chose to deliver the letter to Elena. Elena soon learned the reason for Draco's hesitation. The letter said, Draco, I'm very happy to hear that you were selected for the first-year Quidditch team. This has laid a solid foundation for you to join the Slytherin Quidditch team in the future. I hope you can seize this opportunity in advance. Make a good relationship with the seniors of Slytherin College. I have heard a little about Hogwarts changes this year. Obviously, Dumbledore still naively wanted to preach that all his academies are the same logic. Especially, I heard some bad rumors. It's said that you recently got close with the boys of the Weasley family, and some mudbloods from the Mole world, and you even had frictions and conflicts with the seniors because of them. Therefore, I have to remind you to carefully consider your criteria for choosing your friends. And always remember your own surname. If you always mix with people from other colleges, you will definitely be affected. I don't want to see the honor of the Malfoy family be ashamed of you. There are a lot of content in the letter, but apart from the innocent celebration, most of the content is about the glory of the pure-blood family and admonishing little Malfoy not to be with the children of other colleges, especially the little wizards from the non-magical world got too close. Mudblood? Family honor? Elena sighed. The expression on her face was a bit weird. Although she was a little surprised by Lucius Malfoy's reply, it was not completely incomprehensible. As a member of the board of directors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Lucius Malfoy can be said to be a very easy task if he wants to check the basic admission files of certain students. And thinking about it carefully, including her, the starting point of this batch of protagonist team lineups seems to be a little down. Hermione Granger comes from a non-magical world. Both parents are moles. Harry Potter is an orphan and lives in a mole family without dependents. Ron Weasley comes from the shame of the pure-blooded family the Weasleys. Neville Longbottom was raised by his grandmother, and his parents were tortured by Death Eaters to a mental disorder. There is no doubt that Elena, who is also from the Mole orphanage, is mostly included in the ranks of the Mudbloods, and is also an orphan in the Mudbloods. It can only be said that, fortunately, old Malfoy had not heard Draco call Elena sister in person, otherwise he might not be able to help but raise his cane on the spot to smoke the shame of the family. So, Draco, what do you think? Elena raised the letter paper in her hand, and her blue eyes looked at the worried little boy in front of her, with a meaningful joking expression hanging from the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "Looking at what your father meant, it seems that you are not very satisfied with your recent performance." Draco Malfoy swallowed and raised his head to look at Elena. After a few changes on his face, he finally froze into a firm expression. Before Elena could react, Draco Malfoy suddenly gritted his teeth, raised his hand to grab the letter paper in Elena's hand, crumpled it up and threw it aside, and the pale ground was filled with redness. Replied word by word, "This is Hogwarts, not Malfoy Manor. He doesn't understand anything at all, and he is not qualified to point fingers at my relationships. I can tell who I should be friends with." Chapter 1. It was almost blown away by the strong wind today. So terrible. Chapter 345 Differences. Thanks to the leader of IL. Hearing Draco Malfoy's answer, the look on Elena's face eased. I have to say, although I don't know how much of this answer is due to the rebelliousness and strength of young boys, at least this attitude makes she is quite satisfied. Although it is still a little naive, but Elena curled her lips and stretched out her hand to rub the head of the nervous young Zhengtai in front of her. "Relax. I am not a devil." In fact, this is not a multiple-choice question. Obviously, for Draco Malfoy, it is not so easy to resist his father, who has always been regarded as an idol. Just saying the previous paragraph seems to have exhausted all his strength. However, in Elena's view, going from one extreme to another is not a good thing, let alone a little wizard like Draco Malfoy who has not yet fully formed the three views. Even for many adults, any irrational emotional upheaval, self-suggestive individual choice and abandonment will be to a certain extent create a shadow and distorted face of character. I have to admit that being adored and trusted by others is indeed a fascinating thing. However, Elena does not want to gather around her in the future a group of paranoid mad believers, or psychologically unsound terrorists abandon family affection, friendship, love, and blindly pursue any ideals, even if she succeeds by fluke. "I also lost myself." Eh? The excited expression on Draco Malfoy's face froze, and he looked at Elena with some confusion. "Yes, but, Pansy, is there an empty bed in your dormitory?" Elena smiled slightly, turned her head to look at Pansy Parkinson, who was sitting not far away with short hair, suddenly turned off the subject, and asked casually, "Huh? I didn't watch it." "Yeah." Unprepared to hear Elena's voice, Pansy, who has been secretly watching here, trembled like a caught little bunny. His eyes quickly moved away from Draco Malfoy's face, and he said in a vague tone, somewhat flustered, "Speaking of it, a bed suddenly appeared out of thin air a few days ago, but the strange thing is that no one has been sleeping. Everyone thinks it may be the mistake of the house elves. Anyway, many senior sisters have some debris was piled up on that bed." "That's my bed," Elena said calmly, and raised her eyebrows slightly uncomfortably. There is no doubt that for Elena, the strategy plan for the Slytherin Academy is simply the simplest and rude part of the entire Hogwarts since Snape agreed to keep the Slytherin Academy. After serving, the total fall of Slytherin College has become a destined event. The only difference is that it will be sooner or later. Huh? The expression on Pansy Parkinson's face froze for an instant, staring at Elena blankly, and moving his gaze subconsciously to the chest of the Silver Horde Witch, the Hufflepuff House emblem in yellow and black, and Slytherin. The silver and green snakes of the college are quite different. Big sister, you mean? On the side, Draco Malfoy's expression was even more exaggerated. His eyes were wide open, his face was full of unbelievable expressions. If it weren't for Elena's all-time amazing performance, he even thought he had a fantasy. Listen, yes, it's like Gryffindor College. In a sense, you can also think of me as a student at Slytherin College in this point. Professor Snape has agreed. Elena shrugged, nodded, and answered with ease. So, the question mentioned in your father's letter is not really a dilemma. He just left school for too long and didn't understand the changes that are happening at Hogwarts now. As for this broom, while talking, Elena lowered her head to look at the flying broomstick that had not been taken apart, and sighed helplessly. "Oh, the comet is a comet. At least it's better than the old and broken branches in the school. Remember to bring it to the Quidditch court during training this afternoon." As time passed, Dumbledore seemed to have noticed the movement here, and began to turn his gaze to the long table of Slytherin College. Elena closed her mouth vigilantly, and did not continue to say anything. In this magical world full of magic, who knows if Dumbledore will master some strange corner magic? But, glancing at Draco Malfoy, who was hesitant to say something, Elena thought about it when he was about to leave, picked up the crumpled letter paper on the table, unfolded it, and put it in the hands of the little wizard. "Take it away. Don't lose it." After speaking, Elena waved her hand and left the long table at Slytherin College without looking back. Breakfast is about to begin, and she will go back to feed her two cute little wings. She has said enough about how to balance the conflict between family expectations and the relationship between schoolmates, and the rest is Draco. Go to comprehend it by yourself. Moreover, the rest of today will be busy. Although it is the weekend, the breakfast at Hogwarts is still as luxurious as ever. To be more precise, as Elena continues to try new dishes in the kitchen, the style of the Hogwarts breakfast has become more and more abundant, maintaining the speed of introducing a new product almost every 2 days. Eggs Benedict, toast with cheese jam, hot pancakes, potato omelets, grilled sausages, pan-fried bacon, various jams, cube-shaped butter, and caviar prepared with cream. And weirdly, there are still scattered candies on the table. According to the house elves, this is Dumbledore's personal request. Since it doesn't affect the overall dining experience, Elena didn't bother to object after asking about the reasons. However, in the face of such a rich and delicious breakfast, the expressions on the faces of the students in the school did not have any excitement. The entire meal process was exceptionally silent, as if they were enjoying the last delicious meal in their lives. Because just after today's breakfast, they will follow the deans of their respective colleges and go to the land allocated to their colleges to start a very meaningful study farming activity. That is, farming. And more importantly, starting today, the food on the table of each dean is no longer exactly the same. Except for the meat that Hogwarts is temporarily unable to support on its own, and some basic staple foods, all vegetables, fruits, and some ingredients will all come from the output of the vegetable field cultivated by each college. For example, if all the coriander grown at Ravenclaw College died unfortunately, then they would not see coriander on the table for a while. In the same way, if Gryffindor had planted potatoes on all the land in one go, there would be no other vegetables on their table before the potatoes were eaten. As for what vegetables to grow and how many to grow, this is decided by the internal consultation of each college. P.S. For the sake of fairness, the faculty members will also open up a piece of land to achieve self-sufficiency. The main responsible personnel are Professor Hager and Professor Sprout. Chapter 1. The current progress bar 121. Hey, you guys are not working hard. Chapter 20 is okay. The problem is not big, scared the baby to death. Chapter 346 Hogwarts Farm. Hogwarts Castle is located in the sparsely populated Scottish Highlands. Although its geographical location is relatively remote, it is definitely not related to desolation and barrenness. In fact, as the ancestral homestead of the Slytherin family at a glance, the richness of natural resources around Hogwarts can even be said to be one of the best in the entire Scottish area. Leaving aside the Black Lake with rich aquatic products and a healthy biosphere, and the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest inhabited by a variety of delicious magical animal groups, passing the Quidditch Stadium from the north of the castle is a large expanse of fertile land and prospects. After the cultivated low hilly area, there are some low hills with bushes. In the original work, Sirius Black once hid in a cave on that hill and lived for a long time. Well, this will be our Gryffindor vegetable garden from now on. Next, it's up to you. Professor McGonagall stopped, pointed to the open land not far from the Quidditch Stadium, turned and said to the students behind him, and his lips were slightly softened, not as serious as before. Perhaps considering the long-standing conflicts between the four academies, and in order to take into account the self-esteem of the little wizards, the vegetable gardens allocated by the four Hogwarts academies are not close together, but by the deans. Arrange and decide on your own according to your own ideas. As a veteran Quidditch enthusiast, Minerva McGonagall naturally took a fancy to the vacant land next to the Quidditch stadium, sunny, flat and open, far away from those crowded with people. Path. The most important thing is to be close enough to the Quidditch stadium. In this way, not only the training time of the Gryffindor Quidditch team has been virtually doubled by more than 2 or 3 times, but also if other colleges want to set up something in it. Secret tactics. Those little lions working in the fields can easily see them just by raising their heads. There is no doubt that in the face of Professor McGonagall's choice, most of the Gryffindor students unanimously gave support. For these energetic students, this open wilderness is simply a perfect place to play for. Funette even gave them a wonderful illusion that the Quidditch stadium has been contracted by them ever since. It's great, we will always fight at home in the future. Oliver Wood looked at the row of tall golden goal posts on the Quidditch court not far away with excitement, turned around and patted the Weasley brothers beside him, his voice full of energy. Guys, we will work hard this semester. We will train 5 times a week. We must get the Academy Cup back. 5 times a week? Wood, you forgive us. George Weasley grinned and rubbed his shoulders, and said sadly, think about it, we still have to farm during the day. Are you sure you really have the energy to fly to the sky and train overnight? Yes. We can fall from the sky without Slytherin by then. Fred Weasley nodded and sang with his twin brother. Or because of lack of rest, I couldn't hold the batting stick firmly, and I was hit directly by the stray ball. Then fell to the ground and turned into a ghost, flying around the court for the rest of my life. If Wood was a little careless last semester, then after several fiascos that are still fresh in memory, Oliver Wood has become one of the best training machines in the history of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. According to Weasley the brothers' statement is can't wait to tie a flying broomstick to everyone. Ahem, haven't you listened carefully to Professor McGonagall's explanation just now? Hearing the discussion on the side of the team, Percy Weasley couldn't help but frown, looked at the 2 younger brothers who were playing tricks, and cleared his throat and said solemnly, every college's vegetable garden is cultivated in a rotation system. Today is only a special situation. Except for the 1st and 2nd grades, 1 grade will take care of the vegetable garden every day from Monday to Friday. On weekends, 2 days will be used to manage the vegetable garden. The entire academy is divided into 4 groups and assigned to 4.5 days of work. Well, according to the unified arrangement of the prefect. While talking, Percy raised her finger and tapped the glittering prefect badge on her chest, and added something proudly. In fact, last night, each prefect had already been notified in advance. In the rest of the semester, they will be mainly responsible for the supervision and coordination of their respective college's vegetable garden, including the selection of plant seeds, to reclaiming, planting, managing, harvesting. All the processes are all led by the students. Of course, during the whole process, the professors at the school did not completely stand by. No matter what questions the students encounter, they will be happy to answer them, including how to speed up the maturation cycle of plants, what magic should be used to loosen the soil and fertilize, and how to make ordinary plants have greater output. And considering that most of the little wizards are first exposed to farm work, in the first week, the deans of the 4 academies will first guide the little wizards to complete a complete production cycle from planting to harvest. The house elves have cleaned up all the rubble and weeds last night, and cultivated a large piece of land that can be directly used for sowing. The dark brown soil can feel a kind of fertile happiness at a glance. But Professor, what kind of plants are we going to grow? After all, such a large area. Hermione raised her head to look at Professor McGonagall, raised her hand on the initiative, and asked in confusion, compared with the boys who are addicted to Quidditch, Hermione is obviously more concerned about what they are going to do next after several days of cooking with Elena in the kitchen. Little Beaver knows the importance of basic ingredients for the future. Sex. Let me see. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly, took out a long piece of parchment from his pocket and unfolded it, and pushed his glasses. First of all, wheat and lettuce. These are the two plants that every college must grow. In this way, at least you can ensure that you have bread and vegetables to eat. As for other varieties of plants, it is up to each college to like it. I selected some for planting. Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, and his eyes swept the little wizard's cheeks through the lenses. So, you guys, if you have something to eat, you can bring it up now. Chapter 1. Goo. I was wrong. I shouldn't provoke the chuckles. The current progress 123 continues, and the code word has paid off the debt. Chapter 347, Gryffindor, Weasley and potatoes. Thanks to the leader of Palms. How about we plant potatoes? Ron Weasley raised his hand and looked at Professor McGonagall with excitement. When we were at home, my mother planted a lot of potatoes in the garden. Not only was it easy to plant and harvest, but it was also delicious. What's better than at home is that at least the vegetable field in Hogwarts does not. There are goblins. Although not as spacious as Malfoy Manor, as a residence of a pure-blooded magical family, the burrow where the Weasley family lived actually took up a lot of space. At least they had a large garden. For Ron, almost all the joys of his childhood are closely related to the huge garden outside the house. It was a messy garden surrounded by weeds and many intertwined trees at the root of the wall. All kinds of strange plants grew from each flower bed. There was a large green pond on the right side of the garden, and many frogs lived in it. Of course, the frog is not the only resident in the garden. Regularly cleaning the group of stupid goblins can be said to be the regular labor that the men of the Weasley family will experience once every time. Goblin. What is that? Are the fairies at the gate of Gringotts like that? Harry turned his head curiously, touched Ron secretly with his shoulder, and asked in a low voice. This was the first time he heard Ron talk about the situation at home. Before that, he learned more about wizard families in the wizarding world from Draco Malfoy, and he also added himself some brain supplement such as the door that will automatically say hello, the respectful house elves, the large bed of several hundred square meters, the spacious bathroom like a basketball court. Oh, don't say this in front of the fairies, they will fight you desperately. As for the goblins, how do you say? Percy Weasley came over, patted Harry on the shoulder, and made an oval with both hands in the air. Roughly this big, round body, rough and tough skin, like burlap, short hands and feet, and a bald head that looks like a potato at first glance. Speaking of. Percy paused suddenly, and raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. A look of nostalgia appeared on her face. I also vote for potatoes. Thinking about it carefully, potatoes can make a lot of delicious things, such as mashed potatoes, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato wedges, potato cakes. While talking, I saw Percy Weasley clutching his fingers and starting to count seriously the potato platter he had seen on the dining table after he entered Hogwarts over the years. There are also fried potato shreds, baked potato chips, potato salad, lettuce potato soup, potato stew. The Weasley twin brothers approached with a weird smile, and Percy continued. After reading at least a dozen potatoes in one breath, one of the red-haired boys, who didn't know whether it was George or Fred, shrugged while panting, and concluded with a helpless expression. If you count all the strange practices my mother has created over the years, I think I can recite for at least 10 minutes. Well, I just want to say that potatoes are indeed a good choice after all. You only need to cut the sprouting potatoes and bury them in the ground. There is almost nothing to worry about. Percy spread her hands, looked at the little wizards around and explained. I have to say that the number advantage of the Weasley family is fully reflected at this time. As the four brothers Weasley added, the other little wizards around looked at each other and unconsciously followed them. For a time, only the word potato was left on the scene. Why don't the remaining places be full of potatoes? so that we can have more training time. Listen to you, it seems easy to grow potatoes. Yes, just bury it in the soil, water it, and use magic to wait for the harvest. Wow, it's really so easy. I think Wood was right, we just planted all potatoes. Yes, we have grown lettuce anyway, and the school will also provide meat. Professor McGonagall, can we plant all potatoes except wheat and lettuce? We are lions. Just eat meat, Weasley, you are really geniuses. About half an hour later, Professor McGonagall rubbed his forehead with a headache, and glanced helplessly at the students in front of him. You know, in order to satisfy the preferences of the little wizards as much as possible, after discussion, Hogwarts specially prepared seeds and germs of nearly 100 plants from staple plants such as wheat, rice, and potatoes to lettuce and radish. Edible vegetables such as broccoli and parsley, from fruit plants such as apples, bananas, peaches, and watermelons to seasoning condiments such as ginger, shallot, garlic, fennel, and coriander. It can be said that almost 90% of the daily diet needs are covered. According to Professor McGonagall's original idea, they will spend at least half a day today to determine the list of planting categories, instead of the current situation. So, it seems that you have already discussed it. While talking, Professor McGonagall raised the useless long parchment in Yang's hand and repeated it again. I repeat again. Except for wheat and lettuce, all the remaining land is planted with potatoes. Or, would you like to listen to the list of seeds that follow? No, Professor McGonagall. We like potatoes. Yes, let's start planting potatoes quickly, and we can move around freely after planting, right? I think maybe not all listened to Professor McGonagall, and amidst the noise, a faint girl's voice was almost completely drowned out. Hermione Granger looked at the excited classmates around with a headache, with the same expression on her face as Professor McGonagall, sighed silently, and closed her mouth silently. Oh, forget it, potatoes, just potatoes. It's a big deal. Every time she eats, she will sit next to Elena and be a small breadworm. After following up with Elena in the past few days to understand the logic of the Hogwarts kitchen, she knows very well what a terrible thing a single ingredient can be. Although all kinds of potatoes will save trouble, but in the end it will never be the one who suffers. Elena. Not to mention that it is easy to change from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to change from luxury to frugality. Under the subtle influence, Hermione can no longer stand the seemingly rich potato platter once at Hogwarts. But on the other hand, all the vegetable gardens at Gryffindor College choose to grow potatoes. In fact, it's not entirely a bad thing. Just as Percy said, the little lions of Gryffindor have compared with other colleges, you have more free time to do something you like. In this way, she can at least have more time to read books. But at the same time, the atmosphere on the other side of the castle is not so harmonious and carefree. Chapter 2, Goo. The current progress 223, it's slowly starting to get better, I can pay it back bit by bit. Don't be afraid, fat chicken. P.S. Recommend a good HP fan. The Poisoned Eggs of Hogwarts, which is about to hit the shelves. If you like, you can check it out. It is also a frenzied foodie. The introduction is as follows. Why is the food in the kitchen frequently stolen? Why is the underwear under the female growth robe untied? Why did Severus scream with her baby? What did the basilisk blindness do? Is the black devil whose leg was chopped off a human or a ghost? Behind all this is the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality. Stay tuned for The Poisoned Eggs at Hogwarts. Let us follow the author's fingers into the protagonist's perverted inner world. Chapter 348. Welcome to Hogwarts version 1.5. Thanks to the leader of Cool Watermelon, the open space next to the Black Lake of Hogwarts belongs to the Vegetable Garden private plot of Slytherin College. This is something the servants and house elves do, not the students. I thought we would wave a magic wand at most, and then supervise the elves at work. A tall and thin Slytherin boy looked at Snape angrily. waving his arms and protesting loudly. Just now, Snape demonstrated to them the correct procedure of how to bury seeds in the soil. Magic is not omnipotent. In order to ensure that the plants will not fall down when they use magic to accelerate the growth of plants, they must walk into the moist soil and bury the seeds in the soil by themselves, at least for the little wizards. In terms of this step is an unavoidable link. Unfortunately, if you still want to stay at Hogwarts, these things are what you have to do. Or next time before you waste food, you should think about it. This is a wrong behavior, isn't it? And standing in the mud, Snape stood up straight, looked at the boy with an ugly expression, narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Mr. Timo Rosier, I hear you mean, am I also a house elf or a servant?" "No, Professor, I definitely didn't mean to offend you. I mean, Hogwarts doesn't have so many elves raised." Facing Professor Snape's icy gaze, Timo Rosier involuntarily shivered, full of anger and dissatisfaction, as if being poured into a basin of ice water, instantly extinguished. "Somewhat slightly," explained stutteringly. He suddenly remembered some rumors about Professor Snape he accidentally heard when the elders in the family were chatting. It is said that Professor Snape was once a powerful helper of the mysterious man. After the fall of the mysterious man, he did not know how to bewitched. After Dumbledore, he became a professor at Hogwarts. Maybe you should write to the family and send a house elf to serve you 24 hours a day. Snape couldn't help but snorted, looked around the little wizards standing around, and said mercilessly, "If there are other people who think that they are born to be superior, or that there is something wrong with farming, then you can go back to the castle to pack up and leave now. If you think that everything can be done by house elves, then it doesn't seem necessary to stay here and continue learning magic, is it?" There was an extremely ugly expression on Timo Rosier's face, as if it would burst out in the next moment. But when his gaze touched Snape's expressionless face, his lips twitched slightly, and then he involuntarily lowered his gaze, sticking in place like a piece of wood without moving. "Very well, I don't want to hear the same complaint." Snape nodded and scanned the faces of the surrounding students. He took out a long roll of parchment from the wizard's robe, and continued, "This is a list of varieties provided by the school for you. There are a total of 113 species recorded on it. Plants. Considering that you may not know some of these plants, some of them will be accompanied by a certain introduction. In fact, according to statistics, if you are not engaged in botany research for a long time or are extreme survival enthusiasts, the number of plants that most people can accurately identify in the wild usually does not exceed 50. After all, another purpose of the Hogwarts learning and farming activity is to strengthen the little wizard's knowledge of some edible non-magical plants, at least knowing which things are edible to avoid the ones before they appear again. The embarrassment that both grades were brought down by poisonous mushrooms. In order to increase the fun and popular science, Elena also specifically noted the nicknames of some relatively unpopular plants in the non-magical world, so that the little wizards can better choose and remember. For example, the king of fruits in Southeast Asia, durian. The choice of strong men, leeks. The oldest condiment, mustard greens. The flame of hell from India, the devil pepper. The king of herbs, fishy grass. Fat killer, bitter gourd. As the so-called ignorant are fearless, Elena believes that with the help of such an interesting and attractive label, those little wizards who lack common sense will muster the courage to plant boldly and do some common sense as for after they are planted, they will you refuse to eat. Don't forget, wasting food will extend the farming time. Gemma Farley, this roll of parchment is for you. Before noon today, tell me the final list you have decided on. Severus Snape rolled up the list in his hand and handed it to the Slytherin girl who was wearing the prefect badge standing on his right. He paused for a while, and put his fingers in the dirt area behind him. Also, I hope that before today, I can see that you have already planted the required share of wheat and lettuce. If you don't want to watch the bread and vegetables on the table of other colleges in the next week, you will drool. Now let's start. After speaking, Snape walked to the side of the vegetable garden with his arms, and watched quietly as the little wizards of Slytherin began to discuss and distribute work. This was also the last unified discussion between the four deans and Dumbledore. In the whole process, the decisions that come out are only used as a supervisor and guide, and the rest is left to the students to complete. Although still somewhat reluctant, under Snape's gaze, the little wizards of Slytherin hesitated a little, and gathered together obediently and began to discuss in a low voice what plants should be planted. The first thing that catches their eyes is naturally those plants with the nickname of what is king or oldest and oldest. After all, for them, they really don't know other than potatoes, lettuce, and wheat. Too many vegetables, and those vegetables with ordinary names are naturally not the noble Slytherin's choice. Compared with Slytherin College and Gryffindor College, the choice of the other two colleges is obviously much easier. Hufflepuff College, which is already close to nature, has a large number of people, and has a bonus for farming talents, has reached a unified conclusion in less than 5 minutes when facing this problem. Directly following the previous Hogwarts, the configuration of the vegetable garden should be planted completely and replicated. As the professor who knows the most about planting in the entire Hogwarts, Professor Sprout certainly chose the most comfortable land for the children of his Clegeth original vegetable garden of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Nothing has changed. It's just a change from the care of house elves to the care of little wizards. Ravenclaw College on the other side is another scene. As I said before, Ravenclaw is almost all girls. When the whole academy gathers together to start a discussion, you can clearly see the dozens of poor little boys dotted with stars. No dare to speak loudly or off for them. This may be another kind of happiness. Since most of them are girls, the little wizards of Ravenclaw did not show much interest in the cultivation of vegetables and staple foods. They focused more on the fruits at the end of the list. You know, compared to the hearty dinner dishes, the fruit supply at Hogwarts has always been a relatively shabby link, usually only apples, tomatoes, pumpkins. Nowadays, having the opportunity to come into contact with all kinds of fruits will naturally make the little wizards of Ravenclaw produce a dreamlike happiness. Even at the end of the day, Professor Filvey had to reduce part of the original share of wheat and lettuce to make room for the various fruit trees that the children wanted to plant. Yes, to some extent, it is somewhat similar to Gryffindor College, except that the potato is replaced by the big category of fruit. Piece of land under Ravenclaw Tower is now not so much a vegetable garden, maybe more appropriate than an orchard. In this way, this long-standing magic castle unknowingly entered Hogwarts version 1.5, officially opening a long and happy life at Hogwarts Magic Farm. Neither the little wizard nor the professors realized what a good chapter 1 went today, so there is only one chapter. Current progress 223. I recommend the Elf Master. Ibrahimovic is so cute and cute. So cute. Boo boo. Chapter 349. Announcement and follow-up plan. Thanks to the leader of Tengu White Waves. I have to admit that human adaptability is quite powerful. This is the same whether it is a wizard or a mole, and it is even more true for these Hogwarts students who are at their peak of curiosity and energy. The novelty and fun that Hogwarts outdoor farming can bring to them is no less than participating in a short outing. After a brief period of confusion, the little wizards of the four academies showed strong adaptability, quickly adjusted their moods, and devoted themselves to the management and discussion of the own vegetable garden. Witnessing the seeds I planted under the catalysis of magic, sprouts little by little, and broke the ground. This sense of accomplishment and novelty quickly made most of the little wizards like this learning farming activities from the little Slytherin wizards who have been full of resistance before. After all, they are just children under the age of 17. Before the afternoon, Dumbledore received feedback from the deans of the various colleges that everything went well. As the chef of Hogwarts, Elena also got the planting list submitted by each college from Dumbledore at dinner that day. She needs to base on the type of plants above and the end of each college. The types of materials handed over to the kitchen are tailor-made for each college to be a distinctive cuisine. As for the feedback result, if you summarize it slightly with the more common expressions of later generations, It is roughly the following: Yazi, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry version 1.5 update announcement. Update time September 13-14, 1991. Update method: Principal Dumbledore, 4 deans, and Special Consultant Elena will jointly advance manually. Update range: Gryffindor College, Slytherin College, Hufflepuff College, Ravenclaw College. Update content: 1. Hogwarts Happy Farm is officially launched. We have better balanced the intensity of each academy, and added their own unique gameplay to them. Gryffindor College has added potatoes, and potatoes. Thanks to the blessings of the same attributes, it will greatly increase in planting potatoes. Planting potatoes around the Quidditch Stadium will give you extra time to rest, and the difficulty is reduced, while the potato production in the area has been greatly increased. Slytherin College added rare plants: durian, mustard, coriander suey, devil pepper, avocado, Houtinia and leeks. As most of them are rare plants, therefore, Slytherin College will temporarily lose the right to replace seeds for this semester. Ravenclaw College has added a branching model of pear orchard, removed part of the land used to grow wheat and lettuce, and increased the types and quantities of fruits that can be grown in this college, not only adding apples, watermelons and bananas, strawberry, pear, grape, cranberry, orange, pineapple. There are a total of 15 kinds of fruits, and a fifth of the rare plant bitter gourd is also planted. Hufflepuff College followed the initial vegetable garden in Hogwarts version 1.0, and the plant types have not changed. The area occupied has been slightly adjusted, and some areas have been transformed into new greenhouses for herbal medicine courses. This update also added a mysterious area: Hogwarts Faculty Garden. The specific content is unknown. Hogwarts Auditorium Hall. It's really interesting, a quite academy choice. Elena looked at the plants finalized by the various colleges in her hand, and looked at the surrounding little wizards who were tired and smiled with excitement after a day of tiring in the vegetable garden with a very complicated look. Of course, mainly students from the other 3 colleges. Since today is the first day of the version update, the kitchen has not had time to adjust according to the situation of each college, so the dishes tonight are still the same as usual, and the long tables of the 4 colleges are exactly the same. But starting next Monday, the difference will begin to show. For Elena, how to turn these vegetables into delicious dishes is not too difficult. Whether it's the rare side vegetables such as Houtinia, cordato and coriander, or tropical fruits such as durian and pineapple, as long as you know the direction and the shape of the final dish, it is entirely up to Irene to present delicious dishes. It was just a moment of Naz thought. As a veteran foodie, facing this group of little British wizards who have little knowledge, you only need to pay a little attention to the dishes, not to mention the dark plants of Slytherin College, even if there are only potatoes. She can make Hogwarts teachers and students eat a pound. The biggest trap in the entire Hogwarts farming work is not the list of plants, but the final dishes that all plants turn into are determined by Elena. The same applies to potatoes, braised beef, stewed potatoes and whitewater potatoes dipped in salt. There is a huge gap. In other words, the final interpretation of this event belongs to Elena Caslana. And even if you take a 10,000 step back, it doesn't really matter that some children are really uncomfortable with certain vegetables. Although Elena admitted that she made some less kind hints in the list, as a kind-hearted little witch, she also left a guarantee for every college. Flour pasta can be said to be one of the most varied and derived raw materials in the world. As long as there is flour, if Elena is willing to take a little bit of deterioration, she can almost infinitely enrich and improve the quality of Hogwarts Castle's food and beverage. However, similar to this kind of high-level cooking achievement, would it be more appropriate to include it in the reward mechanism? Elena cut a steak and stuffed it into the entrance, looked around at the carefree smiles on the faces of the students around her, blinked thoughtfully, and thought to herself, people always don't cherish the results that are obtained without their own efforts. If the basic safeguard measures are done too well in advance, it will not be conducive to stimulating the subjective initiative of the little wizards, and it will also easily make the subsequent version update content appear weak and empty. Thinking about it this way, creative and magical pasta like steamed buns, hanamaki, fried dough sticks, mozzarella, sesame seeds, dumplings, and steamed buns, the best way is to wait until these little guys fall into the abyss of despair and imitate the Krypton Gold games of later generations. The card pool activity in China is the same. Every time a new product is launched to stimulate it. As for the price, Jin Jialong doesn't have it, and he can also participate in various activities to donate liver drops. Elena, are you thinking about something bad again? As if feeling something, Hermione, who was sitting next to the silver-haired little Lorry, turned her head and looked at the little dull hair on Elena's head that was jumping with excitement. A trace of anxiety flashed in her brown eyes. No, I just... Elena, who was conceiving an evil plan, came back to her senses, waved her hand without hesitation, and quickly denied it. Just... Hermione raised her eyebrows, put down her knife and turned around, looking at Elena's eyes quietly. Since seeing the parchment in Elena's hand that recorded the planting plans of each college, she knew that in the entire farming matter, this white-haired dumpling definitely played an important role, no less than that of the deans. However, since she had already made up her mind to follow Elena, she didn't care much. Elena blinked, faltered, looked around, suddenly stretched out her hand to embrace Hannah, who was eating roasted chicken legs seriously, and said seriously, I'm thinking about waiting for Quidditch training. If you ask Hannah, she must be very nervous. You see, this is the 5th drumstick she has eaten today. Compared to her usual, my appetite has almost tripled, and I'm not even afraid of gaining weight. Chapter 1. Current progress 224. Well, raise your hand, can I make an appointment? The math teacher told us that 24 and 12 are essentially the same. Chapter 350. A small episode about test dishes thanks to the leader of Kriov Report. Pia, you just want to gain weight, you idiot. Hannah raised her hand and slapped Elena's paws away, gave Elena a blank look, and said angrily, besides, if we really gain weight, then it's not all to blame you. These days, Hannah and Hermione have almost become Elena's exclusive tasters, and every new dish must be tested by them both before being served on the Hogwarts table. At the beginning, the two little wings still had a little idea of wanting to struggle. However, under Elena's continuous food offensive like the tide, they couldn't resist their worries about weight and the reservedness of the girls, and soon fell into a state of self-defeating and self-defeating. Yes, Elena, next time you need to find someone to try it. Can't you call Neville or Crabbe? Hermione nodded in agreement. As the relationship with Elena gradually became closer, she found that her preference for food became more and more serious. The most obvious change was at least when she first started school. She didn't have every day. After eating dinner in the evening, it is a habit to eat some snacks before going to bed to fall asleep. Neville? Elena glanced at the chubby man with dual drumsticks at the Gryffindor table, shook her head gently and said, if you put it in the past, it might be possible, but at this time, it might not work. Why? Is this different from before? Hermione frowned. Because from now on, the dishes of each academy will begin to be specialized. Elena shrugged and replied somewhat helplessly. The next dishes are all proportioned and adjusted according to the vegetables grown in each college. They are no longer suitable to appear in the kitchen for tasting after all. In this way, they will see and taste in advance. Go to other college food. Regarding the reason, Elena actually only said part of it. More importantly, once they enter the kitchen, these little wizards are likely to find that there is an insurmountable gap between the dishes provided to the professors and the strange dishes they face. The reason why I use the gap to describe it is that the difference between the two is not only the difference in cooking techniques, but also a barrier that is close to the cultural level, regardless of the material, taste, and richness. Traditional European cuisine has been at least 3,000 years old. Although, one of the important factors of this is because the plants in that piece of faculty garden private land can be said to belong to Eleanor's private order, such as soybeans, water spinach, soybeans, bamboo shoots, papaya. But more of it comes from the unforgettable food memories deep in Eleanor's soul. To give the simplest example, just soybeans can derive a series of ingredients or condiments such as soy milk, tofu brain, dried tofu, fermented bean curd, etc. If you don't see the whole process with your own eyes, just let it be. Those little wizards want to break their heads, and it is impossible to associate the chubby soybeans with the white flour tofu. Oh, let's put it this way, aren't we too? Hearing Eleanor's explanation, Hannah was a little disappointed and poked the pie in front of her with a fork. Although in this way, Eleanor will probably no longer forcibly pull them into the kitchen and feed them all kinds of strange foods that are delicious enough to make people fly, and there is no need to worry about gaining weight or making strange noises. But, sure enough, I was still very disappointed, and my heart suddenly became empty. Of course you are different. Noting the loss on Xiaotainu's face, she glanced at the little beaver who was also a little lost. Elena suddenly opened her arms and hugged the two small wings, one left and one right, and her cheeks were gently rubbed against the two small beavers. Cute, said seriously. You are not the same as those stinky boys. We have agreed to do everything together. Besides, without you, how would I know if the food on the table was successful? Everyone's tastes are different, and Elena cannot guarantee that food that meets her own tastes can really meet the tastes of these little European guys. According to statistical principles, the third is the most basic number of sample surveys, which is why she will make at least 2 servings of food at the same time every time she tries to eat. In particular, in the following dishes, many innovative combinations of ingredients, but also a subversion and challenge to the traditional European eating habits, even in later generations have passed a worldwide test, and have a solid foundation from the school. With the backing as the foundation, the only thing Elena can be sure of now is that it is non-toxic, can't eat people, and is full. After all, no one can guarantee how many of these little guys like Hautania Cordato and how many people hate Bittergourd. By the way, that's all Hermione. Hannah. Suddenly thinking of this, Elena blinked, her face solemn, and she looked at Hermione and Hannah solemnly. I have to tell you one thing in advance about the next process of testing dishes. Okay? Facing Elena, who suddenly became serious, Hermione and Hannah nodded their heads a little uncomfortably. Although the three of them are used to joking, and clamoring, they will unconsciously become a little weaker whenever they encounter a serious Elena. No, anyway, the two add up. The little Lily in her 20s is still tenderer than Elena. You should have also seen that the types of plants in each college are different, and some of them are extreme choices or very unpopular choices. This means that they will eventually appear on the table. It is inevitable. There will be differences in taste. In other words, it may be a little strange. You know, in the face of these difficult and complex challenges, even I can't guarantee that I can make dishes that satisfy everyone. Professor Dumbledore and the 4 deans also have the same concerns. Therefore, after discussion, they also approved that I can randomly select 2 students from different colleges as the early testers. Oh, I understand now. Hermione nodded, and replied with a serious face, don't worry, I will definitely taste every dish. At the same time, Hannah Laurie nodded vigorously and waved her small fist to encourage her. Yes, Elena. I believe that if it were you, the food would be delicious. I also think so. Before Hannah finished speaking, Elena nodded quickly and confessed without humility. Huh? Hannah blinked, her small fist froze in the air involuntarily. So, what I mean is I hope you can abandon your personal tastes to a certain extent and unconditionally support the dishes I bring out. If you are really uncomfortable with eating, you can also secretly vomit, but you must remember to help me sign the dish confirmation letter later. While talking, Elena took out a thick roll of parchment from the wizard's robe, which was densely covered with various recipes and names, and each dish had two small horizontal lines behind it, used for signing. This is the parchment paper magically cast by Professor Dumbledore. Only those who have eaten those dishes can sign on this paper for confirmation. So, please, for those professors who can enjoy the high standard small stove alone, naturally, they don't need to participate in the students' dishes evaluation process. So how to determine whether the dishes are picky or not, of course, can only be represented by the students. As a reference, although with Eleanor's current magic power, it is temporarily impossible to crack the strange magic that Dumbledore and Professor Filvey have jointly performed, but she still has a way to let the little wizards obediently eat the dishes she cooked. Cold braised earroot, coriander beef diced, dry fried devil pepper, cantaloupe fried bitter gourd, apple steamed egg, mustard half-boiled beef. These delicacies, which have been passed down for thousands of years, have to be felt by these little wizards in the magic world. What is called the dishes that they grow, even with tears in them, must be eaten bite by bite.